Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. This is your favorite open forum political discussion show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And a day like today, much still happening. Mother Karua has had a warm homecoming today after she was named the running mate to one Raila Amolo Odinga on the Azimio ticket. Is this what will crack the mountain? Is this what will cause the mountain to turn around and make one Raila Amolo Odinga the president of the Republic of Kenya? We want to know what you think and feel about the same. Well, there is a face-off between the Mount Kenya running mates and their pull and push depending on where they stand. Who between Gachagua and Mother Karua will bring the mountain into the government? This is it. We need to discuss this at length and understand where we stand as far as Kenyan politics are concerned and the future of this country is concerned. Baba is home today in Kisumu campaigning, even as he joined the president into presiding over a ceremony of opening an industry in the place. Well, we have a lot that we need to talk about. Western Kenya, MALALA says now William Ruto should stop interfering with the local arrangement of the Western politics. What is cooking in Kenya Kwanza Alliance? This is it. I want us to begin to talk. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to talk. We really want to appreciate all of you for making time to join us on this great show. I trust this is a one night that you're going to have it really hot, even as we look keenly on what is it that is happening and how do we respond to the same. Robert Opilu, karibu kwa show. Asante sana Christopher Mwenda, Fatuma Nasimiyu, Favor Akita, Akengo Omwangu, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu Dance Rufu, karibu kwa show. Ama Rafu, sorry. Nani huyu Diana Giana, karibu kabisa. Alan Kuova, Heneliko Masharia, karibu kwa show. Patel Seboka, Omar, Mr. Jackton, nani mwingine, kuna Robert Opilu, asante sana, of course, Mato, Mark, thank you so much, Ndeto, Mwalimu Bathe Mwaringa, Kilifi ni Azimio, na ODM, Rarua Wilbaro, this is it. Karibuni kila mmoja, tafadhali tuingie kwa studio tuanze kuongea kwa kina. Maswala ni kama hayo, aidha wheelbarrow inawekwa chini au wheelbarrow inararuliwa. Haya. Nani huyu Mondele Kipunyogis Langat anasema Baba direct ticket to Bondo Express. All Kinatom Okwach need help more than Kenyans. Baba hawezi zimia polepole. Huwezi zimia polepole. Haya. Malala should stop those nonsense. He is the cause of whatever that is happening in Western because of his stomach. Where? Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Nani huyu Daniel Skip Kowech, karibu kwa show. Kuna Caroline Okumu, Nicholas Arapngetich, na Militon Mills Bogon. I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you so much. Anasema leta link iko kwa comments hapo, angalia tu. Nani huyu Silas Ndulat, Ndulut, whichever your name is, karibu sana. Kuna Jabar Nyara Josephine, alafu Gloria, George Maganga, asante sana, karibu. Kengo Omwangu anasema Ruto tawe. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Kuna Agari Innocent, thank you so much. This ticket is exciting. However, numbers don't give Raila a chance to win these elections. That was a suicidal choice Raila made. He quickly lost 1.5 million votes from Kamba Nation. I hope the women constituency can help him to reconcile the loss. That is what you feel and think. Come and explain for us what you see in the same. I believe we need a flying ticket, not just a scrolling ticket. This is one ticket that is appealing in all the four corners of this great country, in my opinion. And we need a president for this nation, not a president for one region. And so a president that gets ratified and supported countrywide is the best for this great country. And so let's look at it widely and be able to analyze it keenly and be able to come to right conclusion. Nanu Brian Ontori, karibu kwa show. Loom, karibu kwa show. Nanu huyu Paul Obuonge. Hey, kuna Roja Sikuku, Nicholas Mabiria, Eriko Sungura, nani huyu Felulo Tabolule. Hey, nakwambia leo ni leo. Alexo Maundu Jr. Thank you so much, Eric. I'm happy that you are all here. Please, the link, I share it again. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio. You will be here. Just remember, you must arrive on your camera as well as your audio. No more presentation behind the curtains. Haya, Mama Selina ndio huyo na Mami, naona the Women League leo is
leo. Asemaye kesho ni mwongo.
Karibu.
Asante Bernard. Kwa naona umeweka homecoming ya Martha Karua, na acha nikwambie kwa mara ya kwanza mpaka wamefanya wenye walikuwa funeral wameshangaa, wamejaribu kuongea, wamesahau hata walikuwa wanaenda kusikana kwa sababu ya kutetemeka. Nataka kuanzia Kirinyaga, ametembea the whole of Kirinyaga, Peter Munya, Kanini Keka, na wale wote walikuwa. Napenda tukiona hiyo ilikuwa ni Azimio kwa sababu kulikuwa watu wa Jubilee, kulikuwa watu ya Kenya, na wote makaribisho ya kina mama. The constituency have been saying Kirinyaga was wonderful. Mimi nimefanya campaign Kirinyaga, nimetembea na mama, na ndio vile niliwaambia style ya Martha Karua ya campaign hiyo ya kutembea na kuimba. Mnaweza enda 5 kilometers, sio mama, si mchezo. Na kutembea ya Kirinyaga ni ya kukimbia. So nimefanya hiyo campaign, najua vile iko. Tunaenda na low shoes. Otherwise ukiangalia hiyo makaribisho ilikuwa ni ya busara, isipokuwa kuna mahali nafikiri walikuwa unajua, I think this now hata Ngereshi ako upande ya Martha, ingawa hataki kuonyesha ako Azimio, lakini but I see supporters wake. Naona Jubilee ndio walikuwa ya kwanza, na hata ndiye ni kama waliliti hiyo campaign na watu ya Kenya. Kuna mahali walijaribu akisema Azimio wanasema Ruto, lakini ni group kidogo. That was ile group kidogo tu walitaka kubat. Ukiona Mwea, Kirukutu, Koya, sameenda mpaka sokoni huko akanunua mpaka ya Nyeri na Kirinyaga akinunua chakula, carrots, vitunguu, naona nyanya. So penalty ilikuwa mzuri sana. So na hiyo ni siku ya kwanza, na ameambia hawa hiyo ni kionjo. It was just by the way. So ata planned kutembea Mount Kenya msima. Hiyo ni moja. Wacha nikuje mambo ya Kiuno. Kiuno amemwambia mwenzake Amason Kingi, stop. Umekuja kuingia bedroom. Kama mimi nilipeana Kiuno, wewe ulikuwa wapi? Sasa anaambia kuja polepole, nitakuosha kwanza ndio usiharibu kura. Ile imenishangaza kabisa sasa ni Western. Palala anasema wewe Ruto stop, acha kuindafia, kwa sababu anajitetea. Huwezi uza China ya Ruto huko. Tulikuwa tunaambiwa kuna watu wanaokopa kuweka China ya baba, kumbe ni mali mingi. Itaonekana mtu anasema Ruto weka, wacha mimi niombe kura Western. So niliona wamama huko kwa mashishi wanajaribu kuongea. Kuna mama amesema Martha Karua alishindwa Kirinyaga. Alikuwa ameshindiwa kura 500. Martha Karua alipata 100 na kitu, na huyu mama mwingine alipata 100. Na kwa sababu alikuwa na uhuru alipiwa kura. So hapana kuja ambia sisi ati Martha Karua alishindwa Kirinyaga. And so what? Kirinyaga was a governorship, and this is the deputy president of Republic of Kenya. So najua kina Alice Waome na marafiki sao wamestuka sana ya kwamba hawakutarajia. So mimi kabla nataka nitawachia watu wengine, ni kwamba mambo ni hayo penat. Acha tusikie watu waambie UDA, lakini sasa sasa naonekana chama ya na ya UDA inapigana KILIFI, alafu sasa sisi tunaenda katikati, hata hatupiti katikati, tuko sawa. Niliona Mama Ngilu leo ameongea, naona uchaweka hiyo kwa mjadala, lakini nimeona Mama Ngilu wameongea sana kuhusu mambo ya Ukambani, na watu wengi wako kwa Azimio. So penat na patia wenzangu nafasi wakiendelea, lakini baba amekuwa na mkutano hiyo siwezi sahau. Kisumu wametoka wote. So nashukuru hiyo mkutano ilikuwa kubwa sana. Hata sijui tutaita aje, lakini hayo ni mambo tunangojea. So asante sana penat. Hiyo ni yangu ya kwa sai. Na niko reti, niko chonjo. Nimefaa kofia ya wing. Baba alisema kuna wing ya wamama. Sasa mimi niko chonjo. Ya kwamba
thank you.
Thank you.
Asante sana mama, unafanya kazi poa, tunashukuru. Mungu awabariki na awafanikishe. Hii safari lazima tuikamilishe pamoja kwa ushindi. Hatumalizi tu, tunamaliza kwa ushindi na kishindo tena. Nani huyu Ephraim, engineer himself, how are you?
I'm fine. Habari zenu?
Salama.
Yomuna sina.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
You look so smart. You look so smart in that ballot.
Tunashukuru.
Watu ya baba tuko chonjo.
Okay. Ni kweli. Sasa naona simu yangu iko karibu kuisha moto, lakini nilikuwa nataka kuomba jambo moja kwa Selina. Hello? Is there a way I can have a link? There is something I wanted to talk on private. Is there a way I can have a link? A contact?
On the private chat, drop your number there and then I will contact you. This private chat on your...
So thanks a lot.
Right. Yes, drop your number there and then I will organize on how you can talk.
Okay, nataka kutoka kidogo ni charge, nitarudi.
Sawa, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Asante sana. Kuna mchanganyiko. Bwana Innocent, namna gani?
Niko salama sana Mr. Bernard. How are you doing?
Tuambie mambo. Mimi niko mzima.
Niko mzima pia. I made a very big comment and you read it, and you said I should come and give an explanation why I said so.
Yes, because I feel you guys are stuck with 2013, 2017. You don't win a new election with an old slide.
No, yes, a new way of doing things is welcomed. But the worry is here that you see now, the 1.5 million votes went yesterday. And I know there is always a time you have to make a decision. And Raila made his decision. And like I said, it was exciting. You could see how the nation broke into jubilation. And I just wish the elections was held today. Maybe the numbers could be different. But unfortunately, as the dust is settling, now people are going back to their tribal cocoons. And like you said correctly, in Western Province, you have seen, because now the brigade in Kenya Kwanza was bargaining with the UDA party as large, these guys did not get even a cutoff to make it to the deputy presidency post. That is Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula. And unfortunately now, the Western voting bloc has seen that it was a raw deal. And Raila made a remarkable statement yesterday by saying that Mr. Paranya has been nominated to be the CS for Treasury if he wins elections. But at the same time, a serious injury was committed to the Kamba nation, which cannot be underrated. And now what they have to play out is to try to reconcile the numbers from the mountain and at least maybe get 35% of the votes. But as things stand right now, Ruto has made his case proper. He can easily win this election. I have been going through the numbers and the way we have been comparing them from the different analysis that we have been seeing. And the difference has always been around 1.1 million votes or 1.5 million votes. So the Kamba nation at this point have a perception that they were neglected. So that is why I said the decision was made. It's only the women constituency in Kenya that can help Raila to recover what he lost yesterday by making that type of decision he made yesterday. That is what I can say. But I believe as things stand right now, all sides have a moment to do their campaigns, and maybe we see how things will come out. Thank you.
Okay, Agari, thank you. And okay, let me give Mama Selina before I respond to you. Mama Selina, what is it?
Yeah, thank you so much. Angari, thank you so much for your worries. And thank you so much for thinking of Ukambani forts and I don't know, you are taking them to where? After wametoka Azimio, where did you take them 1.5 million forts? For your information, the Kamba nation are still in Azimio. And even Kalonzo ameenda break ya 10 days. Ukitingisa kichwa, that is fine. And we are also okay. Umesema kuna constituency ya wamama. Sasa nataka kukuuliza the sympathy, kwa sababu ningekuwa na, kama mimi ni wewe, ningekuwa na furaha moyoni mwangu nisiambie Penat ama Azimio siri yetu ya kupoteza 1.5 million. Kama ulichukua kwa Kwanza Kenya kwisha ama anasimama peke yake, that could be your happiness. But coming here, Kalonzo alisema anaenda kotini, Penat has he gone to court? Nimesikia leo mwenye chama mama ule anasimamia political parties anasema there is no way you cannot go to another, hata ukienda kotini lazima kukue na trupino, lazima kukubaliane. Some lawyers wameshinda leo wakiongea, so please, ile mtu anakuja hapa tunashukuru Mungu because also we are going through about it, but the sympathy I think we hiyo ni yako, utajua mahali unapeleka hiyo sympathy, but sisi Azimio tuko tayari. Cemetery ya baba are ready to go. Mama Ngilu was talking, tuko na Wakamba. kikeukeu moja akitoka ama kijana moja akiokopa Kutaeri, si Wakamba yote wameokopa Kutaeri. Kuna wale wameenda na wakasimama bila kublink macho, wakasema we are ready to go. So don't come and tell us cowards. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Bwana Agari, I want you to one, relax, okay? Relax.
Yes.
After every serious decision is made, the dust is going to settle and everybody is going to rethink and the decision will be made. Right now, no decision is made yet. 2, the Kamba nation vote does not reside in one Kalonzo Musyoka's pocket. All political analysts have made that mistake of thinking that when you get Kalonzo, you get the Kamba vote. Without Kalonzo, you can't get the Kamba vote. That used to be true. Now it's no longer true. Secondly, what makes you think that the Kamba vote will be lost to William Ruto? What has Kenya Kwanza given to the Kamba nation that is better than what Azimio has given to the Kamba nation? So, if we are considering the sharing of the cake that determine how many votes come in, you are yet to tell me what Kenya Kwanza has offered the Kamba nation that will make them to shift from Azimio and then go to Kenya Kwanza. So as we analyze our politics, we must look at it holistically, not just get the historical what has been happening and then carry it to right now. 2022 elections, I insist, will not be about what 2017 was about and what 2013 was about. This is a different election altogether. This is historical, and it can only be likened to 2002, when Kenyans went to the ballot and they cared not about tribes. They cared about Kenya and what is good for Kenya. This is going to be that time. It's not going to be about narratives. It's not even going to be about sharing the cake. It will be who can save Kenya from sinking further.
Did I say something, or you're moving to another person?
Quickly respond in half a minute. We move forward, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. It is actually valued that I've listened to what you have said, but this is an opinion and an observation I've made. It is time that is going to undo all that we are saying here. But like you said, when a decision has been made, these are different elections. Raila had to make a decision, and he had to change the tactics. But like I said, still, the 1.5 votes have not gone to Kenya Kwanza. But unfortunately, they might force the country to go into a rerun. And when the country goes to a rerun, you never know, because already Kalonzo is a turncoat. Like I said, Mama Selina, you see, it's only the women constituency that is going to reconcile what he lost yesterday. That is what I can say. If women will be dedicated to vote for Raila, then that is going to actually not to be felt. But if we fought the way we fought always, then I'm telling you, the matrix, the competition has been made easier for William Ruto. I'm not for William Ruto, but I'm telling you, that is what I see. Thank you.
Okay, just quickly, how it has been made easier for William Ruto, you are yet to substantiate, but I would want to insist, okay? These elections is not about who is who where. It's about where is Kenya headed to. Just like it was Moi must go in 2002. The country must be salvaged. That is what is at stake right now. So the ticket you are selling will determine who comes, who pulls through. The 1.5 million votes, okay? I'm telling you, they are not in one person's pocket. They are in 1.5 million pockets. And all those are going to make to the booth. I am too sure that Azimio has a huge following in Ukambani. We identify with more together than with the other side. Nobody should be bemoaning the Ukambani vote. It has not gone anywhere. It is here to stay, including Kalonzo Musyoka himself. The legal battles he has invited himself into, I don't see himself emerge from the same and become anything. And with the Kenyan tradition of voting, they don't want to lose their vote. They always vote for the winning team. So as it stands now, let's wait and see. I just give you a promise that I'll be here on the 10th, okay, of August after the casting of the vote, and we'll analyze how many votes did Raila Odinga get from Ukambani. That's the only time when you will agree with me. As at now, hold on your opinion. I give mine. Thank you. Nani, Mr. Ngui, how are you? Ngui, unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Bwana Ngui, you click on the mic beside your name on the screen. You click. Yeah.
Niko salama.
Haya, karibu mawili matatu tukisonga mbio mbio.
Asante sana. Mimi nashukuru sana kwa mimi niko pande ya Nyeri. Na huku mambo inaendelea mzuri sana kwa Raila kuchagua mama Martha Karua. Na ile watu nasikia huku wakisema wakiuzana ni vile Kalonzo wanauliza Kalonzo anaelekea wapi, atakuwa nini. Sasa tunaona kwamba mimi nimetoka Ukambani lakini saa hii ninakaa Nyeri, lakini kulingana na mimi sioni chochote cha muhimu ambacho Kalonzo kwa maana hapo kuna watu wengi sana ambao wameweza kuwa karibu sana kama Ngilo na Gebona. Hao wataweza kuleta kura mzuri sana kwa Azimio, na jambo mzuri sana kwa maana Kalonzo saa hii ameelekea kuisha kabisa na anajimaliza mwenyewe katika ya mwisho. Hata hiyo kiti alikuwa ameshangulia wahi kuipata, tunaona kwamba ameweza kurudi nyuma kabisa na hata kuwa na mwelekeo, na vingine anatumiwa. Kuna vingine venye anatumika ili tuweze kwenda mara ya pili katika uchaguzi ili aone kama hapo ataweza kushukuliwa na ule kubrani. Sasa naona mimi mwenyewe huku tumefurahi sana kwa kuweza kuchaguliwa, na ni historia ya kuweza kuwa na mama kama deputy president. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo huku inashangiliwa sana, na ile mali ile seti ambayo kila mlengo wa sasa unategemea ni Mount Kenya, na huku Mount Kenya naona mambo iko sawa kabisa, kwa maana mimi natembea Nyeri yote, naenda mpaka Meru, napitia Kiambu. Sasa huku sehemu yote nazunguka, naona kwa maana nafanya kazi ya serikali, naona mambo iko sawa kabisa. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Ngui kwa ripoti hiyo, tunashukuru. Naomba tusonge mbele. Hebu ni leta video moja kabla Rafael aje. Kenya inasonga mbele. Tunaanza na gani?
mikono juu tumwalike mada waendeleze. Niende mkono yake na tunafurahi vile mnaongeza nyumbani. Mikono niende mkimwalika, tumwalika. Asanteni sana. Karibu mama.
Asanteni. Kemune mwega. Mwega orengi. Mwega nĩ gũtweterera na gũtukĩte na nĩ mũmenye gĩkeno kĩrĩa gĩ gũkũ niĩ nĩ ndatirwo nĩ mwanake wĩaga negana nĩ ndakena mũno na nĩ ngũkũ nani tondũ ũguo njĩka nĩ ngũkamenya ũrĩa gwĩka no rĩu nĩndambĩte kũmũkendia we mũthuri ũmwe egwĩtwo wa Kang'ara ũgũkendia.
Haya, huyu ni mũrĩithi wa Kang'ara nĩ mwagaiyũka. Andũ othe makenete nĩ mheshimiwa Martha gũtuĩka deputy president. Nĩmũrenda igũrũ. Nĩmũrenda mwarike na mũrĩithi wa Kang'ara nĩmũkũrumĩra. Mũthuri Martha. Nĩmũrenda atuĩke deputy president wa gĩcigo gĩa gũkũ. Na tũrĩ wĩra. Tũrarĩ gũkũ. Gũkũ nĩ gũkenu nĩ twaciarĩire na wa Kang'ara ndauga Martha Dama na Martha tu.
Ni wega mũno we mũraca ũngĩ wakwa wa tene wĩtagwo Mheshimiwa Davis twarĩ mbunge nake rĩngĩ mũkamakendia
Mwega. Angĩthora njĩta Kĩti. Niĩ njũkĩte haha na nginya na ndĩ haha ũmenye Mheshimiwa Martha nĩaingĩra. Nĩmũraigua? Nĩmũraigua? Gũtirĩ ndũngĩ nĩ baba na mama. Asante. Sasa wagire kwa kutoka tuko na kwa mrathime. Asante.
Okay, leo bareketa na nyama kedia. Ayu.
Senator IG. Kabisa bwana. Mama. Baba. Niende pale rejea kana jireki. Totera na mama. Mama totera na dakija. Nimekuita mama. Nimekuita baba. Nimekuita mrejea kana kitu cha ngoma. Nimekuita jireki tutakana.
Haya, sasa mkebwe ni Senator IG ndiye kumwera IG de kubatara mukuru mutamura.
Adwekera na namo yokuwa. Nimweleta maza. Na yule mwanangu wake gata. Nimweleta kwa IG. Nilisema pale hayo la tia mwalimu na president. Nikaza abuga mera baweje. Ndio ndio kete Kenya na nawewe ya terere. Akiko mama Karua hayo deputy. Ona hauto mali na ngoma nako. Wewe unaona na mshene duo. Ana Kenya kama jitere mama kwa nini hizo ni kwa tani duo ndio yabo afine.
Okay, lakini hivyo ndio ni mporo wa mpuri tureke na ndeba.
Kumameru. Asanti nidamura nuri nimabura kuro kutubagamura taurinte sisi tumeamua kusapoti mama Karua wakiwa na ile Odinga na tunasema kwamba mkiona Peter Munya hapa Meru mzima iko na kesho Peter Munya anamchukua Martha kumpeleka Meru kumwintroduce na watu wa Mayantai, watu wa Kahawa na watu wa Miraa na watu wa Malawi. Kila mtu atakuwa anaimba mama. Na sisi tukaongea mama kwa sababu huyu mama hana mtoto wa mdomo wala tumbo, na mtoto wake ni wote. Huyo ni Meru, huyo ni Mtamba, huyo ni kila kitu. Haito nisema harambee, nasema Azimio harambee, Azimio mdogo harambee, Azimio Mwanamringa, Azimio Karua, Azimio barabara, Azimio Uhuru, Azimio wananchi, Azimio maendeleo, Azimio
Okay, I come there you need that one zero and then I speak. Why am I here there?
nikumbusha na Mheshimiwa Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Ndio katika uti. Katika katika rumado katika ndiye mwekezo kwetu. Tuna Mheshimiwa baba ya katika gavana na ndio katika baba wake. Cheki tabitera ndio sio Kirinyaga. Leo na hata mchezo tunapeleka mimi. Nimekuwa tabitera ndio sio hata Mheshimiwa baba tunaambia kabitera ndio sio pera national. Akabitera ndio national na ndio kwa ndio wa county. Ndio wote kila mtu. Azimio. Inawezekana. Baba na mama. Niwega muno andu atumia Kenya bete mwele atiriri nyumba ya Azimio ni ciama nyingi kwina Jubilee kwina na Kenya kwina PNU na ciama nyingi ona cia mtu wa ona cia munya PNU koguo kumubangeithia cia seneta Karaba eba na seneta Murigo Karaba arugamite na Jubilee Murigo arugamite na Kenya nego mubangeithi ciake mwana kia bakiretwa kinywa kiretia MCA na Kenya na cia Joy uretia na Jubilee kite nywe mukamenya no mugutuba kura kitete cianyi wa mbere ni kumucokeria ngatho ni gwitikira guka na gutweterera nginya gwe gutuki twakindo thabari ino niyo yuma stop ya msema ndete muthie ni wega ni kuongeterera na kumonia ati guku ni kugwi Mada marugamite na Raila ni ukuona ebauta kwi undu ukabetana wera nena ndekaga nende wera wakwa ni kumta wera ni serious that's mwanya na cia wera Just Junior Academy mwanya na bau na mwana munya bau mukamenya Mount Kenya is sorted maundu manyu mothe kile munya ndiramurorera umwe kwa umwe maundu wange mothe tukumbarora wega na mumenye Kenya ni itu ithuothe guti community ona imwe ingibota wira matene iringi wa mwisoko riri tigiti icu iku chukua hizi chokora karora wega uge ni ari kukungiboka chukua hizi machokora sawa Azimio baba na mama ndurenda gukwira mutunyitirire tutwarikie Kenya na njira njega no ririkanaga ile ko itendo kabi ndamwira Azimio tugacokia inawezekana Azimio inawezekana Azimio inawezekana Kenya ni wagunaji tena njikwa pio kwete kio kete kubanda nengwitereria mae na nenguremera ngikada ndirenda kio kuvumbura miaka mieri erete bila 90% tukoro mwenayo ndibona ndoterege neto na mwaba tukimenya na udotemoni emenya kweli inawezekana ndiboni tangira ndewega mwana ndio tuna wega na ndio sokia bade wiki ndio ilikuwa tu nilikuwa escorted kuja nyumbani adoma hoye na tutawafanyia.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo, mlima ndio huo, basi tuendelee kuongea. Rafael, vipi?
Salama kabisa, habari ya huko?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru.
Naona Kenya kuko safi kabisa.
Baba na mama.
Baba na mama. Sasa mimi kwanza nafurahikia vile mzee alifanya jana. Na ni jambo la aibu sana kwa mtu mzima kama Kalonzo kupitisha watu hapa na pale. Mwanaume ambaye amekuwa katika siasa kwa muda mrefu si afanye hivyo. Na ninajua kuna watu wawili, senators wawili wa Ukambani, Kalonzo na yule Wambua, wanamsumbua yeye huyo mzee. Lakini hata hivyo, hata kama wanamsumbua, lazima awe na msimamo yeye mwenyewe aamue. Manake hata kama watoto nyumbani wanakuletea shida, kama baba wa boma hilo lazima uwe na msimamo na kusema tutaenda direction hii. Nashukuru kwa maoni ambayo mmenipatia, lakini huu ndio mwelekeo. Ni mgumu, lakini tuende hapa. Lakini mzee wetu Kalonzo ambaye tumemheshimu kwa muda mrefu, nimesikitika sana. Na Raila ambaye tunamtarajia awe rais wetu, alifanya kitu cha maana sana, kumpatia nafasi. Na nina hakika Raila hatatoa haraka hapo, hatabadilisha haraka, kwa sababu anampenda huyu mtu. Wamekuwa pamoja kwa muda mrefu. Lakini itabidi pengine akiwa hatabadilisha nia, basi akose hiyo nafasi. Lakini ameleta aibu, si kwa yeye peke yake, hata kwa wale waandani wake wa karibu amewapatia aibu kubwa sana. Mimi tayari nahisi, si Mkamba mimi, natoka pwani kabisa, lakini nimesikia aibu kwa tendo ambalo amekuwa kilifanya tangu mambo yaanze. Alialikwa kitambo aanze na baba, aende pamoja na baba, hakufanya hivyo, akawa katika Oka, akaenda Oka, huko kukachafuka, akaja kuwa karibu na baba, akawa kana kwamba ni jambo la kusikitisha. Lakini pale yuko tunamuombea Mungu amrehemu. Na kama hatabadilisha nia, kitu ni kwamba anatayarisha coffin yake ya politically, kaburi yake ya kisiasa anaiweka tayari wazi, inamngoja. Baada ya mwezi wa 8, haya kaburi la kisiasa litakuwa linamngoja. Lakini naomba tu afanye uamuzi na kuendelea kukaa na baba. Jambo la pili ni kwamba siasa za Mlima Kenya kweli huwa haziamuliwi haraka. Na sasa ndio tumeanza kuona dalili kwamba mrengo unabadilika. Na si kitambo huyo mzee atapata kura nyingi kutoka Mlima Kenya. Na hata sehemu zingine, hata kule ambako mnasikia mambo ya Kilifi, msidanganywe kwamba kuna kura huko za UDA. Wale ambao wamesimamishwa wa UDA, pengine kuna jamaa mmoja ambaye ni senator anasimama na UDA, na huyo watu wamempenda sana kwa sababu ameleta maendeleo. Lakini huyo mama na huyo Kingi, hayo mambo yao yameisha. Kwa hivyo msiwe na wasiwasi katika maeneo mengi. Huyo mzee atapata kura nyingi sana. Zinaweza zikashinda zile Kenyatta alipata miaka ile 2017. Kwa sababu si kwamba anajiuza yeye anajiuza, anafanya tu anaenda tu, watu tu wanampenda toka zamani kwa sababu amepigania watu wengi sana, amepigania Kenya. Hata wale ambao wanampinga sasa tena wanajua kabisa kama si yeye kupigania haki za watu, hawangeweza kuwa wanaweza kumtukana leo. Kama ni mimi ninapingana na yeye, ningewachilia tu nikasema tungoje tu tumwapishe mzee mwezi wa 8. Lakini kuna watu wamesimama ngangari, wanataka waingie kwa uongozi kwa sababu ya faida zao wenyewe, si kwa sababu ya taifa, kwa sababu zao wenyewe. Lakini tuombe tu uzima, taifa liwe na amani, watu wapige kura. Ule uzoefu wa kwamba baada ya kura kuna vita visiwe, kuwe na amani na watu waendelee na maisha, na baba alete mabadiliko katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Ubaya ni kwamba mimi sitapiga kura, lakini ninaongea na watu wa nyumbani na ninajua nini kinaendelea kule. Kwa hivyo tuzidi tu, na hata nyinyi pia ambao mko katika nchi za nje kama mimi, mjaribu sana kuzungumza na watu wa nyumbani. Huyo mzee ni apite. It is now or never. Umesikia? It's now or never.
Sawa sawa.
Mbarikiwe sana.
Asante sana. Swali kwako na Alum anauliza wewe ni Bairia uko related na MD Bairia? Biria. I don't know that you are. Kuna swali hapa soma mwenyewe utajibu mwenyewe. Unmute, you are on mute, we can't hear you.
Huyo jamaa simjui, pengine is related to me, lakini simjui.
Okay, sawa, thank you very much. Let's get this shortly before Jared comes in. And if you're able to get us, please invite somebody to watch with you. Let us all do our part to see to it that as many as possible get access to right information, even as we analyze our politics. So if you're able to get us, invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to tune in. Share the link with your groups, Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups. Let us all go into action. It is important that we draw in as many as possible to understand what is happening politically. I understand we are one rare channel that discuss this. There are not many. So let us all help Kenyans to locate this place and be able to learn 1 or 2 things. Secondly, you please make sure you are a subscriber. On YouTube, subscribe on Mtembei TV. On Facebook, follow Mtembei TV so that you will not miss any of our broadcasts. We do more than just this show. There are many other shows that we do, and all of them are geared towards passing information that you may need. So please don't just watch. Please invite somebody to watch with you. Yes.
One more thing, Ben. One more thing.
Sema.
Nimekuwa nikisoma some kind of prophecies zinatolewa concerning who will be our next president. I'm a believer and I believe in prophecies, but I have a question with most of the prophecies I have read and I have heard. I'm not convinced by any of them. I once told people where I am, because there were so many prophecies about an election which we had some years back. And people were saying so-and-so is going to be the president. And I told people who are very close to me, I'm not convinced by this. And watch this. This person will never be the president. And it so happened. So I'm not convinced by those many prophecies which I read and I hear, I watch them in videos. I sympathize with those people who are involved in themselves in giving wrong prophecies. Mbarikiwe sana.
Thank you. That's a topic we will need to discuss sometime. But we have all manner of things. The state of the church in Kenya specifically has been bought politically, and so what they are doing is not prophesying. They're just doing political analysis in favor of their preferred candidate. That is the much I can make out of those things. Either they are prophets for hire or they are on pay. And then there is this guy here, David somebody. Please don't usilete hapa propaganda, okay? Mtembei TV is here. It has no political affiliation. Number one, that is, we are not Azimio TV. There is an Azimio TV on YouTube, okay? We are not an Azimio TV. We are not sponsored by David Mrethi or any political party. Pereka uongo wako mahali pengine tafadhali, okay? I want you to understand that I'm even doing this show as a volunteer, okay? I'm doing this show as a volunteer. There's nobody paying me to do this show. So I'm here every night because I choose to do something to help Kenya. So hii uvumieni ya kusema hapa tumepewa 300 million ya propagate propaganda. Somebody pays me 300 million and I stay awake all night like this. I will go for one vacation somewhere and go and stretch my bones. Chungeni sana tafadhali. Don't insult us, okay? If you people cannot do anything for Kenya until you are paid, go ahead and do it. We are here because we love Kenya and we want the best for Kenya. Naomba hivi wacha tucheze hii video alafu tusonge mbele tafadhali. Oh, God. Thank you, Jesus. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Martin Ndeto says I should tell you he's the only genuine prophet. So you listen to him. He will join the show later on. Anasema achana na hao manabii wengine, yeye ndio nabii wa kweli peke yake. Jared, karibu.
Thanks, the panelists. And first, I didn't get a chance yesterday and the other day. Congratulations, Mama Selena. I know you really needed this. Now, coming to what we have today, it's good that my friend Innocent came back because there is some things he was saying about Ukambani, which I wanted to also give 2 cents of mine. One, it is good that you guys, whoever who is believing that Kalonzo Musyoka has got 1.5 million votes. So what you're telling us is that William Ruto and his team do not have anything out of that. So the entire Ukambani is in the hands of Kalonzo. If that is what you're trying to say, then I see dark days ahead of UDA. One thing I can tell you for a fact is that when you say that Azimio has lost votes, I don't know. They have not voted. That nothing has happened. Maybe unless you arrived in Kenya the other day or you're from somewhere. This is typical Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka, I can bet my life will go nowhere. In fact, very soon after this vacation, he will be the most person campaigning for Raila Amolo Odinga to be the next president. And with all those orphans from Kambani would also be campaigning. These Junior and all these people. You have to understand that there is personal, these people looking at the personal level. Remember that we're still at the earlier stage. And if Kalonzo could not react the way he reacted, he would lose the grip of Kambani. Even though they're gonna vote for Baba, still Kalonzo wants to continue holding the Ukambani section. So that's why you keep giving these people hope that you are the one who has a direction for them. But when everything is said and done, you will come back and know where we're going. Otherwise, if there was a danger that they are going to UDA, then people would worry. If you saw Gideon Moy was in KICC, and he was dispatched to go stay with Kalonzo Musyoka, because the only worry we have is that Kalonzo can change and then he go to UDA. So that's why we give him Gideon to make sure that he can do whatever he wants to do, but he cannot hurt himself. You know, there's a time you give a kid, you say, kid is mad, let them jump up and down, but make sure, watch them, that they don't hurt themselves. So hurting themselves is just going to collect some change from UDA. So we in Azimio, we are pretty confident. We have no worry. When you see Baba has never said anything about. In fact, Kalonzo Musyoka said, which I don't know whether we don't get this information. Kalonzo Musyoka said when Baba left Mombasa, he went straight to his place. They had night meetings. They have been talking. He said actually Baba knew that he's going to unveil a running mate. Why would Baba know that he's going to unveil and then give him a job? You know? So this is all things which we want to keep on TV. I want to break news to you so that and everybody else to know that some of the things you see today, it's not that somebody wake up and say, Mother Karua Tosa, or is a running mate. This is something which has been planned a long time ago. The presidency is already known. Okay? When Baba says you will be a minister, you already know that this is the person who's going to be. So he's not even just working. He already knows what is going to happen because this already been planned. Let me tell you one thing. And I will give credit to one Professor Mutai Nguyen of the Tyranny of Numbers. Almost 10 months ago, when there was nothing close by, anybody could not even believe. He said Martha Karua would be the running mate for Raila. And this is a president advisor. But people did not take him serious. That is when the plan had already started. In fact, all this going to Oka and all this, they knew that how are we going to manage Kalonzo? All they have been trying to do is to manage Kalonzo with his ego and everything to come to accept. In fact, when Kalonzo went to Azimio, he was told from day one that the running mate position is going to Mount Kenya. Otherwise, he would not be making noise. He knew, but they left him to make noise so that he can keep his stronghold. So let's not worry about that. What we need to see is the geniusness of Baba. I want somebody to tell me if William Ruto can go to coast and tell them, I am William Samoei Arab Masamba, and I'm planning to solve issues of Masamba in coast by giving this one guy, Kingi, to be a senator, to be a speaker of the Senate, so that he can change rules in the Senate to make sure that your lands are taken care of. No. Baba give solutions. You have problems, you solve the problems. If you, some of you who have read Henry Ford, when one guy went and told him the problems, is the owner who have met a kind of a vehicle which we call Ford. He gave him a problem, what was going on the company, and they told him, now I want you to go and fix it. And that is exactly what Baba is doing. Mount Kenya, you have problems with your crops. This Munya, go solve it. You guys come from there, solve it. In coast, they have only one problem, and that is the problem Yamasamba. Joe, fix it once and for all. Western, we don't have Mumias. We don't have this. Hey, Obaranya, take care of the money. Make sure that they have everything they need. How are you going to go and say anything now? I don't know. So that is a genius of Baba. So we have a long way. Today, people gonna start using a small excuse, and that's how Mount Kenya gonna run away from Ruto. You're gonna see they saying now they're gonna start comparing. Where are we safe? Are we safe with Rigati or are we safe with Mother Karua? Let me tell you what we are having now. What we are having is a payback period. A payback period where one presidential candidate said Kibaki Tosha in 2002. It is time for payback. Second, in 2007, when Kibaki was threatened to cut short his presidency, Martha Karua helped the old Muse to finish his term. That is a payback period now. The two, they are being paid back. Hey, now you did your part. It's your turn now to continue. I don't want to talk about Marara. I think we would be wasting our time. That's a gone case. I don't want to waste my time. Let's consider Marara case a local politics. And the Krivi, those are local politics. We don't want to waste our time. Let's watch on what is happening. The next polling, you will look and see. I am very sure each person, including Moses Kuria, on a national TV, he said one time that it's only Martha Karua who will be the same pair of hands. How can he run away from that? He was talking from his heart, and that is how many people will see this. Thank you, Bernard. Let's give other people a chance.
Okay, asante sana Jared for that one. I believe it's coming out clearly. Kila mtu anaelewa. The link is coming, Mr. Kamau, tegea hapo hapo. The chance is also getting narrower and narrower. Kabla tulete mapei, unless there is any matter rising. Let's play these two quick videos.
Kenyatta ndiye atakuwa kiongozi wa Kikuyu kulingana na maoni yangu. Thank you. Na mtu yeyote ambaye anapenda Wakikuyu afuate Uhuru. Thank you. Mtu yeyote ambaye anataka kuzungumza na Wakikuyu azungumuze na Uhuru. Uhuru atatuambia. Serikali yoyote ambayo itakuja, Wakikuyu lazima wawe katikati yake.
Utachaguliwa. Tunakuomba, kuna kitu moja Rais Moi alikuwa anafanya, tunataka ufanye, na tunakuomba kwa heshima. Any one time unakuja hapa State Lodge, unafungua milango. Watu unapika mchele, nyama, nini, watu wanakuja huko, wanakula, wanakuambia kwa heri, wanaenda. Kakoni roge murenda. Hiyo tu.
Yes, mapei.
Bernard? Oh, okay. I want to say one thing, Bernard, before it comes.
Yes, Emma, what is it, Jared?
You know, this guy has made a very big blunder if there is something the Kikuyu fear is Moi. Now trying to say that they want William Samoei to be like Moi, you're reminding them. Oh my goodness. I don't know. It's okay.
Sawa, hiyo ndio people speaking not knowing what they are saying. Mapei, you click on the link on the microphone beside your name on the screen. Sauti yako itatoka.
Aya, wasikilizaji, chenye mimi nafurahia. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Chenye mimi nafurahia, politics Kenya ilibadilika jana. Kama tungepiga kura 8 months ama 10 months ago, Raila angekuwa president. Vile hii wameenda polepole na program nzuri na wakachakua Martha Karua, siasa Central Province imebadilika. Mtu asikudanganye. Hata tulikuwa nasema juzi maybe hii team ya UDA itakuwa na 65, lakini mimi naona wakitaramuka watakuja mpaka karibu 30-29. In fact Jubilee itakuwa na more MPs ile mimi sikuwa natarajia, because nilikuwa nimetoka na nyuki jana on Sunday, nikasikia vile wanaongea, wakasema roho yao na maisha yao mwenye atabalisaidia hao ni Martha Karua, na ukweli Mungu aliwasikia. Na in fact hata mimi watu wangu kutoka Wasingishu na Elgeyo Marakwet wananipigia Mapei, how did you know Raila atakuwa president? Nikaambia, unajua hii maneno ni ya Mungu. Juu vile niliambia nyinyi mbeleni, in Rift Valley tuko na 14 counties. Na out of 14 counties, kabla hata Martha Karua kuchakuliwa, Ruto alikuwa na 5. Ingine yote ilikuwa ni ya baba, 9. If you are say kama Kajiado, hiyo county namba 1 ni ya baba. Tukienda Narok ni ya baba. Tukikuja Turkana ni ya baba. Tuenda Samburu ni ya baba. Tukikuja Laikipia, tukule Nyandarua na Nakuru na Trans Nzoia na West Pokot. Alafu William nimwachie Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Wasingishu, nimwachie Nanti, nimwachie Kericho na Bomet. Na still inside Wasingishu, Raila ako na more than 150 votes. Alipata 70 last time. This time vile sasa Ruto ameenda ngweng na Uhuru, baba might get 150. Ruto akiwa 200, baba iko 150. And that's a very big blow to Ruto. So Kenyans, mimi nimefurahia. Unajua heshima ni kitu ya maana. Hata kwa boma ya mtu, bibi akikuwa na kichwa, hiyo nyumba itakalika. Na bibi hawezi onyesha watoto mzee ni mbaya. Lazima utuende kwa room kwa tuongee na tusort out. So I want to tell Kenyans, yesterday ukiona vile watu walifurahi kuanzia Kitale, Kisii, Kisumu, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, kuja Murang'a, ilianzia Kiambu, Nakuru, which means hii watu wamefurahia mpaka Tharaka Nithi tuko mimi niliona kwa YouTube, mpaka Meru, which means Martha Karua amekubalika na Martha Karua amechange election ya Mount Kenya mpaka Meru. Sasa siasa itakuwa soft, haitakuwa ngumu ile watu kwa waweke picha ya baba. Things have changed. Hiyo ndio mimi nimepiga kura kwanza 1988. Watu wasinione hivi. Nilianza 88, kakuja wakati hiyo mpaka Moi akaenda, tukakuja Kibaki. Tumekuja sasa Uhuru anaenda, tunaenda Raila. Hata hii Kalonzo kuenda kutoka kwa hii Azimio ni ngumu. Hii itakuwa kama wakati ya Uhuru na Mudavadi na Raila. Hakuna mara Mudavadi alienda na my boss Gideon. Sasa mimi najua mimi ni mtakano. Lakini mimi nimedecide kama Gideon atasema anafuata yule Mudavadi Kalonzo, mimi napage na baba. Sababu at my age lazima ni make decision. Hii chama hii tunaona Nick Salata alikuwa jana huko KICC na alifanya kazi mzuri kama sisi watu ya KANU. Ananjo
China yetu iendelee, lazima tukae na baba. Alafu kama unajua uliiba kitu, mimi siwadanganye, anza kurudisha mapema. Kuna hiyo mama anaitwanga recovery assets. Kama ulichukua nyumba ya meya, kama ulichukua nyumba ya serikali kwa njia hii ile haikubaliki, sikudanganye. Tukisua hii tu Martha Karua namna hii, alafu shika na Martha Kaome, my friend, things itakuwa tofauti, fiti itakuwa tofauti. So hii Kenya inataka mtu kichwa ngumu kama Martha Karua, haitaki mtu soft mwenye make decision. Tunataka mama kichwa. Mimi napenda huyo mama sababu akisema no means no. Si kama ingine unaambia mimi nilikuwa nataka nini, nakwambia ngoja tafikiria. Kenya haitaki hivyo. Moi alisema Kenya inataka uongeze dictatorship ndio inji inyoroke. Na ile kitu iko, mimi nawaomba tukubali matokeo. Sasa mimi naona ni watu wataenda kushindwa na 2 million if I'm not wrong. Na wasikuja kwangu kunisumbua sababu nilikuwa naongea leo na Tolgos, akaniambia appointment imetengenezwa, whether he get senate or not atakuwa kwa serikali. So wewe unaona hata mimi naweza kuwa ambassador ya Uganda, so mimi natafuta personal assistant ndio mtu akuja kwa my PA huko Uganda. Thank you very much, na Mungu abariki. Na hii program nitakuwa naingia every day, si kwa nimejua. Nimeshukuru mwenye alitumia link. Mungu akubariki. Thank you so much.
Unipatie namba, ambia Tolgos anipatie namba, akienda Uganda nikuwe hapo karibu, niko na Bobi Wine.
Kabisa, karibu ndakupatia namba.
Okay, asante sana Mabei, nashukuru sana. Nilikuwa naona video yako, sasa nashukuru kwa opportunity ya kuinteract na wewe, na karibu. Hii show inaendelea kila siku kuanzia saa 3 mpaka saa 11 asubuhi. Kwa hivyo karibu, tutasonga mbele. Frederick,
thank you so much.
Unmute.
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes.
I'm happy I'm back today. I've seen Talena, Jared, Kamau. I'm very happy to see them. Let me congratulate my brother who has just spoken now. He has just forgotten to say that even though wenye waleuza makaburi waanze kurudisha pesa.
Wavu wanadai.
Unajua kuna wenye waleuza makaburi, Mata Kariani. Thank you, Bernard. I just want to make a few remarks about the I have 2 issues to say about Kalonzo. Some are saying if Kalonzo might run to Kenyans or to Kalonzo, if there is any person getting us right now. In 2007, Kalonzo ran as a president and he became number 3. And he just joined number 2 when they are stealing the votes from number 1. And that's the reality. I think by that time, now they are talking about 2 million votes from Mukambani. If they are talking about 2 million votes from Mukambani, I don't think these 2 million votes will be for Kalonzo all. Because in Mukambani, we have Mutua, who have just joined Kenya Kwanza. We have Governor Mdama, who is in Kenya Kwanza. I think these 2 gentlemen, they all have votes. Even if we can talk about 2 million, say they have gone with 500,000 votes. We are remaining with 1.5 million. Remember, this 1.5 million, we have Governor Kivuta Kibwana, we have Governor Charity Ngilu. They also have their votes. Which means Kalonzo is having less than 1 million in Ukambani. Now let us not talk about 2 million at Kalonzo having 2 million. Even today, Charity Ngilu confirmed that the remaining leaders, they had a meeting today declaring that they are going to campaign for Azimio. Huko kwa Kenya kwanza nafikiri mambo imeanza kukua magumu. Leo ukipata chenye Isa Juma alisema huko Mombasa, they have been pushing themselves, Isa Juma and Kingi. And she just told Kingi off. By the time Joe was talking about the land issues, Kingi was quiet eating. He was enjoying himself. Nothing he has done about the land issues in Mombasa. Meaning he can do anything even now. Kingi alikimbia kutoka Azimio, hii mambo ya zoning hati hao kwa wanataka wafanyie zoning. Penye ameenda sasa ndio kimeumana sasa. Isa Juma told him to withdraw all the aspirants candidates from KILIFI. He's going to remain with bare-handed. Nothing is going to gain from there. And I'm telling you, today is 17th. Before the end of this month, between Mutua and Kingi, they might come back to Azimio. They might come back. Even Kalonzo himself is going to come back. And let us tell the people of Ukambani that the chance given to Kalonzo was not for Kalonzo. The chance was for Ukambani people. Let the Ukambani people make the right decision for them to return the chance given to them by the 5th president, Raila Amolo Odinga. Kalonzo have an personal interest because by the time he joined Azimio, he wanted the name Kenya Kwanza to be in Azimio ticket, which Raila bowed down for his request.
One Kenya Kwanza.
Yeah, one Kenya. Thank you, my brother. One Kenya. Another thing, he also bargained for Nairobi, positions in Nairobi until Wiper gets the position of deputy governor Nairobi. The same thing Kalonzo wanted to do it in Mombasa. How can you check a rejected person, the person who was impeached, to go and run for governor in Mombasa? And to make it worse, this person is pretending that the parents were buried in Mombasa. The person pretending, oh, my mother was buried in Mombasa, going to the wrong grave, cheating people of Kenya. Their time has come to an end. If you can compare what I saw today in Mount Kenya, I just want to tell Kenyans that things have changed totally. Things have changed. I've been following Martha Karua since morning, how she was being received, the reactions from people, even from yesterday. If Martha Karua is from Kirinyaga, celebrations was all over Kiambu, Nyeri, Kirinyaga. I can say in all Mount Kenya regions, they were all happy with Martha Karua being nominated as the deputy president of Kenya. And I want to tell you, in this politics of Kenya, nobody can match Raila Amolo Odinga. From 2007, people said Raila Amolo Odinga will not stand for a president 2013. Alitumia mbinu zake vile amejua, akakuwa kwa debe 2013. Walipiga kilele, oh, baba ameisha, narudi nyumbani 2017. Ndio hiyo alikuwa kwa debe. Hii 2022 ndio walipiga kelele sana. Sasa saa hii yeye ndiye ako mbele. Ako kwa debe hata kushinda watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Yeye tayari ako ndani ya debe, naweza sema ati ako ndani ya debe. Si hata nje, ako ndani. Even if we might fail this round, I want to assure you that 2027 he will still be in the ballot. So in politics of Kenya, people like Kingi, I heard one of my brother here say that we cannot talk about local politics, and it is true. Who made Kingi whom he is today, if not Raila Amolo Odinga? Who fight for Kingi to get the governor of KILIFI 2 terms? Why don't we just be people who can say thank you after getting something? After getting something, we should learn to say thank you. even how little it is, we should say thank you. Raila Amolo Odinga helped King a lot to retain the governorship for KILIFI County 2 terms. Because of personal interest, anaona hii akitoka hii kiti ya governor sijui ataisha ataenda nyumbani, ndio maana akaenda akafungua party. Hiyo party yake sasa anataka kujifanya na anataka kujipiga nayo karata. Kama ujui siasa hata ufungwe party ngapi hautafaulu. Kalonzo hii party yake sijui hii Wiper asialetoka ODM Kenya. ODM Kenya ilienda wapi? Raila Amolo Odinga, this ODM he has now, it has been there for almost 10 years, 10 and above years. Where's ODM Kenya? Sai Kalonzo anakimbia ati anakimbia anaenda kusimama in the presidency na in the independent candidate. Someone who has a party. Inamaanisha Wiper party are just lost like that. Yeah, it has gone. It has gone. So for Kalonzo, he will form another party. The same to Mutua. Chap has gone. Ameenda Kenya Kwanza bila party. Because the constitution does not allow any party who has signed agreement within a coalition to withdraw by now. So Mutua, Kalonzo, let them go start another party. But we are telling them, things have changed. If you have given small, just appreciate that one. Kalonzo should have appreciated the position given by the Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. He should appreciate the position given with the position of Deputy Governor Nairobi County. Why to look for more seats? And by the time Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga wanted them to sit down to discuss and to see way forward how they can make up their coalitions, they disagree with them. They walked away. Walikuwa wanaimba mimi ndio nataka. Sasa kama Mudavadi alikimbia kutoka kwa Oka ati anaenda huko kwa Ruto sijui kwa deputy president. Sasa amepata hiyo deputy president. And these are the same people who was against the BBI. Now they want to come. Now they want to use the BBI through the back door. BBI was not their brainchild. Why don't they look for theirs? And we want to tell them things have changed. Watu wa Western walikuwa wanadanganywa na Kenya Kwanza, tutawapatia
summarize time bad.
Thank you. Tutawapatia national speaker, sijui national assembly speaker, sijui tutawapatia prime minister. The position of prime minister is not there. They have to change the constitution. And if they were complaining they were not after changing the constitution, where is this position of prime minister is coming from? Baba has given Western Kenya the position of Senate Speaker, Senate. They have given the position of Treasury. All money will be accounted from the Western Kenya. And Baba has done a very good job. And I think all people who are around Baba by now, they will be given positions to hold. Otherwise, thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Frederick, we appreciate that. Dunia iko na mimba. Which video have you sent me? There are so many videos I receive. And some of the numbers are nameless. So I don't know exactly which one you're asking for. If you could be kind, just do a text message to that effect, then it will help. Because if you ask for that video, I send you. I receive videos even from anonymous people. Then we have to assess the video before we play it. We don't play every video. Some videos are copyrighted. If we play, the channel gets into the risk of being wherever red taped. So lazima tukague kila kitu. So please do a text message to that effect if I haven't played the video you requested. But remember, the decision on which video to play is absolutely ours, and it is subject to the to the regulations and the rules of the channel. Let's listen to this video.
Alisimama na wewe wakati mlipoambiwa mumeua watu huko 2007. Kindiki alikupeleka Kindiki alisimama na wewe wakati mlipoambiwa mumeua watu huko 2007. Kindiki alikupeleka Hague. Mwenyewe ndiye alikwambia hutafungwa, ulikuwa unafinga kwenda Hague. Kindiki akakwambia hapana, mimi ni international law. Twende nikupeleke Hague, hautafungwa. Kindiki akaenda akakutetea na akakusaidia kabisa, akakurudisha mpaka nyumbani. Asante ya punda ni mateke. Akatoka hapo. Kindiki huyu akapegwa majority rinda. Wewe ukapokonya yeye. Ukapea mtu yako ya mkono, mtu anaitwa Murkomen. Isitoshe wewe Ruto, Kindiki alipopegwa deputy speaker. Na uongei wakati anapokonywa uongei. Wakati alipegwa deputy speaker, wewe ulisukua hiyo kiti na ukapatia. Wakati Kindiki alipegwa deputy speaker, alifokonywa sister yako, ukapatia hiyo kiti. Na umwambii Kamara, madam Kamara ndiye alipewa kiti, ni sister yako. Na usidanganya watu si sister yako. Ukitaka nikuje niseme na tupanye DNA watu kwa Kenya wajue ni sister yako. Ukamsaliti Kindiki mara ya pili. Mara ya tatu ukakuja hapa Kadwana, Kindiki akakwambia juu kumekaa hivyo nikubalie nirudi nyumbani nikasaidia watu wetu. Kindiki akakuja akatwambia nataka kiti ya Ngabana. Wewe njoo unataka kumuua. Ukamfuata mpaka Kadwana, ukakuja ukatwambia tukupatie huyu kijana wewe ukampatie deputy president. Tukasema ndio, tukaribika. Wewe ulipoenda na yeye ukamwekea mitego. Ukasema nitawekea huyu kijana mtego mpaka anguke. Nenjuu yeye ni Musa Mungu na anaomba Mungu sana. Na Mungu anamsikia. Akategua mitego yote. Ya kwanza ulimwambia wewe nataka uwe unaandika sheria za vyama. Akakutengezea mzuri vile kina Mundaba, kina Bagweta, hawata kusumbua na ukafurahia sana. Baada ya hiyo ukasema sasa tuende nikupee running mate. Ukaona sasa juu Kindiki si mtu ukadhani hana watu. Ukasema wapige kura. Njuu wewe na Kasagwa mlikuwa mnaiba weke 92. Kasagwa akiwa DO. Na wewe ukiwa kijana wa mkono wa Nyayo, Moyani. Wewe ukasema wapige kura. Njuu ulikuwa unadhani watu watanunuliwa na pesa. Watu wa area yako wenyewe wa Rift Valley walimpigia Kindiki. Kindiki ilipigwa kura mara ya kwanza kakua na 118. Wakarundia Kasagwa akiwa na kura 8. Wakarundia mara ya pili. Kindiki akapata 118 tena. Kasagwa akapata sire zake 8. Ikapiga saa 5 usiku. Ukasema sasa waza tupige kura mara ya mwisho. Ikakuwa hivyo hivyo. Ukasema uitue mtu anaitwa, ukasema wacha waende nyumbani. Ukaita mtu ambaye anaitwa Weta, Mundabadi na Jameson Kingi wa Kiripi, Mombasani, na huyu jamaa wa Ukambani Bwana Mtua. Huyu wa Ukambani. Wa Ukambani Bwana Mtua. Wakakuja wote, wakawambia wakushauri. Na mbeleni ulikuwa unatusi watu wa Azimio. Hii ni kitu rahisi sana, wanafanya mkutano, wanasawana, wanakaa kwa hoteli. Ulishindwa kuchagua kivipi? Ukawambia nimesindikana nipeni ushauri. Wakakawambia juu sasa hii watu ni wengi na hii Gachagua hata pita. Wacha tupige kura za Mount Kenya peke yake. Watu wa Mount Kenya wakakuja, wakaambiwa pigeni kura. Kindiki akapata 24. Gachagua akapata 4. Mtu anaitwa Madili ndi Mundaba akapata kura 1. Muturi huyu hapa mbele akapata 1. Kuna hii mama ya huko Kirinyaga akapata ingine 1. Mkasema kuna mtu amesaguriwa kwa saguriwe turundie tena. Mkarundia mara ya mwisho. Kindiki akapata kura 24. Gachagua akapata sire zake 4. Kwa nini? Ni watu gani hao unasema Kindiki hana? Na hawa wabunge ndio wataenda ground waseme tumeamua ni Kindiki na ndiye atatusaidia. Usituone kama wajinga, utituambie Kindiki hana watu. Hawa wabunge walikuwa wanasagua Kindiki. ni watu wanaakilisha mamilioni ya watu Ruto. Kwa hivyo njoo wewe utaki mtu ambaye anatajwa na Mungu. Njoo wewe unataka mwizi kama wewe. Muibe pesa ya Kenya yote, mumalize Kenya, muende mkaisi ng'ambo. Tuanze tukitabika. Njoo unajua Kindegu kimweka pale, ameambiwa na Biblia asikule mali ya haramu. Ukoona hautapata mwanya wa kuiba Kenyans. Na ndio wewe ukamua usikue mkora mwenzako Gachagua, my friend, nendeni na mutapata hii kiti, nendeni mkanguke Ramoru Girindi kama bire mtu anaitwa Abu alianguka. Asanteni sana.
I wasn't in Karen, but I feel like I was represented. Oh my God. Nani huyu? Tusikilize bwana Kamau kwanza. Mr. Kamau.
Yes, sir.
How are you today?
I'm fantastic. No, hata niko na mioni kama Mama Selina.
Yaani naona mtaniingiza hiyo dini tu saa hii.
Yeah, unajua sasa uzee ikiingia haina hodi bana.
Karibu mawili matatu tusonge mbele.
Nashukuru sana kwa fursa nyingine mpya ya kujadili mambo ambayo yanaendelea. I'm happy kwa hiyo clip nimeona. I think now hii mambo ya kumanage siasa, I think Ruto amejua hii si kitu rahisi. Unajua Raila amekuwa kwa hii game miaka mingi. Amekuwa more than 30 years. Na huyu kijana amekuwa kwa serikali mahali ambapo anaambiwa nimekuwa appoint uwe waziri wa kilimo, next time nimekuwa appoint uwe waziri wa higher education, nimekuwa appoint uwe deputy president, nimekuwa appoint uwe nini, lakini sasa wakati sasa ameambiwa yeye mwenyewe ajimanage siasa zake zimekuwa ngumu. Kwa sababu kile Raila alifanya jana, alifanya kitu inaitangwa hitting below the belly. Because wale watu ambao wanaongea juu ya one man, one vote, one shilling ni watu wa Mount Kenya. That is their biggest concern as we speak. So what did Raila do? Akaambia deputy president ambaye ninawapatia hatakuwa tu deputy president, atakuwa pia the minister and the CS of justice and constitutional affairs. Kwa hivyo mambo yenu ya one shilling, one bob, one person, representation, constitutional issues mnataka ziangaliwe, mko na mtu wenu. So Raila just drew those things, that problem into the laps of Mother Karua to deal with it. That is professionalism. And then hakumalizia hapo, akasema najua pia Mount Kenya mko na shida sijui ya chakula yenu, kahawa haina do, sijui maziwa haina pesa, sijui pyrethrum haina pesa. Hiyo pia nimepatia CS Munya aendelee kufanya reforms zake. So he threw that again into the laps of the Mount Kenya people to sort it out themselves. Then he didn't leave it at that. He went to the coast. Yeah, coast people, the only big problem they had, hatuna title deeds, hatuna nini, sisi ni masquota, tuko na hii na hii, hatujui tutafanya nini, tumeachiliwa na serikali, adhali mtu mmoja wetu angetusaidia. Raila gave the Ministry of Lands and Adjudication to one Joho. Akaambia now it is in your lap. Sort your mess out. Msiniambia ati mimi nitawapatia political will. So you look at Raila Odinga and Ruto and find that one is playing at what we call championship and the other one is on Champions League. There is no contest here, because I can tell you the moment he chose Mother Karua, he will not only lead in Mount Kenya, but he will have a very big substantive vote that has actually shifted. Now we have seen that he actually has a heart of a Mount Kenya in his heart. Because Mother Karua is not only a leader. You see, people are saying that he doesn't have votes. Alisimama akapewa 43,000 votes. Angepewa ngapi tukiwa na Uhuru Kenyatta na Kibaki na kila mtu mwingine? Yeah. Kikuyus, we are dynamic. Yeah, once Kibaki left, he left the votes to Uhuru Kenyatta. Now that Uhuru Kenyatta is leaving, he's going to leave the votes to Mother Karua. So we are strategic, na lazima tuseme yeye ndiye atakuwa the kingpin or the queen pin for those who wants to waelewe what I'm talking about. Kwa hivyo we are very happy with Mr. Raila Amolo Odinga, and we are listening to his ideology and philosophy, and we know one thing: Raila's 5 years will change this country to the better. It will be a country that is inclusive. And I'm telling Kenyans, even those who are listening to me right now, if you're looking for change, you will not find any change in UDA. UDA is a status quo. It is a configuration of a KANU remnants. It's a group of thieves and thugs. There is no change there. And in any case, in UDA, you'll find that it is propelling exclusion. People who wants to dominate political life in Kenya forever. Because this country should not be dominated by two tribes. It is not a Kikuyu and a Kalenjin nation. This country has many other tribes, and when you're looking for change, you want a woman in the candidature, it is in Azimio. You want another tribe in the candidature, it is in Azimio. Yeah, hii mambo ya kumi yangu, kumi yako should come to an end. Yeah, ati sasa tupatie Ruto 10 sasa. After kupatia Uhuru 10 sasa tupatie Ruto 10, alafu apatie Rigathi 10. Rigathi naye apatie mtoto wa Ruto 10. Mtoto wa Ruto naye sijui atafute mtoto wa Kostani 10. You know, we cannot do that. We have to make sure that this country, every other tribe is included, and it is participating in the growth of this country. Kalonzo naye, how can you be in an Azimio agenda and you have already have a plan B? Uko na kisu kwa mkono, kwa mguu. That is so immoral. Because if you are in Azimio, be in Azimio. Sasa tunasikia ati alikuwa amejipanga ati amepeleka jina yake huko kwa IEBC hata mapema kabla hata ya deputy president kuchaguliwa. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Inamaanisha hata angechaguliwa kama deputy president wangekuwa disqualified, kama vile one of the lawyers was talking about, because you are having hidden agendas. And I want to say this: it is a high time the Kamba nation that is listening to me, they be part of a movement. Don't lose your vote. Don't cast your vote and lose it because of anger. The only person or the only area that can open Ukambani, it is in the Azimio side. The other side, there is no way you can survive. So I'm saying, those people who want progress, it is a high time we support Raila Odinga and give him a 65% vote mandate so that he can rule this country and lead us to prosperity. Thank you, Bana Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. One moment, let me get a video before we bring in nilikuwa nimeruka wiki. Okay.
Coalition and UDA has been and will continue to support actively and promote all its candidates vying for various positions in Kilifi County. There will be no zoning in Kilifi County. While we appreciate His Excellency Amason Kingi as an outgoing governor, we note with great concern that his bad records as county chief may affect UDA and Kenya Kwanza popularity in Kilifi County unless he starts sanitizing himself with the people of Kilifi. Kenya Kwanza na UDA coordinator wa Kilifi County ni Aisha Jumwa akisaidiana na Mheshimiwa Owen Baya. Na kuchaguliwa kwa Mheshimiwa Kingi kuwa coordinator wa mmoja wa wale coordinators ambao wamewekwa ndani ya Pwani, region nzima ya Pwani, ni kwamba tunamsihi aweze kulichukua jukumu hilo kama vile wengine kwa uzito, na kumshukuru mheshimiwa anayeondoka, Mheshimiwa Amason Jeffa Kingi, lakini pia katika mikataba ile iliyofanywa kule ni kwamba mheshimiwa, tumekuja kugundua ya kwamba jamii ya wana Kilifi bado wana hatihati kwa sababu ya utendaji kazi wake mbaya ambao haukunufaisha watu wa Kilifi. Kwa hivyo ili tusiweze kudhuru zile kura nyingi ambazo zingepigia Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto kule juu, basi aanze pia kutembea na kujisanitize na kujiosha kwa wananchi wa Kilifi, ili akaweze kukubalika na atakalo lisema liwe linaweza ku-add value katika mchakato mzima. Asa, I played a very big role to making sure that Mheshimiwa Governor Amason Kingi joins Kenya Kwanza. Kwa hivyo najua na ikifika hapo tuseme tu mimi najua. Kwa hivyo yeye hakuna jipi ambalo amelileta, na hii Kilifi hii kama tulivyosema ni UDA zone, yani wheelbarrow sita, na tunasema kazi ni kazi, na tukiongeza sana pesa mfukoni.
Haya, wheelbarrow sita. Wheelbarrow sita mnapeleka wapi? Karibu.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you.
Yesterday I could not make it. There was a very long jam. I don't know what happened in Nairobi yesterday. The jam was terrible, especially those who are using the North Airport Road. It was terrible. Anyway, I hope everything went on well. I watched it on YouTube. I saw very substantive debates and discussions, contributions. Let us keep it up because we want to grow the channel. We also want the channel to grow and meet so many viewers. First of all, Bernard, before I go to the topic of today, allow me comment on the first video, the video that you shared about the sisi ukikuja Nyeri State Lodge, uwe unatufungulia mlango, napika mchele. Then the other video which is also mixed with it is people being thrown to pieces of cakes. I think in 21st century, these are not things that should be happening to human beings. We are human beings, whether I don't support your political alienation, when we disagree in terms of political ideologies, but respect to humanity, right? And I pray that our youths are not used like they don't have jobs, so people will just use them to go and give them food, thinking that that is the only way to appease their anger for not creating them jobs. I think that is one thing that it hurts me when I watched the first video. It was very unfortunate. And again today I saw the Kenya Kwanza deputy presidential candidate also saying we go there to eat and sit there talk. That tells us that there are people with good ideas on how to assist their society, and those people actually want to use the society. you find a bunch of people who want to use the society, the people in the society, especially the youth, for their own political gain. Now giving them food, they feel like they are helping them. It's very unfair. It is something that as youth we should condemn. We should condemn kabisa. On Martha's homecoming. Yesterday I was at work, so when I got the message that when I was not able to watch it online, so I got the message that she was pronounced as the selected one, and I turned to Citizen TV, so I could see various reactions from several quarters of the country. It tells that there is a kind of a fresh blood that she's bringing in to the higher leadership rank in this country, and which anybody who was against her, who is not even supporting Azimio or which political alienation you are, we have to come back and think that what actually is good for this country, what do we need? And I saw it's marvelous to see that even people who are not from Mount Kenya region are celebrating that for the first time we have a wonderful woman who is a steadfast woman, who is very strong in terms of making decisions, in terms of protecting the country, protecting the resources that we have, is being selected as the deputy presidential candidate. It's something that it left me with a lot of goosebumps, and I pray that we have her as a leader come August. I will not talk about Malala, the Western issue. I am not going to comment about it because Malala is a case that is already closed. But I'll only talk about a bit of Kalonzo. Kalonzo, last time while you were here, a day before, a day before yesterday, we mentioned, like personally, I said something that there is nowhere Kalonzo is going. Actually, even the constitutionality, whatever they were raising, especially whatever Dan Manzo was raising about them going to court, I don't know which court they went to. I've not heard of the cases they presented to court, but I know personally, I have a feeling that she's going nowhere. She has nowhere to go. She's going just to stay there. And I think the political amendment bill which was ascended to law, that has really brought a lot of discipline. It has come up with a lot of discipline in political scene. Like, this is the time you would see someone running to another party, going to another party. But now, because of this particular bill, which so many didn't want and also so many wanted it, has really tied people that you have, once you make a decision, you have to make a decision. If you make a wrong decision, stay with that wrong decision. If you made the right decision, stay with the right decision. So you see now people are crying. But nothing they can do, because they are the same people who brought the bill, and we are happy about it. As Wananchi, we celebrate because we have nothing to lose after all. In terms of votes, it's a high time we as Kenyans also understand that as much as we have a kingpin in a region, this person doesn't carry the votes. It's people's decision, an individual decision, going to vote. While you are in the voting booth, you are alone. So I don't know why people say that, Wycliffe has 500,000 votes. I don't have the votes. It's the people. And when somebody goes to vote, it's a personal decision. a personal feeling that if I vote this particular person, this is the person who will protect my country, who will give me the services that I really need, who will be able to protect the future of our nation. So I don't think this thing should continue, but we pray as the youths who are coming that let us now have a conviction within ourselves and believe that if I vote the right person, regardless of which community he comes from or she comes from, we vote for good leaders. And if we vote for good leaders, we vote for ourselves. We vote for our future. We vote for our services. And we'll have a beautiful country without chaos, without quarrels. I pray we have a peaceful election. That's my submission. Thank you, and everyone have a fantastic night. I'm going to leave because I have to get to work.
Sasa
Thank you, Bernard.
asante Okiero kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tutasonga mbele, naomba tusikilize hii kwanza tukimletanga Moses.
Mkiletewa cake ambayo iko na sumu, imeundwa ikawekwa sumu, imewekwa ndani huko, alafu iwekwe icing, ati icing ni mama, ati juu yake ni icing, will it change the poison that is inside that cake? It will not change that poison. So we know whom we are voting for. We are voting for Raila Odinga. It cannot confuse us by trying to put some cherry in the cake to confuse the people of Kenya. We are very clear in our mind. We believe that Kenya Kwanza is a team that is going to make a greater difference in this country. And we are not voting for Rigathi Gachagua na William Ruto. Hapana. We are voting for the team. Team yetu iko na William Ruto, iko na Rigathi Gachagua, iko na Musalia Mudavadi, iko na Weta, iko na governor wa hapa Kahiga, na wengine wote wenye wako katika taifa letu. We are the team of the future, the team of change, the team of economy. They are the team of changing the constitution. Asanteni sana na Mungu awafariji. Thank you.
I may just
love nigetha tucakae hamwe na family na tumwire poleni sana andu ayo the tukite aha tukite nigetha tumuhe kiande gya kuririra. And as I sit down, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, tumefurahi sana kama watu wa Nyeri kwa sababu na pia watu wa Mlima kwa sababu ya kumkumbuka Rigathi Gachagua aweze kufanya kazi nawe. Na sisi tunataka kusema, na nikiongea hapa kama Kagushia, Your Excellency, uyu niwe Kagushia uri oraigua uri kuria Nairobi aragushia Mukurwe-ini na Kagushia. And mimi nataka kuambia kwamba uko na foot soldiers. Kuna watu wako hapa gangari, wako na uwezo, wako na pia ujasiri, na pia wako na ile fikra inahitajika katika kusimamia mlengo wetu wa Kenya Kwanza hapa Nyeri na hapa Mount Kenya. Na sisi tutahakikisha kwamba kila mwananchi ambaye anaishi hapa atajitokeza tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kuchagua wagombea wetu katika Kenya Kwanza, mlengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Mungu awabariki na nashukuru sana, tukiombea jamii iwe na faraja. God bless you.
3-year legal battle over a 100-acre parcel of land in Uasin Gishu County, pitting post-election violence victim Adrian Gilbert Muteshi against Deputy President William Ruto is finally over, with Ruto losing the ownership of the land, which has subsequently reverted back to Muteshi. High Court Judge Lady Justice Rose Ougo, who has been arbitrating the case, has also ordered Ruto to pay Muteshi a sum of 5 million shillings for trespass. The court held that there were fraudulent activities in the subdivision and transfer of the land, and that Muteshi had proved beyond reasonable doubt that he was the rightful owner. The court dismissed Ruto's claims that he had purchased the land, saying he had failed to show up in court to back his evidence. The court, however, declined to have Muteshi compensated for the losses incurred by not using his farm, arguing that he had not adduced evidence specifying the nature and extent of the losses, thus giving the court a hard time to evaluate the loss. Muteshi, who fled the Kapsogoi farm in 2008 at the height of the post-election violence, is glad that the matter has finally been resolved, but feels that the court should have awarded him more. The court also absolved Dorothea Tor from any blame after it ruled that she was not involved in the fraud.
I'm grateful that the matter has come to an end so far. We gave the figures. If you count the number of bags you get per year times 5 years,
How much was
it will be much less than that.
Ruto, the Attorney General, and the Commissioner of Lands will bear the costs of the case. Janet Chapia, K24 Evening Edition.
Tumepata kura moja kutoka Makurumen.
Yes, Murkomen is voting for Raila Odinga, and his mind is clear. Although he has another team. This is very interesting times. Moses Okiri. Mbio tafadhali.
Tunaambiwa mtu ile kitu unafikiria, unadanganya watu nilikuwa mlevi. That is what he had in mind. Lakini akanotice amesema makosa, akasema tulipatiwa keki iko na sumu, tukaweka maua. Sasa
Moses Okiri, please.
Hey. Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. It's my first time to be here, but it's really interesting. Now, to speak kidogo too, okay, I'm not that fan of politics, but mtu akasema that if you can't beat them, you join them. And this is what is happening here. Like if you check the Kenyan politics, here we are talking on Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. And if you try to check, like what happened yesterday, not the other day and yesterday about the naming of the presidential running mate. Now, if you check like what happened, it was in Karen. If you try to compare what happened in Karen and what happened in KICC, it's a very, very, very different. And in this case, you will see that Azimio already they've taken the lead. Like there was my brother here who said that it's like Champions League and Europa League. Those are two different cups. Now, in this case, if you try to check the number of people who attended at KICC and those who at Karen when Kenya Kwanza were naming the running mate, it was a big difference. One, you could see there was a lot of confusion in Kenya Kwanza, because if they were to name a running mate the other day, but they took almost 17 hours making votes, and per the video which you played, ulisikia that mzee anasema that Kindiki had more votes, and now Rigathi had only 4 votes, and at the end of the day, they are saying that it's Kajagwa who is taking the lead. Do you see there is a lot of confusion there? And these are the people, at the end of the day, when elections has been done, if Raila will take the lead, they will say, no, Raila hajashinda. Do you see something like that? So there is a lot of confusion in that team. Another thing with with Mutua, I was watching a clip which Mutua said that how can you carry a Kenyan with the wheelbarrow? And today he is in the same place. As my friend here said that time of joining the Nini.
Pole bwana Ukiri, inaonekana neti imekuchapa dafrao. Pole, lakini ukirejea utaendelea. Samuel Wafula.
Yes, good evening, Tim, or do I call you fans? What should I call you? Yeah. So, thank you. This is me. My name is Samuel Wafula. It's my first time to be here, but I've been following actually your conversations. The only challenge is that I've always tried to get myself into the podium. I've never gotten that opportunity because the admin can tell you so many people are always on queue, waiting maybe just to say something. But nonetheless, it's a very nice, platform where we can be able to share issues and reflect on certain events that have happened. I think to start off, let me just comment first. Let me go back home, comment first on the MALALA gubernatorial, race. It was MALALA versus Fernandez Baraza. I think that is a done deal. For starters, I think MALALA had some headway. He knows how to make noise and he knows how to run away with propaganda. But I think, as usual, the people from Western, especially led by a very strategic leader by the name Oparanya, there are people who know the ground very well, and they pulled a killer punch, making Savula to deputize Fernandez Baraza was a killer punch. I don't think if MALALA will ever get into politics again. And to just add weight to that, you remember Halwale. Halwale was very wise. He initially didn't want to be governor, but he read the signs, all the signs on the ground, and he quickly retreated. He knew that vying for senatorship is very easy. So I think MALALA would have looked carefully at the change of tact by Halwale. He was being set up to go and ile walikuwa wanasema ni nani atavalisha paka kengele kwa shingo. I think with that that game is over. Another issue is about the Muteshi matter. You've run a video regarding the Muteshi matter. I think the Muteshi conversation is very important as we near the next election, because we are talking about displacement of people from their legitimate land. The Muteshi matter should come up because we have leaders in one side, especially the side of Kenya Kwanza. We have leaders who are tainted by the past. They have a very dark past. For instance, look at Musalia Mudavadi. There's over 100, acres of land, the Makaburini land. That matter is still on. It was not concluded. It's only that he has been very friendly to the regimes, subsequent regimes, that matter has never been opened. Now, the Muteshi matter, looking at it and looking at vis-a-vis the DP and what the DP past looks like, looking at the post-election violence of 2007 vis-a-vis the Muteshi matter, and looking at also the voting behaviors of Kikuyus. I'm sorry to say this, but there is one team that there is a huge constituency of Kikuyus who believe, rightly so, that they have to vote for William Ruto so that they are not alienated from their lands. So they are not only voting for Ruto because they believe in the ideals and the principles that he espouses, but they fear the 2007 matter. So as we speak about being, political hygiene, we need also to understand the context in which the Central and the Mount Kenya voters are being forced to vote. Makiu, Ruto is a very intelligent fella. In 2013, between 2013 to date, I have my statistics. He has visited Central Kenya more than 387 times. Just Mount Kenya region, the larger Mount Kenya region. That is a very serious issue. He has never campaigned anywhere, nowhere. He only campaigns in Central Kenya. And he campaigns that within the context of the past. He has a very dark history with the people of Mount Kenya. I've had an opportunity to interact with so many friends from the mountain. Personally, I work in Mount Kenya. Where I'm beaming from, it's from Mount Kenya. People are saying that, what if we don't vote for him? We've invested so much in other parts of the country, and mostly Rift Valley. What becomes of us? So is it that they are going to vote with fear, or is it that they are legitimately supporting his candidature? I think that is a question that some of you are going to answer. Another matter is the Kalonzo matter. We've all seen the matter of Kalonzo, trying to play hard to get, trying to hold the whole ship at ransom. He doesn't want us to take off as the Azimio team. What I tell people is that we were okay when he was in One Kenya lands. Nobody even wanted to hear about Kalonzo. Raila had already decided. Raila is a risk taker. He had said that he had, sent emissaries to, woo Kalonzo, but Kalonzo was very difficult. Now, Raila, the person that Raila is, has always taken political risk. So he had decided to gamble with the three governors. Until then, before Kalonzo came, the three governors were well organized. I remember the campaigns were well oiled in Ukambani. We had a very, very, field day, especially in Ukambani. There was no resistance at all. And as a result of that, Kalonzo started realizing that the ground is not okay. And even if you look at his ratings then, his popularity was it was at its lowest ebb. Now, the guy pulls up a joker card, pretends that, there were talks, and were it not for Uhuru to intervene, he wouldn't have come back to Azimio. He comes with so many demands. All of a sudden, we see him saying Raila Tosha. The guy has never campaigned. The guy works for Uhuru 24/7. He's always in Sudan. He's always in Nigeria. He's always in the Gulf. He has never campaigned. Then all of a sudden, he feels so much entitled. I think one mistake we did is that we've always thought that Kalonzo has these Kamba votes. Were we to have gambled in Azimio, I think the best gamble would have been, let us just go with the three Ukambani governors. And Makiu, you need to understand that the three Ukambani governors, most of them don't see eye to eye. So that is why you would see Mutua, a left group, because Mutua, Mahali Kalonzo yuko, Mutua cannot be there. To an extent, Mahali Ngilu yuko, Mahali Kalonzo yuko, pia Ngilu, sometimes akwangi. Were it not that Ngilu is so loyal to Raila Odinga, I think she would have left. So I think this Kalonzo matter, I'm not sure about it, but I'm told yesterday at night, there were serious talks. He met all the principals, including the president. I think he was there. They were together. And that is why there was a statement today, underground though, that he has told his principals, his lieutenants actually, people like Mutula, not to utter a word to the media regarding his next move. I think he's contemplating on what to do next. But also from inside sources, I'm told Kalonzo was not to be given the prime minister position. That position was reserved for Peter Munya, from inside sources. That is why even Mutula yesterday, he said that at the time of the press statement, he had not been offered any position at all. So I think with that bait, I think we would want also to see him back. We are not undermining Kalonzo. He's a national leader. And for optics purposes and perception, you know, politics is about perception, how you create narratives and perception. For now, I think what Ruto is, you know, buoyed by is the fact that Ruto is being buoyed by the fact that so many leaders of national stature have surrounded him. The likes of, you know, Musalia Mudavadi, the likes of, you know, Etangula, the likes of Mutua, power leader. These people there, they might not necessarily have the votes, but you see, we have young voters, a constituency of so many young voters. That constituency is driven by exuberance, a lot of excitement. Any excitement you create, you tilt, you know, their scales. Another issue related also to the exuberance of youth is what Raila did yesterday. Raila, nobody expected that a female candidate was there. And that is why I like Raila Odinga. He always pulls the joker card from nowhere. The ratings were not favorable for him because Kenya Kwanza seemed to be a bit organized. But all of a sudden, Raila pulls a joker card. It was a very nice punch. People are talking. The narrative is in the field. And as usual, we have so many young voters who don't understand the history of this country. They don't know what is elections. They don't know that politics affect resource distribution and it affects development directly. They don't understand. They are carried away by exuberance. So I think that one was a very good move. And I think with the coming days, as we, you know, as that, you know, narrative, you know, gains momentum, I think automatically Kalonzo will come back and we will give him that position that he has, you know, he has demanded. Regarding Rigathi Gachagua, Kindiki, Kenya Kwanza has been telling us that, you know, you see, you know, we are founded on principles. We are founded on, you know, the common man and everybody. I come from a place where I work currently. I'm in Meru town right now. I've visited all those places. Between Embu and Marsabit, I've visited all those counties. I work in all those counties. I've been to where Kindiki comes from. It's a place known as Mukodima. You just come from Meru. There's a place known as Giaki. Then you go to Turimatweru. As you head to Gatunga, there's a place before Gatunga known as Mukodima. That guy comes from a very poor family. That guy is self-made. That guy has come from nowhere, from a lecturer, from a classroom. That guy would have made the best deputy for Ruto. Even all members of parliament, the guy has professionalism, the guy is classy, the guy is strategic. He does everything for Ruto and Kenya Kwanza alliance. But to the contrary, he was not chosen because he is not known. Unlike Gachagua, who pretends to be a son of a freedom fighter, we all remember that the brother to Gachagua has been a governor. The late Gachagua was a governor. We also know that Gachagua has been doing business with government since 2000, the year 2000. He has a company known as Rido. Rido has been trading with all counties, including the county I come from, Bungoma. He has supplied a lot of things. He was one of the pioneer persons, you know, entrepreneurs who really gained a lot from the first, you know, the pioneer devolved governments. So we cannot say that Gachagua is a, you know, he comes from a very poor family. I think he lost the point there. Ruto lost it. Gachagua was a very fresh person. That is why you saw Murkomen saying that it is still sumu, that you cannot, Raila cannot purport to sanitize his candidature using Mother Karua. Those people fear Mother Karua. They really wanted Raila to mess up. They prayed a lot that Raila selects Kalonzo Musyoka so that they can, you know, demonize Raila so much in Mount Kenya. But unlucky for them, it didn't happen. I think as I almost conclude, I would also want to look at, you know, the homecoming of Karua.
Time bad.
Just
It's
a minute or
2 to 3
two.
minutes. You have gone 10 minutes.
Sawa. Briefly about the homecoming of Karua. Yes, of course, we've accepted that Raila has no much support in in Mount Kenya. But today we looked at how Karua was welcomed. We looked at how things might change in the coming future. The problem with Raila has been nothing. It has always been demonization. The guy has been demonized since independence. The family of Odinga has been demonized here. It's not that people don't love Raila, they don't know him, and yet they grew up hearing stories that Raila is a bad guy. But with a, with a Karua ticket, with a Raila Karua ticket, increasingly we want to see a lot of events happen here. Raila has good lieutenants, people like Munya. Munya is a very, very strong politician. We want to see a lot of things happening, and in the coming future, the future is bright. I live in Meru. There are a lot of people talking good about Raila. They are starting to look at, possibilities of, also other tribes, taking over. And as I finish on the other tribes, I think Kenyans, it has reached a point where we really need to look at this issue of, two tribes being at the helm of leadership. Politics is about perception. The issue of resource distribution is about perception. Once we have so many people, on the table from different, ethnic groups, there is a perception created that even that small cake that we are, we are baking will be enough for all of us. I know that is contrary to the belief, but we need a rotational president. We really need this country, at least, so that we can avert future crises. There'll come a time where we will be 70 years in democracy, and only two tribes have been able to sit on that presidency, which is perceived as it is our time to eat. I think those are my submission. I would have commented more, but let me allow other people also to comment. Thank you also for the opportunity. It's my first time. I think we'll continue, to grow this platform going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Wafula. We appreciate your perspectives and givings. I think there is no matter rising, except that the people in the comments are saying you are speaking from the bed. I don't know how well you will defend yourself.
No. I'm not actually on the bed. Meru is very cold, and there's a lot of rain currently, so I need to keep myself warm. Apparently, this was the only better thing I would have found. Yes.
So, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Bwana Wangira, hold on one moment, unakuja. Wewe najua ni mzee wa kazi. Where do we go? Twende kwa Mwakiuno.
Watu wa Kilifi County na Coast at large, kwamba wewe kuna kitu ambacho unataka kufanya, sijui mambo ya chama chako, na nakiita chama chako kwa sababu chama cha watu wa Kilifi ni chama cha UDA, na wewe ukatae ukubali kile kiti chako ambacho umeahidiwa kupewa cha useneta. Hakuna hata seneta mmoja wa chama chako atakuwa kule Senate kukupigia kura. Watakao kupigia ni maseneta wa chama cha UDA. Kwa hivyo ule ukweli ambao nauzungumza mimi ni kwamba wewe Amason Kingi uko ndani ya chama cha UDA. Maana hapo ndio maslahi yako yalipo, you as an individual. Kwa hivyo usidanganye watu hapa ukasema ati chama chetu kinaleta ukombozi, sijui wa poti, sijui mashamba. Nataka nikwambie maneno ya poti yalianza miaka 4 iliyopita, na wewe hata siku moja you never attempted to say a word, kwa sababu wewe ni mwoga, kwa sababu wewe you cannot put a fight mahali popote. You are an opportunist, na hivyo umezoea vya bure, na umezoea watu watengeneze alafu jitie hapo kama kupe useme nini ndo nimefika. Nataka nikwambie Gavana Amason Jeffa King, my friend, safari hii huwezi kuvuna mahali ambapo hukupanda. Tunaelewana? mabunele mabunu. Unamanya mabunue? Mtu afe, ageswe, afishe nguo, atogele sanduku, atimire wina, akazikwe, asirirwe, bebululite, benyang'anyang'azi, hekaka. Kila kitu kitatengezwa. Ndio Amason King. Kwa hivyo kama umeingia Kenya kwanza, ingia ukijua hiyo nyumba ina wenyewe, my friend. Now we will not entertain you, Mr. Amason King. Funaelewana? Ukishika laini na ufanye kazi yako, utaheshimiwa. Ukijifanya umekuja, my friend, kala wakuza na ngolokolo undauya nao. Na hii Kenya inajua Aisha Jumwa ni nani. Na mimi nataka nikwambie, hautaweza kuchukua, hautaweza kuvuna mahali ambapo hukupanda. Kwa hivyo, tread with a lot of care.
Haya, moto umewaka leo. Mama Kiuno amekataa. Mr. Wangira.
How are you, Bernard?
I'm well. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How is everybody?
They are looking great.
Alex, where have you been?
I'm here. I've been here, Wangira.
I've not seen you for a while. Karibu.
Asante, shukrani.
Bernard, Mama Kiuno is even speaking in English today.
That's what I'm telling you.
Huh?
Hiyo ni kasi ya papa ya kambo. Mnaingia kwa manyumba ya wenyewe. Mnaenda kulisha wamama ya wenyewe. Sasa wababa wanafukuswa hivyo. Baba ya kambo. Hivyo ndio itafanywa Central. Anaambiwa get out. Mama mwenye nyumba ako.
Bernard,
Yes.
the act seems to be very hard as we near the 9th of August. You know, I've always told people that every politician you see on the streets purporting to be fighting for the interest of any political party is simply fighting for his personal survival. And what you have seen in Aisha Juma is all about personal survival, you know, because she has discovered that if PA and UDA in Kilifi decide to divide the vote, then they will be beaten. They will be beaten by far. You know, we know that they are going to be beaten, yes, but if PA and UDA now decide to split the votes between themselves, then they will be beaten by far. And you know, what she's fighting about is about her own personal survival. Nothing else, Bernard. This is just the selfishness of the human being. And, you know, it's the same thing we are seeing in Kakamega in regard to Malala, Washiali, and Halwale. You know, this is all about personal survival. You know, people have discovered that, you know, that if we stick together, we are going to be hanged. Although the white man says that you rather stick together or you be hanged separately. But the scenario here is that if you stick together, you will be hanged together. So you rather go separately. And that is what now Malala is trying to do in Kakamega by now telling Wakina Washiali and Wakina Boni Halwale that that's not the way I'm going to take, you know, because it's all about survival or personal survival. And you know, this is for you to survive, you must be the fittest here, Bernard. And given the scenario, given the development in Kakamega, Bernard, today we saw Baba meeting the Kakamega leadership, the Kakamega Azimio leadership under Governor Oparanya, and you know they are really consolidating. And if they are looking Kakamega the way they are looking it now, that must be making Malala a very worried person, and that's the reason why you're seeing him behave the way he is behaving. So it's nothing out of the ordinary, Bernard. On Mata Karua, Bernard, in one day, Mata Karua, you know, has performed out of beyond my expectations, Bernard. If I was to give her 30%, Bernard, perhaps I was planning to give her 30%, Bernard, But here am I now giving her 50% because she has performed beyond my expectation. Today, you know, that reception in Kirinyaga went beyond what I thought it would be. You know, there were earlier propaganda that she had been jeered when she was entering into Kirinyaga. But what we later don't saw, you know, was a very warm and cordial reception of their own daughter back home, Bernard. And just like I said yesterday here, Bernard, there are two things that are coming out clearly here. We have been dismissing these issues, we have been dismissing one of these issues, but it's now coming very clearly here, Bernard. One of these issues that the issue we have been dismissing here is the issue of the women constituency. You know, many Kenyans have never thought that women can organize themselves around a particular constituency. But this could be a surprise and it could be a game changer on the 9th of August, given what I'm just saying, because they seem to be an organization around women. And this could be a very serious constituency, you know, because I've watched even across the board, even in UDA and even within Azimio, you know, people are upbeat about this lady called Karua. So there is something out of ordinary that people are seeing around her, and especially women. And I see women rallying around her, and you know that could be a game changer. Then there's the other thing that we have been talking about, the silent voter, Bernard. The silent voter is now coming out very, very clearly, and we are now seeing that silent voter now, 84 days to the election. Just like we saw it in Kirinyaga today, people who are never mobilized, people who are now coming out to say that we believe in this particular cause. I have a lady friend of mine called Helen Karaoke. She's told me she's going to vote Pata Karua and Raila Odinga. She has never been a Raila Odinga person. I have my cousin called Bonnie Mukudi. This guy was anti-Raila Odinga, and yesterday he told me he's going to vote for Raila Odinga just because of this combination of Raila Odinga and Martha Karua. So, you know, the development we are seeing, you know, is a development that is exciting the voter. And, you know, if things continue the way they are, and given that you have a short period between today and the 9th of August, you know, they could just change things, and, you know, Raila could just win by a margin that many of us never believed he was going to win by. Bernard, I understand that the pair is today being called Wanugu and Washushu. I don't know why they are now being called Wanugu and Washushu. Perhaps you can tell me, Bernard. And I understand they are now saying that Joe Musheru, who is the communication CS, should resign. You know, I remember in 2017 when we were complaining again about Matiang'i, you know, they were telling us to wachana na Matiang'i. So what has really changed that they now feel that Joe Musheru, who is supporting Raila Odinga, should resign, Bernard? You know, you cannot have your cake and you want to eat it, you know. If you made the bed, lie on it. They made the bed in 2017, so let them lie on it, Bernard. This gentleman who doesn't know how to put on shoes, because whenever he puts on shoes, you know how dirty they end up becoming, called Wetangula. Wetangula today purports that Raila has committed treason twice in this country, surely. And if he knew that Raila committed treason twice, surely, and he has supported Raila twice, why was he supporting somebody that he knows he has committed treason, Bernard? Finally, yesterday I remember enumerating the 5 stages of mourning, and funnily, it seems as if Kindiki has come out of this mourning so fast, and I've just watched him now, and he's saying that he's going to support he's going to support William Ruto, irrespective of what they did to him. And he said that if the party thinks that they want to appoint him for any appointing position, he can still reconsider that, Bernard. I don't want to finish before saying that telling you that the way indicators are, Kalonzo Musyoka will be coming back to Azimio, and this can be looked into from the sentiment by Gideon Moi, who says that as KANU, they are committed to the aspirations and guiding principles of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition and its mission for inclusivity. And he says that they are not ready to leave anybody outside. And this somebody, I think the person he was hinting that they are not ready to live outside is this guy called Kalonzo Musyoka. Just like I told you yesterday, Kalonzo Musyoka is grieving, is just mourning, and the way things look, and just the way my brother Wekesa said, you know, it will not take long. Perhaps by next week, Kalonzo Musyoka will be back into Azimio. Bernard, nimeongea sana tena sana, wacha ninyamaze. Asante.
Okay, asante Bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa kulinda muda, asante sana. Naomba tumsikilize mama kwanza ndio turudi kwa Mike. Mkenya Spain, vipi?
Habari zenu?
Fiti
Good
fiti,
evening,
naona
Kenya. No,
unaendelea na sherehe.
hivi night Kenya. Habari zenu? Huku ni evening.
Tuko salama. It's still evening here too.
Yeah.
So, you need some minute or something?
No, mi naweza ongea. Niko kitchen but I can. Najua wanawake we can do more than one thing at a time.
Ndio tunahitaji nyinyi State House.
Enyewe, that is where we are heading. Nimeona Aisha Juma hapo akiwa amekasirika. I can support my fellow panelists who have said that that is the personality now is coming out. Sasa we will listen more of them. Why? Because what they were waiting to hear sio chenye wamesikia. So most of them they were expecting that Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka will be the running mate of Raila Amolo Odinga, but their surprise has come out. That's why wanajaribu kupigana na that anger, hiyo makasiriko wanapigana nayo, and that's how umemsikia akiongea hivyo akiongea kwanza. I had listened to that video before because me I want to come to vote August, so I'm following Kenyan politics vizuri before I come there and cast my vote, because enyewe maisha Kenya si mazuri, because the living standard is so high, expensive, nini. Okay, to the point. Today I watched the homecoming of Mother Karua, and it was nice. Although people have edited some clips, sasa unapata hata zingine kuona when you are watching direct, and I can say what I've seen, there are some youths who are like ni kama wamelipwa to go and spoil our meetings. Sasa naenda huko hata mtu anjui hiyo UDA inamaanisha nini. Mtu tu hata me I thought if ningekuwa Kenya I could do an interview of those youths wenye wanakimbia na huko barabara wanaenda wakiimba unda. They tell me what is the meaning of UDA and what UDA has promised them, because me what I've seen in Kenya yani the literacy, and I'm sorry to say this and that is the truth. Kenya big number watu hawajasoma, and that's what we want to come out from. Kwa nini? And that's why Kenyans we are manipulated by our politicians. Kwa nini? Juu wanajua most of youth saizi hawajasoma. So what will they do? Wana try to manipulate youth. Hata hao youth hawajui what is the manifesto, hawajui what should we look when we are trying to elect a leader. So wao tu ni ile ya kuingililia, wakiona mtu anafanya vituko, wakiona mtu anaongea sana, I think that's what they go. And me I can say what we need in Kenya ni education. People should be educated. People should learn and be educated. Si mambo ya pesa. Me what I've seen in my country, watu siku hizi ni pesa tu. I can do anything to get money. But that is not the purpose of life. Because kuna vitu nyingi mtu hawezi akafanya with money, and there are some many things which if you are educated you can do them. And that's where we want our country to move from. Watu watoe akili ya pesa kwa kichwa. I think Uganda watu unajua nitarusha mawe na huko kwa comments but hakuna shinda. But mi kama hapa Europe, education is the key. Hata mtu akiwa na pesa without education it's like nothing. Why? Because sasa hizo pesa, there are some places you can't go and give out money so that the money can defend you. No. And how can we get out from this one? Fighting corruption. You know why our youth are not educated? Because of corruption. Do me najua leo nikikataa kusoma, I can go somewhere and they fake my titles and they can give me even a fake certificate and I can present this certificate to an office and I get a job without any education. And that's a big problem in our country. So we need some leaders like Mother Karua who knows no is a no. And if it's a yes with a reason. And those are leaders who we need. We don't need people who are just doing backdoor things. Me nimekulia hapa Europe and I've learned the sincerity to do things the right way they should be done. And that's why we are called third world countries. Kwa nini? Because where is yes, it is not well, haifaniki vizuri. People, they don't know how to use the word yes the right way. Yani tunatumia vichochoro. We just use the vichochoro way so that we can get what we want. And that's the big problem in Africa. So me, I think Mother Karua atatoboa. Hata watu wafanye nini, hata youth waende wamharibie meeting zake, no problem. Even hata tukisoma kwa Biblia, sio wenye walitumwa na Mungu wote waliitikiwa. Hata Yesu mwenyewe kwao kwenyewe, Jesus is himself being a son of God, hata kwao alikataliwa. No prophet is accepted in his hometown. So hata leo imekuwa today was like a surprise because we have seen Mother Karua was welcomed very well. Wamemreceive vizuri, wamempokea, and we are hoping for the best so that 9th tutawawin at early as 8 o'clock tuingie State House. And that's our dream, and that's our hope, and that's our prayer. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mkenya Spain. We appreciate your givings and observations. Asante sana. Kuna swali. Naomba Mike, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Today I'll raise my voice a bit for the benefit of Alex and Jakuben, who is not in. I want to help Mkenya not to be stoned, if she allows me, on the issue of literacy. I agree with her, but I think I want to help her rephrase that statement. I want to use the word formal literacy in Kenya is very good. But our civic literacy is at the lowest, and it's at that point that I want to agree with her. Watu wameenda shule wamesoma elimu hii ya kawaida, but when it comes to civic education and patriotism, I agree with Mkenya 100%. We are at 0, not even 5%. You can stop even a sitting MP, Bernard, to sing for you 2 stanzas of a national anthem, and they will not be able to. That one I can bet. And you can go and put Justice Muturi on test. I did that. I've had 2 MPs that I know. I told them, do you know the all stanzas? He told me I can't even finish the first one. That is how unpatriotic and how unreliable our country is. So I agree with Mkenya that people vote for money, for handouts, and not for what the leaders stand for. So Mkenya, usitupiwe mawe. What you meant, I know, was the civic education. To go back to my point, it's good we agree on that.
Thank you.
So, to go to my point, Ruto today was had telling us, I'll be flip flopping, but allow me to do that because my thoughts are not very well organized. Ruto told us today he dropped Kindiki, or rather, he picked Rigathi because Rigathi is a Christian, which begged to the question is is Professor Kindiki an atheist, or is he an immoral person, or is he what? Because to stand in front of people in our congregation and say one of the things I agree we work very well with the Rigathi is because he's a Christian. I think if you should change Kindiki, just accept and move on, but don't justify it with the with grounds that cannot really stand. Martha Karua, and I'll say this for the 10th and the 100th time. Martha Karua is redefining the politics of Kenya. She's changing the way or the patterns of the Kenya voting patterns. And this was the last time this happened was in 2002, when people from Nyanza, people from Coast woke up at 3 to go and vote for a person from a regional tribe that historically we would say they would never do that. Martha Karua comes in and fills that same shoe, whereby we said yesterday and the previous day that she's not just coming in as a politician; she's coming in with a cause, with an aspiration that that people look up to. And her homecoming today was an acknowledgement of that fact that you are bringing hope to this country. We are not going to see people carrying money in sacks and they get away with it. We are not going to see our justice system wheel moving 30 years. There was a lady in Machakos whose case had dragged on for 30 years until her grandchildren had grown. She took her grandchildren and threw them in the court and asked the judge, if you don't pass this land case, you will take care of these children. Our justice system is to say the least rotten. And Martha Karua brings that promise, and that's why she was given that docket of justice. That Chicken Gate can be concluded in 1 year, a case concluded, people jailed, and in Kenya, the same case with the same evidence has never been even attended to. You get Akasha brothers walking around in this country selling drugs, conniving with judges, until the Americans had to fly here and pick them physically. Our justice system needs a serious intervention, and that one needs political goodwill. If we were to talk of the laws that we have in Kenya, our constitution is rated as one of the best in the world. If you asked William Ruto, he will tell you that ours is to empower the judiciary. How do you empower the judiciary? You have to have a political goodwill. It is not about increasing the budget and giving them cars or houses. It's about stamping the authority and setting the standards that corruption cases cannot go on forever. People whose land dispute are in court cannot go on for the 40 years until 2 generations pass and there is no conclusion. So that is the aspiration Martha Karua brings, and I think that transcends across the country. Injustices are being felt across the country, from Taveta to Kirinyaga to Kisumu to Mandera. So her constituency, the constituency she's attracting is beyond tribe, beyond gender, and that is what she brings. And this has really set off UDA or Kenya Kwanza, because the agenda has changed. And that's why you see even the argument, they say Martha Karua cannot mobilize. It is not about values. It's not about the personality. They cannot attack her personality. They are now going for the soft belly that she doesn't know how to mobilize. But if you use that phrase or that statement, then as I said yesterday, I'm reminded by Kibaki, who was on a wheelchair. But because of what he stood for and because of the moment at which we were in as a country, Kenyans mobilized themselves. When people believe in a cause, you don't beg them to come out of their house. You don't talk so much. They rally behind you. In 2002, no money was used. Kibaki, by the way, was an average person. He was not a billionaire, and still, I don't think he died a multi-billionaire. He never spent money campaigning. He spent time promising people a change, and that's all that needed the country to wake up and rally behind him. So Martha Karua not being a good mobilizer is neither here or there. All she needs to do is to keep promising Kenyans that indeed the change that we've been waiting for is coming, and Kenyans are ready for it. And that one cuts across. Lastly, there's another set of clowns. We always have these two clowns in Western, but the two other clowns have joined in the team. This is Kingi and Mutua. You remember when Mutua left for Kenya Kwanza? Immediately, the chairman of UDA himself, Mdama, said, I cannot work with a thief. Now today, Aisha Juma is also saying she cannot work with a thief, somebody who mismanaged funds. So these confessions are not coming from Azimio. Imagine they are coming from their own house. That the baggage, and I remember a few days ago, somebody was pleading with us, and in our discussion, we were asking, why is Raila not sitting down with these people and pleading with them? But we said, let the water flow and it will settle down at the right place. These people have settled where they belong, where an assembly of thieves, and it was good baggage that was offloaded from Raila, because what they were asking for was not tenable. The zoning that Kingi asked for, even Aisha Juma is refusing. So I don't know what the bargain was, other than the monetary consideration. So I don't know why Wangire is carrying up his hand, but I'm finishing, or rather I've finished. Unless he has something to ask me.
Wangire, what is it?
Let us just proceed with the next panelist.
Bwana Alex, karibu.
Shukrani sana Bernard. I will comment first. Ndasalimia panelists wote. I'll be brief today. I will comment first on the video you put of Aisha Juma. I come from the school of thought that even a clock that doesn't work twice a day, it's right. And on that, I think I concur with Aisha Juma with her classic response, and even because she's questioning the the intelligence of Kingi, that you expect to become a speaker, and you are fighting the UDA within your home, a people who will go vote you there. What manner of man are you? And I think it doesn't need you to be intelligent only to understand that. The people of power cannot go and agitate for him in parliament to become a speaker. It is the people of UDA from Kilifi who will go there and say, we want our son. So I think on that, I concur with Aisha Juma that I think that is 10-0. There's something contagious about being with Baba and being with Ruto. The moment you shift from one side to another, either you become bankrupt or you all of a sudden there is value addition. And I think for Kingi, I saw Kingi anasukuma kidogo hata mahali alikuwa amesimama. I think he looked lost. So I don't know where he's going to hide. I think it's sad, especially when you are young as Kingi and you protract your political career just because of greediness. You're not patient enough to understand that things will work out in the end. I mean, it's a learning lesson for some of us. If we were to go to politics, it's notes we are taking that patience pays. And that is why Martha Karua said yesterday, even when you fail, you keep going, but with principles. So I think I'm learning a lot. So my main agenda of coming today here is just to confess that even though I was agitating for Martha Karua deputy presidency, it was because Mama Selina pushed it so hard, and I started to take a second look at it. And I thank Mama Selina for doing that. You see, there is value in listening. There is civilization in listening. She kept telling us that I know the person in Martha Karua. I've worked with her. I have walked with her. I've campaigned with her. And even with all the doubts, she still brought out the reality of some of us who have been in the campaign trail. And in everything she was saying, whether I knew it or not, you could connect the dots that this is how the campaign goes. This is how politics goes. And I think she has been able to educate me more on a person that I didn't know. I didn't know that Martha Karua, she's going to elicit this kind of excitement and passion. I underestimated it. Previously, I said the woman vote is amorphous. We can't even think about it. I said this several times on this panel, and I said we cannot campaign for Martha Karua as a woman. Let us peg the integrity issue on her. And I think I was wrong on that. And I might say, Mama Selina, thank you for educating us, for being persistent. And that is why we must confess where we are wrong, and where we are right again. We shouldn't be proud. We should continue educating. So Martha Karua candidature has changed every aspect, the optical lenses of the politics of Kenya today. And that's why even Murkomen was confused. And I like how Mama Selina calls her Markomen. She calls her in a very funny way, Markomen, you know. We call him Murkomen, but Mama Selina calls her Markomen, you know, and that's very funny. Even Murkomen himself was confused. But what Murkomen failed to understand is that she's actually giving us bonga points, because she is coming out and saying what is inside is evil, but the truth is that you have a white eyes, which tells us honestly what we chose is clearly white, and it's not tainted. So I mean, in every aspect, even when you want to be dishonest, somehow you can find honesty in dishonesty. So thank you, Murkomen, again for speaking out your mind. And we picked up the most important things today, that you know Baba is making it. Secondly, you know that that ticket is not tainted. The ticket has some icing, and the icing is sweet and it's white. And you have told your people like that. Lastly, I think by every aspect, this is my personal opinion, we should not accept the man Kalonzo back. Since he came to our formation, we welcomed him, we have dealt with him, and I hope Wakina Sifuna are listening again, because they listened here yesterday and they were laughing what we were saying here yesterday. I hope some politicians are listening here and they will take notes. This man went alone. Nobody chased him. And he did us a favor. And that favor is everywhere. So he has no excuse at all. He cannot malign us. He cannot rubbish us. And the fact is that what we saw is that everybody is contented with his living and with Martha Karua candidature. So I think his going out gives Martha Karua the courage now to do what he's supposed to do. And with the position that was created for him, that position looks like the gods have refused to allow that he should take that seat. The gods want somebody else to take it. And you saw it in that meeting in KICC. The God wants my homemade Matiang'i to take that seat. And I think he fits that seat. I am not scavenging for him. I mean, the people spoke. And that is the right thing. It is our moment. It is our opportunity once and for all to put this country into where it's supposed to be put. We have no time. We have one moment, one time, and we can't mess it up. How Martha came to be part of us is a miracle. How Moses Kuria, who is one of the, I think, the embedded minds of our country, was able to prophesy not once, not twice, not 3 times, over and over and over about Martha Karua. It is that the gods of our people, whether be the gods of corruption like Gachagwa's gods, have realized that they can't take him anymore. The gods have converged together and said, here comes Team Clean. And Kenyans, we love you. Your prayers have been answered. So let us be honest in our hearts that, yes, we need the Kambas, but we don't need one Kamba called Kalonzo. Let us be blunt on that. Let us not lie to him. We need Kambas, but we don't need one Kamba called Kalonzo. We may forgive even Amason King. We may forgive even one man called Weta and one man called Mudavadi. But the one man called Kalonzo, he can't be forgiven because he has no stand. When Mudavadi went, he has a stand. When Wetangula went, he has a stand. When everybody has gone, they have a stand. But here comes a man who has no stand. So whether he comes back, we don't know what he stands for. He stands for nothing. He doesn't even stand for himself. You know, the truth is that the running governor from his county, from Wiper, is basically his wife. They are cohabiting. But the woman still has a poster of Raila, allegedly. Let me use the word allegedly so that Bernard will not be take on me. Allegedly. But that woman still has the poster of Raila on his poster. So, I mean, this man doesn't give people to campaign like Ruto gives. People have bought posters, people have bought t-shirts, people have put their cars with Azimio. People have used millions of money to Azimio their campaign. How do you just tell them to throw it away? I mean, you're messing our people. So, lastly, Mutua Kibwana said, Kibwana was asked this morning.
One moment. Let's have questions from Wangira, Mama Selina, then you proceed as you conclude. Mama Selina, brief, please, very brief.
Yeah, very brief. Alex, I want you to tell me about Magurman. You say I call him Magurman. I don't know how to call him anyway. He told the crowd he's not voting for Ruto, he's not voting for Kashakwa, but alisema a team Raila na Martha Karua are in ticket. I want you to tell me, why was he afraid to say Ruto na Kashakwa is our team? But he put a whole group that, his team ya Kenya Kwanza is, we are voting Mudavadi, Wetangula, Kashakwa, Naruto. How can a presidency and deputy president, you are saying you are voting a group? I want you to tell me that because I was confused. I've never heard about that. I know when it is Alex and Selina, it is Alex and Selina, but I have never seen a
Okay, Wangira, make it quickly, please.
Alex, one thing we must agree on is that because Baba comes from Nyanza, Matiang'i cannot be the chief minister because he also comes from Nyanza. That's just by the way. That is just by the way. You know, there's a reason why Baba is Baba and you are Alex. The other time you were talking about political psychologists, the people who study the minds of politicians. And you know, I think if perhaps Raila Odinga incorporates so much of political psychologists in his career, and that's why he is in a position to work and rework with people. For example, nobody thought that Raila Odinga could have worked with Martha Karua, given what Martha Karua did to Raila Odinga. But look at how he had been accommodative to Martha Karua, and today Martha Karua is his running mate. His running mate. So I disagree with you when you say that we should not accommodate Kalonzo Musyoka. If Kalonzo Musyoka wants to be accommodated, let us accommodate Kalonzo Musyoka. And for the information that I'm getting, and I'm just scrolling here, Kalonzo Musyoka is ready to pick that position of chief cabinet secretary. And the only thing that is demanding is that it be incorporated in the Azimio agreement. So long as we incorporate it in the Azimio agreement, that it shall be there and it shall be given to him, then he's ready to come back to Azimio.
Huh? Don't add to my headache. Thank you. Just leave it there.
No, bana, sijamaliza. Why sijamaliza?
There is no more counting of chicks. We are done and dusted.
No, wewe kwa nini unanikata? Bernard, you are being unfair to me.
Bernard, I have a question.
Incorporate in what?
Martha Karua.
Yes, Mama Selina.
Bernard, give me a minute, please. Martha Karua. Martha Karua was with Kibaki. He was not with Raila. He never did anything to Raila. She was protecting the forts of Kibaki. And now Raila ate his people. If you come here and say you don't forgive Martha Karua because of what he did to Raila, what did she did? How could Martha Karua be in PNU and leave the PNU and go and support Raila? So today, because Martha Karua is with Raila, and then tomorrow, Martha Karua is fighting for Raila in KICC. Can people of Ruto come and say, we don't forgive Martha Karua because she assists Raila to be the president? You have to withdraw that thing because Karua never do anything with Raila personal. She was depending Mwai Kibaki.
Okay, Mama Selina, you made your point. You made your point. Thank you. Thank you.
She was the woman there. So you cannot say that, but he has to leave it. He has been saying that every day.
That's why give him time to respond.
And you are coming to insult him.
Sir, thank you. Mr. Wangira, you see the kind of storm you are brewing here. Unmute.
I think we have all misunderstood Wangira.
No, Bernard, no. Let me just answer it for myself. Bernard, we must just be objective. I know that Selina has a personal leaning towards Martha Karua. That's her right. But we must be objective. You know, what I was saying is that Raila has had it. No, listen, you allow me to talk. It's my time. Allow me to talk.
Okay, order, please. Stop raising your voices. Thank you. Hold on.
No.
Okay,
Bernard, is that how we are going to debate? Is that how we are going to debate? Sure.
Okay, now that I can't control you, let me leave it there. Alex, take it.
Bernard, I wanted to say something before.
Okay, let me just finish Kenya Spain. I'll lose my thought, and I will answer Wangira. Just bring Wangira back. I know you will listen. The unveiling of that ticket yesterday has totally changed the narrative. We are not going to lie about it. Kenyans are thirsty for change for 5 years. It is not going to be any more mutu yetu or regional balance. Right now, Baba has an opportunity to do anything and bring performers on board, and it will be acceptable. I'm telling you, I'm not scavenging for Matiang'i because he's from, it's the people in KICC. Who insisted? And what we are saying is that we have a noble opportunity and we must be able to educate our people. The reason people are able to be lied about bottom-ups, hustler nation, because a suffering has been brought to them to a point you go to hospital, you have to pay for cardi before even you go to a line. That is how pathetic our situations are. And we are saying this. If we will get a team that is capable to get us out of misery in 5 years, whether be it either Aisha Juma, if I don't like him, but he's a performer, and Baba incorporates him right now, than having a person like Kalonzo, who we have seen is not ready at all. He's being put there for regional balancing. We don't want regional balancing right now. We want to get out of misery. We have been promised Canaan, and we can't go to Canaan with people like Sambalat. That's a Sambalat. And you know who Sambalat was. Thank you very much.
This is going to be very interesting. Sanballat and Tobias.
Exactly. If we have to go by names, the biblical name, Kalonzo is Sambalat and Tobias. And you should read that story to educate those who don't understand it. When did Sambalat become part of the leadership that actually led our people to the promised land?
Okay, thank you. That is, I think, clear enough. Matter rising. Yes, Wangira.
You know, Alex, at this particular moment is a time that we should work so hard to scatter none but gather all. So if we can be in a position to gather Kalonzo Musyoka, I don't see anything in gathering him.
Let me respond to you in 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds.
Let me conclude that one for me. Domi's hand is also up. Ngoja kwanza. My senior and Bible teacher, he was called Archbishop Benson Idahosa. It is a phrase he taught us as ministers, and he said, very famous, powerful statement. He said, "A million friends are not enough. One enemy is too much." So he said, you should endeavor not to make enemies. He said, even if you disagree, look for which areas do you agree on. Then on those areas that you agree on, use them to foster your unity. Avoid the areas that cause you to disagree. For us to live up to our name as Azimio la Umoja, there are many things that must come into play. Some of them are not going to be friendly. Some of them are not going to be acceptable by all. But we will look now for the principal things. We say that it is said that in piloting, when you get into a crisis as a pilot, you revert to basic mode. You don't continue in the complicated control of the plane. You revert to the basics. Then from the basics, you will be able to master the path, stabilize the flight, and then move. So at times in navigating this Azimio la Umoja and coalition, they will be going to and fro, back to basics, a little complicated, then back to basics, mpaka tufike Canaan. Cha muhimu ni tufike Canaan. Na unajua hata wana wa Israeli, at the risk of sounding like a preacher, hawakutoka peke yao. Kuna wa Misri ambao waliona hawa watu kule wanaenda na sisi tuende kuona. Wanasema kuwa kuna asali nani. So wakajiunga. Na hao ndio walikuanga wanaongoza ile rebellion. Anytime it becomes hard, hao ndio wanasema let's go back to Egypt, because they had joined a journey that wasn't theirs. All the same, let's be tolerant and let us also allow things to unfold. Right now, we are negotiating a corner. Let us clear the path first to want it clearly. If we make decisions when we are in a dark corner, we have not seen the other end, we may not be able to make right decisions. So tungoje sana to negotiate hii kona tumalize, barabara inyooke, then we can speed up. Right now, let's slow down. Thank you. Yes, Alex.
Wangira, we set the narrative. And Baba listened to the narrative. The women set the narrative and said, we want a woman. Baba set the narrative that I've given you a woman, but at the same time, I know this woman. The work she started when she gave us the constitution did not finish. Now I reward her with that. And now we are asking Baba again. We know a man who can give us free healthcare, a man who can give us free education, a man who can make things right, a man who has been tested and who has been able to bring ministries to the straight line that we need. And we have a privilege to have Baba for 5 years. We don't know after 5 years what will happen. A rare, noble opportunity. We don't know if we will have it in 10 years. We can't squander it, my friend. It is the pivot. It's not going to tilt this way. If it tilts, we will never be able to get it on. It's not equilibrium anymore. We have a 64-year-old woman. We have a 70-something-year-old man. They are in their sunset. The Bible says that at 70 years, more than that is a bonus. This is a bonatic ticket, a bonus ticket. We will take advantage of it, Wangira. And you are going to your sunshine years. If you don't want to get that bonus, Wangira, you don't have to reply everything. Just relax. We will educate you while you're eating your bonus. That's how we relax. We want Baba to create a better future for my children, which was elusive to me. I want to see an opportunity of education, true education from kindergarten to tertiary college. It is achievable under Baba and Matiang'i and Martha Karua. It will not be achievable.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. And I agree with you 100%. We don't have time to waste. And I have been preaching here, laying aside every weight and every sin that easily beset us, so that we may run the race that is before us. But right now we're in a corner. Let's not make decision when in a corner. Barabara inyooke kwanza, then we speed up. Domi, karibu.
Okay, hamjambo.
Hamjambo,
poa sana. Okay, let me start off by commenting on this issue of this umama of cost. You know, to me it sounds very funny. Okay, though what he was talking about he was just very right anyway, trying to tell off Jeff Kingi. But it's like what he's trying to say is, okay, to me the picture that comes is, let us be the only people who are thieves here. You are increasing the number of thieves. To me, that is how it sounded. and in fact, okay, now we come to Martha Karua. The welcome she had in the place, in her place. You know, as I've heard from my fellow panelists, to be honest, okay, to me, I believe there is a constituency called women. To me, I believed in it. But to me, the greater shock is I didn't expect it to be such a big. I think the wave is big. What I will say is, I think what Azimio should do, you know, some opportunities just appear once. It is an opportunity that this Azimio should make use of it, should exploit to push it hard enough. By the time its momentum comes down, will be at the election point. That is what will help us. Or if at all they are going to just see it as a wave, and they just see it and it goes, in the end, we may not harvest on it as much. So it's the best thing is they capitalize on it, send women all over the country. I believe what they should do is they get Karua, surround her with Kina Charity Gilu, all the prominent women. They go in some in those these political meetings and make sure that they bring it out strongly, to calling on women in the to the point that they should confuse the if you hear what the Kenya Kwanza are talking, the way Kenya Morokomen are talking, it's just that they are scared. And the best point to deal with your enemy is when he is scared. At that point is where you strike hard. I think that would be the best thing that the Azimio should do, to strike hard and make use of that the way. Okay, if I may come to the Kalonzo issue, Bernard, I think I'll agree with you on one point, and also agree with the Alex on this. It is good. It is important. You know, we cannot just lock the door for Kalonzo, because if we lock the door for Kalonzo, then it means that Azimio la Umoja does not serve its purpose. Azimio la Umoja is meant for unity. I believe we should have, okay, let me say frequently, or we can have people going to talk to him, and okay, at one point even make public statements on saying, Karibu Kalonzo, welcome back, Rudi kwa zizi. But I believe also that Kalonzo Musyoka should not be pressured to come back. Because if anything, our stagnation came immediately. Kalonzo stepped in, we stagnated. And if we are going to concentrate on Kalonzo, we are not going to move. He will just keep taking us around and around and around. We should not, you see, the experience Kalonzo has given us should just be a learning lesson that he should, you know, unfortunately, he wants to put all the focus around him. And I thank God, because I think, to me, Raila did a good thing to let this thing drag for long, the choosing of running mate, to drag for long, so that Kalonzo can expose himself well. Now, Kalonzo has shown us his true colors. We cannot trust Kalonzo again. You know, I believe Kalonzo should not even be trusted with that seat of the chief minister. Because for sure, that one is for sure, he will not perform. What we need is performance. For sure, Kalonzo will not perform. That one you can bet. What he will come to do is, he will just be taking, he will try to make, you know, put everything to concentrate on himself. And Wangira, I think on this we will disagree on a very hard terms. We are not interested in talking of regional balance. I don't know whether Wangira is around. Our issue is, we need somebody who can perform, who can cause. You know, as one of us has said, you know, we are having, Raila is, right now he's not as vigorous as it was 20 years ago. He needs somebody young who he can send, go do something. And like somebody like Matiang'i has been very good at it. He acts immediately. When he's told, go and do this, he will act. We don't need somebody who will be told and is there. That is what Kalonzo will do. So we don't need such a person. A chief minister should be somebody who is trained to execute. When he's told go and do this, he will go and do. Matiang'i has performed and deserves that post. Kalonzo, I think Kalonzo thing should, okay, let us not so much push for Kalonzo. And for sure, let me tell you people, if Kalonzo would have not come, this percentage that is that we have been waiting for from Ukambani, probably it would have been gained in another way. If Kalonzo was, let's say, assuming Kalonzo was headed it like Ukambani belongs to him personally, that he is the one who has the authority to decide if Ukambani comes or not. I can assure you that by this time, Azimio would have covered that percentage. Ingekuwa ishajaza. Unajua sasa wakati unaenda kwa vita and you know that your hand is ailing, you know how to protect that hand. You'll make sure that you use, okay, if the left hand is ailing, then you use the right hand more vigorously. Look at a team, a football team, which knows that they have lost one person, for example, in a red card. That team fights so hard, and I can assure you, winning against that team is not easy because they know that they are injured. They have to put in everything. So Kalonzo's being there is good. Let him come. But if we put a lot of pressure on him, he will put a lot of conditions, which will, in the end, they are going to work against us. Let us request him to come, but not beg too much, but not pressure him too much. That's what I think.
Okay, thank you, Domi. Hiyo mikono imenuliwa. I want to avoid them, especially wale watu wameongea kwanza. Then
Bernard have been mentioned.
I'm going to change.
Bring it on.
Style.
Let him.
The people that have spoken, I'm suspending you until everybody has spoken. Thank you. Stanley. Henry, are you there? Henry Stanley. Okay. Huyo ni kama megatuka. Bas keep.
It's a day for women. Mimi nataka Josephine aongee before me, tafadhali.
Okay, Josephine umepewa. Chukua. Unmute the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Let me find it. Okay, you hear me now?
Yes, we can get you. Karibu.
Yeah, Santi, how are you guys?
We are great. You're welcome.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I haven't come online for a while. And I see great things are happening. So yesterday was such a great day. I mean, we all agree, men and women, it was a great day for our country. And Baba is a gentleman. I mean, when I watched, I think I was at work when he announced that Martha Karua was going to be his running mate. I got goosebumps. Like, people I was working with are like, hey, what are you listening to? Because I had my headphones. They're like, what are you listening to? Who are you? Like, why are you changing your reaction? Like, I'm like, hey, things are happening. Good things are happening in my country. I was very, very proud. I was saying, Baba is a gentleman who does not forget a good favor. He does not forget what Martha Karua did for him when he was in detention. She fought for him. not knowing that he was going to like reciprocate. But Baba, being a gentleman, he does not forget the good things that Martha has done. And Martha is a strong lady. I mean, I'm a lady too. I'm a woman too. Maybe one day I'll be in politics, but we all have to agree Martha deserves this nomination, or rather this running mate appointment. And in all honesty, and I keep praying, this should be the two people that should lead the country. They're focused, they're honest. I mean, we don't see any of them like with baggage, like they're not thieves. Let me say that. They're not thieves, they're not corrupt. These are the two people that have been fighting against, I mean, among others, who have been fighting against corruption and like misappropriating the public office. So I really do hope, and with the backing of Mount Kenya, that they are going to take the presidency. And then Martha being received like a hero in Mount Kenya, I mean, that's a given. The Mount Kenya people have to be proud of her. We are all proud of her, but they have to be proud of their daughter. She's a hero. She's more than a hero. She's a woman. She's gonna be, God forbid, if anything happens to Baba, Martha Karua is gonna be the president. I mean, why wouldn't her people be proud of her? And then about the women, the women card, it's about time. It's about time. Like Kenya also elected women to higher positions. We are capable of doing what you guys can do. I mean, we're all human beings, but in Kenya, it has always been like men in higher positions. But I think it's about time that now things we are kind of things are like we are treated kind of like anybody else. Because I mean, if it's organization, I believe women have better organization skills than men. You can correct me if I'm wrong. And then we are nurturing, so we are not going to like lead the country astray. So other than that, for Malala, I think it's a little too late for him to start telling Ruto not to go to Western. Where has he been all this time? He's the one that actually advised Musalia Mudavadi and Weta to join Ruto. What has changed? Why is he telling Ruto not to go to Western? I thought he was really confident that he was going to be the governor of, is it Kakamega, I believe? I mean, what has changed now? Like, I think Ruto has been backing him. Someone said somewhere that Ruto built his house worth close to 10 million shillings. So what has changed? Has the nomination of Rigathi Gachagua as the running mate changed everything in Kenya Kwanza camp? We are just watching the drama. Afro cinema is unfolding, and more things. We are going to see more of the downfall from Kenya Kwanza. So otherwise, I just got in. I don't know what you guys have discussed, but I'll hang in here to see what you guys are talking about. Maybe I can interject. Maybe I can add something. Thank you guys for listening to me. And this is a great forum. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Josephine. Stanley, your hand is up, Sema.
Hello, Jambo.
Jambo, how are you?
I'm doing good. I appreciate so much, and I'm happy of the contributions I'm seeing from the participants and those who are watching us. I appreciate so much. Now, what I can say, those guys who have contributed that the Kalonzo should not come back, I can support them because we have seen, and I said on this show the other time that Kalonzo is not somebody who can represent people and deliver, because you have to have a stand. Lazima kuwa na msimamo. So Kalonzo is not Kamba. Kamba is just a population of Kamba people. It's not just Kalonzo. Of course, it's as they say, it's a spokesman. Ukituma mtu like a messenger kukuletea barua ama whatever he does, that's okay. But he cannot use that opportunity to say that now all I can do is I'm the final. Before Kalonzo, there were people is there and is leaving, other people are coming in. So me, I don't have a problem. Whoever becomes a leader, but my problem is who can deliver. We have seen on our, I'm supporting Azimio. So those on Azimio, I've seen what they have done. Martha Karua is on record. Raila is on record. And the other leaders and Azimio, we can see what they have done. We go to the other side. I don't want to talk about what is there. You can't be told this day in, day out. You talk of what the other party is doing. And I appreciate so much of the sentiments given by the leaders who are on their Azimio. In most cases, they talk of what they're gonna do for Kenyan people. Not saying that on the other side, wengine wanatupinga, this is what it is. They have their own scenarios, what they've been doing, the instances they are involved in, kama hata ni wezi. Okay, hata Azimio kuna wezi, but this one is more. According to what they say, I don't know, I don't have evidence, but ni wao wanasema huyu ni mwizi, huyu ni hivi, huyu ni hivi. So from what they say, we consider my comparison, I see if kama huyu amesema ni mwizi, and kama sina uhakikisho, I cannot give witness that this is a thief or whatever it is, but you are in court, which means you are waiting to be proved whether you are guilty or not. But on the other side, hata kama wako, what I can say, all these leaders, we are not perfect, we are human beings, we are not perfect, but you can wait and see. We have a record of Raila doing whatever he has done in his lifetime as a politician, even before politician up to now. Karua too, we have. On the other side, the other day I said, we only have the leader of UDA who is good in speech, perfect 100%, but in action, 0%. So where are we going? Are we going on the 0% action, or we are going 100% speech? Yeah, I did the idea. We need to see going forward. Unajua ni kama mtu akwambia okay, nitakupatia chakula. Unaona mimi iko kwa jikoni. Mwingine amepika tayari umekuwa kidogo na ingine inaendelea kuiva kwa jiko. So ni gani utaendea ile bado naambiwa bado inaiva tu, ngojea. Na hiyo hata at least you have tested na unaongojea ingine hivyo ukule. All I can say, me from day one or all the time I've been saying that whoever takes it, so long as ako na ile roho ya Wakenya. Sio nilisikia viongozi wengine kwa upande mwingine, leo sitaki machina. Anasema, you wait, tukichukua ushukani mtaona. You know, when you say that, because nimesikia the other side, ukienda huko you are told this is what you say. So sio vizuri, mtu anasema ati, so vitisho hiyo haitatusaidia. And this is what I've been saying. Mimi kama wanataka kura za wananchi, mimi niko na kura moja na mwingine. Usianze kusema sisi kwa nini wamechagua huyo sasa hawana kura. Wewe mmechagua wenu. Wait. Go out there. Produce votes. Sio kusema ati kama wamechagua huyo sasa tumewashinda. We are not competing between nani atashinda ama nani atafanya hivi. We are competing nani can refrain Kenya ikuje inaenda kuanguka isimame tena. That's all we want. Ataka kuambiwa leo okay, ati sisi hao wananunua voters, lakini ukisema hao wananunua, wewe ndio unanunua. I saw the other day when they chana wakati Martha Karua walikuwa wanamtangaza kuwa mgombea mwenza wa Raila, watu walikuwa wengi. But the other side, mimi inatoka Kisii, watu before Osoro alienda akasimia, watu walikuwa wanaletwa kutoka mbalimbali, wanaletwa huko. So hiyo crowd sio crowd, haina maana. Crowd ile nakucha yenyewe. We want people who they volunteer. Sio ati unapatiwa pesa sasa unaenda side unasema oh nyinyi ndio mnanunua. We don't want that kind of politics. Kila mtu, kila wale wana viongozi wetu wote, hata kama ni wezi, hata kama ni nani, we value you, but we value what you have done to the country and where are you leading the country to. Sasa sisi ndio sababu umepatiwa pesa, hata ukiuliza kwa nini, why are you supporting this leader, you don't have nothing to say. Usema I'm supporting this. Kama mimi naweza kusema I'm supporting Raila because ABCD. I'm supporting Martha Karua because hata kama ameweka huko, mimi hata nilikuwa naambia watu nyumbani, nawaambia hey, mama akiweka, I've seen what I've heard what she has done before. Let us support, let us be behind this mama. But these are the ones, what they say about themselves and the other people say about them. So I cannot support somebody nimesikia hata mtu akikwambia oh be careful, hapa kuna shida, na ukiona at least kuna dalili. Hata ndio maana Waswahili walisema dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Ukiona kuna mawingu huko unajua itanyesha. So what we can see on the other side, tunaona dalili ya mawingu. So after this itanyesha. So let us be careful. Mimi sitaki kusema viongozi wote ni wazuri, but kuna wale wazuri zaidi ya wengine. Hatuwezi kusema huyu mwingine, okay, what they have done can portray their picture of what they may do. Our first president, our first president alikuwa na rais. Kama enyewe alitemwa na rais, angeambia wananchi, mimi ni kasi yangu hii, nimeingia kwa visi, kama nimetolewa, mimi nimetoka. Whatever may come after that, msikuje kunalewa. Sasa hii ndio anaambia, oh, nimefanya hivi. Wengine wanasema mimi nilisign tu si kuona, and they are lawyers. And lawyers cannot, I'm a layman, I can sign without reading all those. And sasa wanadanganya nani? Because we don't want such kind of politics, kudanganya wananchi, alafu tunaendelea kwa kuwa na shida. Wacha tuangalie vile uongozi. Mimi sitaki kusema hata kiwa UDA, so long as can deliver and so long as can make Kenya make a 0.01% improvement, that's all we need. Tusianze kusema ati mimi niko, hata ukiuliza kwa nini huko UDA utaki kusema, you can't even elaborate why you want to support this. Hizi pesa zote zinatumika, all decorations mnaona, magari, nguo, everything. Hata time nilisema, wengine wanasema hata ni vizuri mwenye anaiba na kutuletea kuliko mwenye anaiba na atuletei. So what kind of sentiments unaambia wa Kenya ati unataka watu wanaiba, and that's the problem, the greatest problem. Hata hakuna kitu kingine shida tuliona Kenya. We are in Africa, we're the leading in prospering, but why are we keeping back? Because look, hata nikipatiwa kazi nalipwa milioni 10 kwa mwezi, and I said this before, you can make a billion is not like a change. Mheshimiwa Raila alisema it's not a change. 1 billion, it has 1,000 million shillings. Hiyo hata mishahara wanapata, hata biashara wanapata, hakuna. Look at what UDA is spending per day. Alafu watu wanatuambia ati sisi tunakuwekea pesa kwa mfuko. Unatoa wapi? Hata kama ni biashara. I saw yesterday, I think yesterday over there is in the morning, walikuwa na debate ya kuonyesha washing money. I don't know the way they were saying about it. That thing is there. Pesa zinatengenezwa. Alafu watu wanapatiwa, napiga kelele ati nimepatiwa pesa, mwenye amenipatia 1,000, hata kama ni 10,000, hata kama ni 100,000, kila mtu apatiwe 1,100. kila mtu apigie kura whoever is giving money. After that, na tumeona kutoka nyuma tumedanganywa. Nilikuwa nasema kama if it is possible waleta ile manifesto walikuwa nayo. Hiyo wanasema mimi sikukuwa. Hiyo 2017, I'm sorry. 2013, 2017 na 2017, 2022. Manifesto asomea watu aseme this manifesto tulianza nayo 2013, this is what we did. Hakuna kitu ati umeunganisha stima. Stima hiyo mimi nimeunganishiwa stima. I used over 100,000. Bribing. Umetoa ile pesa, you must bribe ndio upate stima. So umeunganisha nini? So let us not deceive ourselves that sisi hapa tuko na pesa, tuko hapa. Wengine wanafikia, I told you, this leader, look at them. Deputy president, because wameona kuna pesa huko. So wako hapo. But mtaona tu, and most of them are switching. Hata huyo, niliona mwingine amesema, Mtama, alieleza juu ya Mtua. Vizuri sana. Na ndikujiku is okay. Mtama Mtua anawaambia nimetengeneza maji, nini barabara. Hakuna. Ndio maana akasema mimi singeenda huko Tara sababu I know this guy is a friend, but what is doing to the common man, I cannot sitaungana na wao. Kama nimeungana na UDA, lakini wakienda mkutano kutafuta kura za UDA, sitaenda huko. Why? Because of what he is doing. Sababu watu wale wengine wanapiga debe, sisi tuko hapa kwa sababu wamepatiwa pesa. Because huyu mtu ako na mdomo, akienda kuongea kwa wananchi wataona kweli hapa kunaweza kuwa na njia. Let us not be deceived. Uamue mwenyewe kura ni yako, uchue okay, nikikuwekea huyu kura kesho, what is going to come out of my vote? Atusiseme sasa mimi nawekea, but sisi kama ni shida sisi zote tutalia. Raila akifufua Kenya ikiwa vizuri, sisi zote we will be happy sababu our economy, kila kitu itakuwa vizuri, but let us not deceive ourselves. Tunasema sisi hapa ni nini viongozi. Mimi hata kama ni mama huyo,
Stanley, mind time, please.
Thank you very much, Bennett, and I appreciate all of you, your contributions and everything. And still, I keep saying, if all goes well, when hii kitu iko kwa channel, watu wanaangalia jumani. Asante.
Okay, thank you very much. We gave assignment to Ndeto is here to give us a feedback on that, but we are trying to work out something. All working out well. Tutawaletea bili hivi karibuni. Keep before you come in. Iko video hapa nimesukumwa na dunia iko na mimba.
Weka hiyo. Weka.
It needed some cooking because it belongs to somebody.
Definitely,
so,
weka.
Let me bring it fast, and then tutasonga mbele. Yeah, right. Follow closely.
Called Radical 2022, and in this WhatsApp group, we have the likes of Ndindi Nyoro, Dennis Itumbi, Kimani Chungwa, and some other leaders. So upon William Ruto picking Rigathi Gachagua as his running mate, there was a very heated discussion, rather conversation, in this group. And as you can see there, Radical 2022, Ndindi Nyoro, I have been saying the same thing even in Karen. Rigathi is not good for running mate. Just look at how we lost votes today, the moment our rivals settled on Martha. If that is not proof enough, I don't know what is. Yes, then there is a person there by the name David Mugonyi. Rigathi is very unfit. All he's good at is blackmailing Doyen. We will lose this election because of Rigathi. Even at the grassroots, they are asking why we chose a billionaire to lead the hustlers. The moment we lost Kindiki is the moment we lost this election. No wonder the senator has abandoned politics. Then there you are seeing Kimani Chungwa. Can you believe that the guy had the guts to tell Doyen that he will expose everything and sink the ship if he was not chosen as a running mate? He told it to his face, and when I intervened, he pushed me into the ground. And then Dennis Itumbi comes in. I remember saying that Rigathi will mess up the party. I was not taken seriously. And even my budget was slashed. And this is despite the fact that I had worked the hardest to popularize Doyen online. Now we have lost Kindiki and everyone believes me. But it's too late.
Okay. They are called and confirmed reports, but they look
Even
like
even if
coming
it's
from
even if it's propaganda, Bernard, it speaks
Yes.
the hearts and the minds of those people. Those people have just brought out what they had in their hearts. So whether it is true or false, I think that's what is in their hearts. So we take it as true.
Aya, keep karibu. Unmute, keep unmute.
What's the name of that vlogger? He's very good. I think I watch him sometimes. He's not that frequent. I think you need to invite him to the show. But my top one is Lee Mwingi and Kevin Oduor. If you could find these fellows and have a special session on Tembei TV, I think as Kenyans we're beginning to follow them. They're quite good actually. What if you could find out his name? I apologize if he's watching. Yeah. Ladies, I'm going to acknowledge the ladies. Mama Selina, she's in the backstage kwa sababu sometimes she's working and she has to switch off the camera and kuna new policy. Alafu Josephine and Mwakenya. Mike, analyst, I like your contribution. I always miss Wangira anatokanga. I like the way he talks. Wafula, habari yako. Domi, sema mwanangu. Jakindobe mzee wa komiti mwenyewe nje huyo hapa amekuja hapa. My neighbor in London. Hata nje mama Selina. Charles, habari yako. Yes, from yesterday I think a lot of children were conceived as we saw. A lot of children were conceived na kutakuwa na watoto wengi wataitwa Waiguru, wataitwa mother. Wataitwa mother? Ama watoto wa Kikuyu wataitwa Karua. So tutaona there's a lot of joy. I still feel happy. Hata sinadhani hata mama Selina hajalala bado. 48 hours this lady hasn't slept. Amekaa tu hapa, amelala 2 hours tu. Akamuka bado tu excitement, amevaa kofia. Mwakenya, you owe Mwakenya a hat. You remember that? You owe Mwakenya a hat. She asked for it. So you need to do that. I'm still very excited. Mama Selina has been singing this ticket for over 8 months, my friends. We thought she was just singing, she's just a knock party. Yeah, it's, oh, sorry, it's a person has told me it's called Dennis Odingo. So guys, Tembe forgive to promote this guys. They're doing a very good job. Forgive me for that. I think you need to do that. So Mother Karua, this lady Selina has been, let me just respect her by saying Mama Selina has been singing her praise for 8 months. We thought she was just a party loyal. Bakata Alex amekubali. Alafu Alex ametoroka. But this is yeah, exactly the guy for tamu sana. All right. Let's jump straight into the topic today about Martha Karua. But before I jump into that, mimi naona Kalonzo we need to advocate he never comes back. Wamesema sasa kwa standard he has 12 days to decide if he's coming back. Mimi simutaki. And for me, Njoho mnampenda, but for Njoho, mi nasemanga ukweli, for Njoho to redeem himself for what he's done to Mombasa, he needs to do things for me and for Kenyans. Tafadhali ukiingia hapo lands, right? Mi nataka ile kampuni inaitwa Deserol. By the way, this is from Citizen TV newspapers. The company called Deserol Limited, which is owned by Kalonzo and his wife Pamela. Nataka hiyo parcel land 2200 and 2278 IR 13040 in Machakos irudishwe by Kalonzo, na hiyo 4000 acres number 201185 huko Movukuru ward irudishwe, na nataka kujua hiyo 350 million Kenya shillings from Johnson Mudhama ilitoka wapi ikakuja kwa Kalonzo, then he can get that chair. Tafadhalini, we stop. You know, the previous panelist was talking about corruption as if it's a normal thing. We need to stop thinking like that as Kenyans. Ati sijui ati ameleta pesa ati hata kama aliba pesa imerudi kwetu. No, there are channels for that money to be used sufficiently. There are projects that Kenyans are waiting for. Hata kama ni hiyo funds yenye ma MP wanapatia wangu, put it there then. If that's how you want to distribute the funds to Kenyans, that is fine by me, so long as it's using the right channels. So I really felt a bit bad when he was kind of accepting corruption. It's not allowed. No, hii Mother Karua anakuja hapa na hiyo as CS of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. She's coming to clean up that mess. Na nyinyi watu lazima mkubali, corruption is dead. It's long days that we accept these things. We've seen the ticket for Kenya Kwanza. That is the ticket. If you want corruption to continue in Kenya, pick that ticket and go as if it's a football team. We as Kenyans do not want to hear corruption anymore. Most of us here in this panel right now in the diaspora, I know Domi is somewhere. He'll tell us later. Jacinda Bay is in Liverpool, London. Selena is in the US. You know, it's Kenya is in Spain. Kenya is in Spain. So we want to come back home. But if we come back home, DCI, yes. DCI and DDP. Yes, of course. Mother Karua is going to fix that because kuna vitu ambayo lazima she will streamline in the Justice Department. Why this case is taking long? You can't blame a department. You can't keep saying a department is failing, yet it's doing the investigation. And once it gets to the judges and the magistrates, we're not prosecuting these people. Let's get real Kenyans. Why is it somebody who steals a loaf of bread to feed their family is jailed immediately? Hata waste time. Mbona tunaweka watu wananchi kawaida wanawekwa kwa buti ya gari? Why can't we put the politicians in kwa hiyo buti ya gari pia? Why are we still seeing Sonko and these other people walking around freely? What impeachment? What impeachment is a trial. For Christ's sake, it is a trial. It's just because it's not done in court doesn't mean that the case was not heard. Senators have the judicial power to impeach, and an impeachment is a trial. The guy went through trial na akafutwa. Sasa ni judgment sasa, na hiyo judgment watu wanafaa kufungwa ama warudishe pesa yetu. Corruption is not a joke. South Korea, Singapore is doing very well. And I'm telling you, this lady, mimi nilisema na nitasema tena. I said that tulikuwa nasema tutaki Mkikuyu akuje president again. But today I'm saying, baba akitoka Karua akifanya kazi mzuri aingie, and I will not care. And that is my heart, by the way. if Karua does a good job, aingie hata kama ni Mkikuyu ama nini. I do not care. Because this ticket feels, it brings a very, very warm heart in my feeling. Aingie president. She can, if she proves herself in 5 years, or if Baba still wants to stay, ikue hivyo. And then that's when you know tribalism has ended. When the hearts of Kenyans are not going to look at her as a Kikuyu and more of a leader, like what we're looking at. I'm still feeling so happy right now. I will not. I mean, nimeenda kazini, any people are seeing me smile. I've told them why I'm smiling. There's a lot of change in Kenya, and it feels very good, you know. So, my fellow Kenyans, vote for it. And mimi nataka hiyo homecoming iendelee. Gachagua stuke kidogo. Hiyo homecoming ikuwe 2 months. Aendelee. Martha continues with her homecoming. And then unajua hata watu wanasema sisi yetu si earthquake, yetu ni volcano. That is a volcano in the mountain. The mountain has erupted. There we go. Watch this. Mutembe has come with a few quotes and they're going to be used by the news outlets. So the mountain has erupted. The lava is sipping. So Kenya, we're back to the 80s where we were called, where Nairobi was called the green city under the sun. I feel there's hope. I'll be honest with you. The joy for me is hope. It's hata kama ni kidogo, tafadhali muniachie hiyo hope. Bernard, najua nataka nisiende emotional. You know me too well. So
Thank you very much. We'll get back there and go better. The green city under the sun, and we'll have green Kenya under the sun. We trust that there will be a turnaround. Charles, thank you for your patience. Please come through quickly so that we move on. Charles, if you're able to get me, the mic is beside your name. You click on it once, and it will allow you to talk.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. I'd like to say that thank you all for this discussion. I'd like just to give my submission by saying that I'll join the discussion later. I just feel like the discussion is good. Just feel like but for some of the things, the politics as it is going, soon there will be an eruption that will be there as per the deflection that is seen in the politics. But we know there is someone, there is a person who will be determining the winner in the election. So I'll just like to say that thank you guys. Continue educating each other, because when we're doing this discussion, some of us, or maybe one time someone is listening here and getting some of the points here, and maybe a leader one day. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Charles. Thank you. Let's before Jakindube comes in, let's get this video to help us out. Right. A lot. Let's start with this.
And the Kenya Kwanza Brigade, because they're in a bigger legal and political deceit game than even what Dan Mans and the others have been persuading Kalonzo Musyoka to go to. Because ultimately they have something they're calling an alliance, an agreement which is an alliance, which they claim to have deposited with the registered political parties. But it is one without foundation in law. Because the only thing with the foundation in law is a coalition political party like Azimio, which is funded in the amendments. There is nothing in law known as an alliance. So whatever they negotiated, whatever they purport to have signed, whatever charade they are leading Musamlia, Mudavadi, Wetangula, I don't know who, to say, oh, we'll give you 30%, we'll give you KPA nominations, I don't know, we'll give you half the judiciary, is idle. And it is not based on any law, it is not based on any fact, it is merely meant to hoodwink. And if that thing was to be opened up, they're in a bigger political deceit game.
Thank you.
Aaron Cheruiyot has said a lot of things, but I'll only speak to one thing. You see, Aaron Cheruiyot says that theirs is not an alliance, and yet their own agreement describes it as an alliance. He says they are a coalition of political parties, the same way NASA was and all that. To that extent, he's right. The only thing is, what they are, that alliance, is not one that is regulated by law. The same way NASA was not regulated by law in 2017, the same way CORD was not regulated by law in 2013, or indeed the Rainbow Coalition in 2002. And that is why even the MOUs that were signed between Raila Odinga and Kibaki was able to rubbish them because there was no law to protect it. That's where they are. But now we created a law for those who believe that if you sign the agreement, then it is enforceable, because it's enforceable by the Coalition Political Parties Act. So the difference between where we are and where they are is that in our case, any member can enforce what is the content of the coalition agreement. In their case, it will entirely depend on the goodwill of the president, or the presidential candidate. And he has the option, as has happened before in 2002, remember, of saying that was just a mere MOU. So anybody who runs to the Kenya Kwanza Alliance believing they have signed some agreement should know that they have signed an idle paper. They will not have the protection of the law.
So that is what you call the legally idle.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
And of course, what we had Kalonzo Musyoka say, I mean, what was this negotiation like? Because for so many weeks, we've had Kalonzo Musyoka saying that it's undisputed that he is the proper running mate. And of course, you know, that Raila Odinga said he had put in place a panel that was going through this process. Then yesterday, we see two parallel unveilings of a running mate. What does this mean?
Well, first of all, if I can just react a little to what Fred was saying, it was not easy to follow the logic of how somebody can support another and yet they have unveiled a separate presidential candidature. But I think because at KICC yesterday, Nick Salat, the Secretary General of KANU, did endorse Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya, and said, just like Fred, that KANU is firmly into Azimio. So perhaps Honorable Gideon Moi has been going forth, you know, to and fro, trying to still prevail upon Kalonzo, not to take the decision that he did. Because otherwise one can't understand that kind of move that he made. And of course, for Azimio, still Kalonzo was offered the third most powerful position within Azimio, and as well as other considerations.
Which ones?
Like being centrally part of the government, so that he would be able to share in that, and so.
The position I had, the candidate Raila Odinga says chief minister. What other considerations are you referring to?
You know, when in the protracted discussions that the president, Honorable Raila Odinga, and Kalonzo had previously, there were discussions about how the government would be formed, and more critically, what kind of development was also going to be available to, you know, the various regions of the country. And Raila, in good faith, did appoint Kalonzo to be the third, you know, powerful member of his government to be. So that tells me that if one goes to stand on their own, and obviously the best that they can do is be number three. I don't know whether the idea is to force a runoff, or the idea is to go for 1 week to think about everything and then make a decision about whether to be still in Azimio or even UDA. But I think it's very critical that Kalonzo makes a decision so that is in one of the two main formations.
So in your view, is this the final decision that Kalonzo Musyoka has made in this election?
I worked with Kalonzo Musyoka in Wiper. There was a time that I'd been asked to support them with Raila Odinga in NASA. And I left Muungano for a while. I was, if you will, on loan to Wiper. And sometimes, you know, one can make a decision and then the following day one makes a different decision from the first. And so as somebody who is working with them, you have to keep on catching up. So I really hope that this is not the final decision, and that if one takes their mind back to 2007-8, you know, if Kalonzo had joined Kibaki or Raila, so that there was a definite win for either side, then probably we would not have gotten involved in the you know, ethnic violence that proceeded. So I think this is time really to make a firm decision one way or the other, because even if there was a runoff, let us even assume the possibility of a runoff. In either side, Kalonzo would not be made a deputy president, because the constitution now, unlike before, has a fixed deputy president. So, and if in one formation, Azimio, there's been this consideration of a very senior position, he can't be chief minister in UDA, because Mosali already, you know, is sitting pretty on that position. So I think those young people who are advising Kalonzo, Mutula Jr., Maanzo, Kiyo, you know, those gentlemen, I think they need to do better in terms of advising their principal.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe that helps us form the next discourse of the debate. The legality of Kenya Kwanza Alliance has been painted clearly there by the senior counsel, Otienda Molo himself. And of course, the back and forth of Kalonzo Musyoka by His Excellency Kibwana. Ameeleza hapo vizuri. Jakindube.
Jakindube, mwambie Alex arudi hapo kwa channel.
Asante na wasalimia wote. Mama Salina, habari yako? Wewe nimekuambia uje unitembelee bwana. Wacha hiyo
Wacha mama apishwe, mtanionanga huko. Nitakuwa na wakaribisha nyinyi kwa deputy president.
Tutafurahi sana. Tutafurahi sana.
Siwezi kaa.
Tutafurahi sana. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba nimefuatiliza nani mengi sana. Hiyo interview ambayo mmeona hapo, mimi niliona yote asubuhi. Ni jambo saa zingine, ni jambo la kusikitisha sana kuona vile wale watu upande wa UDA wanasema uongo. Yaani mtu anasema uongo na yuko pale anazidi kusema uongo. Ukiulizwa mambo ya integrity, unajua vitu kama integrity, hizi vitu huwezi kupeleka kwa court, lakini ukiwa mshukiwa huwezi kumchagua, huwezi kusema mtu anashukiwa kwamba anatumia atembei vizuri na unampeleka mahali kuna pesa eti akaangalie, na huyo unajua kabisa kwamba ni mshukiwa. Hiyo sielewi vile sisi tunaona vitu. Ni jambo la ajabu sana kwamba vile sisi tunaona vitu, tunasema mwizi ni mwizi wetu, lakini akisha kuibia ndio unaanza kulia. Sasa hiyo ni jambo la mimi nasema hiyo ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. Nataka kuanza kusema kwamba niliona Martha Karua. Mimi niliwaambia juzi kwamba mlima imeanza kuporomoka. Vile wale walikuwa wanafikiri wao wako kwa mlima imeanza kuporomoka. Walikuwa wanafikiria Martha Karua sio, huwezi kupima Martha Karua na anaitwa Igathe, hakuna kulinganishwa. Kashagwa huwezi kumlinganisha na Martha Karua, huwezi jamani. Sijui watu wanaangalia namna gani. Huyo huwezi kumlinganisha. Hata Raila vile watu wanamlinganisha na Ruto. Saa nyingine unataka hata kulia ukisikia ati Ruto unataka kulinganisha na Raila. Really? Hata sijui wa Kenya saa zingine wanaangalia nini. Lakini mimi nasema leo tuko na nafasi nzuri sana Mungu kujibu yale maombi tumekuwa tukiomba siku zote, kuwa tupate viongozi wawili ambao wako clean, na watu ambao tunawajua wako clean. Hao viongozi ndio tumekuwa siku zote tukisema huyu ni mbaya sijui nini. Kwanza wale tuliwachagua wakati ule, tuliwachagua wakiwa na kesi. Tunawachagua lakini bado wako na kesi. Jambo ambalo wa Kenya kweli, hiyo ni jambo la aibu kwa sisi wa Kenya. Tulifanya jambo la aibu hata kama hawakuwa na hatia, lakini wakati ule walikuwa hawafai. Huwezi kumchagua mshukiwa. Mtu anashukiwa alafu huyo mnamchagua. Alafu kisha mchagua unaanza kulia. Unasema hapana sijui nini. Huwezi kufanya namna hiyo. Mtu kama ni mshukiwa unaanza kwanza ana clear jina lake, anasafisha jina lake, anakuwa anaonekana kwamba hiyo kitu hakufanya, ndio unaweza kumchagua. Lakini mtu kama ni mshukiwa tunachagua, ni jambo lisilofaa. Kama sasa tuko na mshukiwa, mtu ambaye yuko na kesi, hata saa hii kesi yake iko, anaitwa Gachagua. Tunataka kumlinganisha na Martha Karua ambaye hana kesi. Really? Kweli wa Kenya?
Kesi ilikuwa inaendelea, ikasemekana atahudhuria kesi leo kwa sababu ndugu yake amekufa. So Bernard, kuna kesi na ilikuwa inaendelea, lakini ya 7.4 iliendelea leo na wakapostpone ati ndugu ya ati sijui yako kwa mashishi, na jaji akashangaa sana.
Mtu anasemekana ako na bilioni 12 kwa banki yake, na ukimuuliza umepataje, ni mfanyikazi wa serikali, biashara ile anafanya hakuna. Alafu mnasema akiulizwa explain amepataje hiyo pesa, hana njia ya kuexplain. Alafu huyo mtu unataka huyo aende sasa akalie banki kuu ya Kenya, awe ndio analinda mali ya Kenya. What's wrong with kitu gani mbaya na sisi wa Kenya? Kuna kitu mbaya na sisi? Lazima tuanze kuchanganua hizi vitu. Tusiwe tunasema tunataka tufanye demokrasia kama Amerika, lakini hatufanyi. Amerika hata kama ulisukuma mama mwingine ukipita kwa baa umsukume matako, utakumbushwa, utaambiwa ulifanya namna hiyo wakati ule, kwa hiyo hatuwezi kukuchagua. Hiyo hata kama ulivuta bangi ukiwa mtoto mdogo, ukiwa kijana, utaambiwa huyo ni mvutaji bangi, wakati mmoja alikuwa mlevi amelala kando ya barabara, hafai kuchaguliwa. Lakini sisi mtu ana pesa ya ambayo hawezi kuexplain ametoa wapi. Na ukiangalia history yake ni mfanyikazi wa serikali, si mfanyabiashara. Na hata kama ana biashara kidogo kando, haiwezi kumletea bilioni 12 vile nasikia iko kwa banki yake, na akiulizwa hawezi kusema amepataje. Alafu huyu mtu mdio tunataka, jamani wa Kenya, jamani, tafadhalini tuacheni hiyo mambo. Tunani kabisa. Jambo lingine ambalo ninafurahi, sijui niseme sijui nafurahi ama niseme namna gani, kwa sababu Kingi alisema Azimio ni mbaya, sijui imefanya nini. Sasa ameanza kupigwa boksi na wao wenyewe. Yule mtu alikuwa anasema alifanya kazi kumleta, ndiye anampiga box. Amemsomea, amesema hana uwezo, hana uwezo, amemsomea vibaya. Kwa hiyo tunasemaga hii mambo ya kukimbia ovyo, kuwa mtu ambaye hana msimamo ni kitu kibaya, haifai. Muangalie vile alivyo. Hata tukisema Malala alikuwa vizuri, alikuwa mahali pazuri kabisa. Sasa ameenda mahali, niliwaambia juzi kwamba yeye ugavana amepoteza, nani ile alikuwa hiyo useneta na imeenda. Sasa maana yake ni nini? Ni mambo ya ulafi, haifai. Nimewaambia vijana na Wakenya wote tujaribu kujiweka kusema ukweli. Ukweli ndio kitu moja. Hata saa hii watu wanasema Raila labda hajui kuzungumza, kwa sababu Raila anasema ukweli. Hataki mambo ya kusema uongo ndio watu wakupende. Hapana, sema haki, sema ukweli, maana ukweli ndio inajenga, ndio itawasaidia Wakenya. Ukianza kusema uongo inaboromoka kesho. Utasahau ulisema, watu wanaenda upande mwingine, alafu kesho unasema nyingine. Tusiwe kama Kalonzo jamani, ambaye anasema mimi na kusupport bila pingamizi yoyote, alafu mwisho anasema hapana, mimi mpaka unichague kuwa vice president. Kama ufanye hivyo basi hata wewe uchaguliwe. Sasa maana yake ni nini? Saa hii sijui kama mmeona hiyo, Kalonzo alipeleka jina lake kwa Wafula, alipeleka kwa jina lake kitambo. Alipeleka jina lake kitambo, lakini hapa anakuja anasema yeye ana support Azimio. Sasa huyo si ni msaliti? Sasa kama watu wanasema, wanasikia watu wanasema ati sijui Raila, sijui Uhuru, ni watu wasio hawasemi ukweli. Nani asiyesema? Nani msaliti sasa? Kalonzo kweli anaanza kusimama kusema ati kuna mtu msaliti? Unawezaje kupeleka jina lako mahali na unadanganya hata wenzako ule wako nao pale kama Kenya Oka? Amewadanganya, yeye amepeleka jina lake, amepeleka kama wiper, na hali anawaambia hata hao kwamba yeye ni Oka. Sasa maana yake ni nini? Mnaona hawa ni watu ambao hawafai jamani wa Kenya. Hawa ni watu ambao hawafai, ni ndugu zetu, lakini kwa uongozi hawafai. Na tunaona hiyo. Kwa hiyo Wakenya, wacheni hizi mambo ya kubabaishwa na hao watu, tuchague Azimio na Martha Karua. Raila ametuchagulia kiongozi mzuri ambaye atamsaidia na atasaidia Kenya, na ni kiongozi ambaye anafuata katiba na sheria, na kila mtu anajua. Hawa wawili wakiwa kwa ofisi, hawa watu ambao ni walowezi na hawa ambao ni watu corrupt, wengine watakimbia Kenya kabla hawajafikiwa, watakimbia. Mimi nawahakikishia, mtaona watakimbia. Na hiyo, kama sisi wananchi tukiwapatia au viongozi wetu usaidizi kwamba hatutaki mambo ya corruption, hii Kenya ambayo tunaenda itakuwa ni Kenya maridadi. Mimi leo zile vitu zinafanyika, nimefurahia sana. Nilifurahia kuona Martha Karua vile alilakiwa, ni kama walikuwa na baba, lakini alikuwa peke yake na wenzake walimsindikiza huko. Hiyo ni jambo la imewatisha Kenya One. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you very much Jakindu Bey, we appreciate it. Na tutaendelea kujifunza. Ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Everybody keep your mic mute. I'm saying Alex anasema you cannot compare between Jakindu Bey and Penny Nyagaga. I think atakuja hapa tueleze kwa nini baadaye. Now, Domi is requesting to leave. Before he leaves, he has a word for us. So, Domi, go ahead, please.
Okay, jambo tena.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Hatujambo.
Okay, I think I've seen those videos about Nani position of Western leaders and okay, the Kenya Kwanza. And let me talk particularly, I as a person from Western Muluya, I pity myself for being in the same community with the people like Wetangula, who is a full lawyer and cannot see that he has been bamboozled by these the agreements that do not have a basis, a legal basis. That is one thing that I expected as a lawyer to see. It's sad, but and I think the problem, what I think the problem yenye tuko nayo Kenya is this, and Mkenya aligusia, then I don't remember alikuwa nani pia akagusia. The problem tuko nayo ni hii: Kenyans, we don't know how to separate major issues and minor issues. You cannot take an election just as a simple competition. Unajua sasa Kenyans wamechukua an election to be just a simple competition ya Arsenal and Man U. Tuliwashinda of an election of we versus them. You know, that is where we get it very wrong. If we could take an election as a serious matter, whereby we need to get leaders who are going to determine the altitude of the nation, you know, to move the nation from one position to another, and just take it as a competition between the hustlers and the dynasties. Okay, we versus them. That is how wrong we do. And that is the reason as to why, let me say, generally in Africa, that is what is letting us down. We just don't know to take serious matters serious. And in fact, okay, I know Reverend is here can agree with me. Even in the Bible, if before God, if you don't take serious matter serious, God will not also take you serious. For example, huwezi ingia kwa boma, unapata ng'ombe inajinyonga, then unapata mtoto pale amejiendea choo. You see, what is it that is more urgent for you to handle? Kitu cha kwanza, you see, let us save the ng'ombe yenye inataka kujinyonga before we talk of, kwa sababu this is something that mtoto anaweza tengenezwa by even mtoto mwenzake, but you cannot let the cow die. That's what I mean. We don't know how to make the right decisions on major issues. I think if we can, that's a point that we need to check as Kenyans. Have a good night, or have a good day for those who are the other side of the world.
Thank you, Domi. Thank you so much for making time and interacting with us. Let's keep making Kenya a better place. Samuel Wafula.
Before Dominic leaves, shout out to you. It's been long. I hope you umenikumbuka. It is Sam.
Kumbushaneni tafadhali.
Sawa sawa. Tutachat pale lakini yeah, Bernard, am I being heard? Before
yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Before I left because of story ya kazi kesho, maybe, you know, to add up on what Mr. Dominic has said, which is very crucial. I think Kenya's politics is rotates around personality politics. We have, you know, tribal power brokers. One, these guys, they're not interested with the people. They are only interested, you know, with selfish interest. Unfortunately, the top 5 leaders in this country, they've held communities at ransom. If somebody talks of Raila, everybody associates Raila with all Luo votes. If somebody talks of Kalonzo, it is Kamba votes. But etc. But the bigger problem is that we have 3 tribes, around 4 tribes. Their voting behaviors in the last, since multi-party elections, have been a little bit wanting. One, we have Kikuyus. Their voting behaviors are predictable. Secondly, we have the Kalenjins. Very predictable. Third, Luos. Fourth, Kambas. Kalonzo is not foolish. The way Kalonzo, you guys are treating Kalonzo, like this issue is just
Kalonzo, Kambani is unpredictable, my friend.
No. Let me just weigh in. You see, Kalonzo is not mad, and the way he's being pampered, and the way these guys are softening him, it's not like these guys are foolish. They know that he has real votes. I remember when he vied in 2007, this guy got like all of Kamba votes. This guy, even in 2013, he was able to, you know, muzzle a significant, you know, chunk of votes, the Kamba votes. Same to 2017. We cannot write off that fact. This is a guy we can talk about. By the way, I support Azimio fully, 100% unconditional, but I can only, you know, describe Kalonzo like a madman with a gun. He's a madman and he has a gun. He can shoot anybody, anytime. He can be able to sink the ship. That is why Kalonzo, nobody is talking ill of him. They're only saying that, you know, you see, we know he'll come back. We know that we've sent Gideon Moi. By the way, from reliable information, I'm told Uhuru and Gideon Moi are seriously intervening on that matter. But one fundamental issue about, because we cannot change how his politics is, his politics has always been that. Very unpredictable, very selfish. But I think what Kambas should interrogate deeply, you've been given a prime minister position of this country, but you want the deputy. So are these positions being dished out for you or the community? You know, one thing Kambas are not understanding, and I've interacted with so many of them, they are saying, we are very angry. We are very angry. We are not contented with what we've been given. Then I've been asking them, now, Kalonzo bargaining for himself, is he bargaining, on your behalf? Then they say that we are happy. If Kalonzo is satisfied, we are satisfied. I think that is one of the biggest problems that we are facing as this country. Tribalists in the name of nationalists holding communities at ransom. Secondly, before I leave, there's this matter, especially this issue of the MOU. This MOU, these are that Otiende Amolo has been able to weigh in. As it stands, there is no MOU that has legal binding. Zote, kikuja kwa Azimio, kikuja pia kwa hizi. Once you form government, it's a different ballgame. For instance, right now, if Azimio forms government, there could be dynamics in both houses, Senate and National Assembly. They might not be having the required numbers even to push motions. So they have to give something. You might have been promised Ministry for Agriculture, but you need to cede some certain positions so that you can be able to control both houses. We have so many independent candidates running both Senate in the National Assembly and also in the Senate. We do not know how the houses will look like. So, Kalonzo, the better deal for us to do right now, tubembeleze mtu anaitwa Kalonzo. We can bembeleza him. But I know, Kip, you are not for that. For that, we can never go radical.
No,
when
but
we
you
are
say
wooing.
you say that for 18 minutes and tumekata. Sasa tufanye.
Now I'm done. I'm almost done. So I'm saying, let us bembeleza him kidogo. Let him come back. We are all people of Azimio. Let him come back. Baada ya post-election agreement, tunaweza nyoa hiyo chief minister. There is no legal binding. And I want anybody to challenge me. Hakuna legal binding kwa hii makaratasi tunapelekeana. That is why, Raila haku expose yake like Ruto. Ruto alijikaranga. You remember how he told lawyers ati mtapata sijui hii na hii. Wacha tubembeleze huyu Kalonzo arudi. Akisha rudi, we know how to sort him out. That's my submission.
So
I don't know
what makes us different from Kenya Kwanza?
What makes us different from Kenya Kwanza is that we are playing politics. Kila team
playing politics or playing deceit, not politics.
No, there's
politics
no deceit.
Just
in
like
politics,
they are playing their politics of deceit, that places us in the same frying pan, which is going to boil over into all us burning into ashes. I think Kenya has reached a place where everybody should tell each other the truth. Okay? And the truth is, there is no room for babysitting in the coming government. The coming government is for workers so that the country can be rescued from sinking. So anybody wants to be babysat, atafute daycare ile iko karibu na kwao, okay? Ajoin your daycare, kuna watu wanalipwa kufanya babysitting. There is no room in this government for any person to be babysat or to babysit another. So Kalonzo kama anataka kupembelezwa, hiyo kazi inafanywa nyumbani, sio kwa ofisi ya serikali, okay?
That's very radical, but with politics, you need to be very diplomatic.
But as at now, the last thing I would want anybody to do is to go and call back a problem that God is solving and bring it back again. Wewe umetolewa mwiba kwa mguu, okay? Unasema hii mwiba imetoka mapema, wacha nirudishe kwanza tumalize election nitatoa. Bane. Shika vetsakari yotawe. It doesn't go that way.
Hey, I didn't know you'll be very radical.
Let us do this. We have talked this Kalonzo since. Leave alone yesterday. It's not yesterday. Since that time. I was his
Let him
number one
talk
defender.
kidogo.
Neto is going to tell you. But when I noticed he's an elder and refusing to be an elder, behaving like a child, I surrendered. I washed my hands. Come a pilot. Let Kalonzo go meet his fate. Mutu asibebane na yeye atanarudisha yeye kwa ofisi. Akitaka atarudi na kirudi asirudi na conditions. Sasa saa hii sikiliza, ati anataka kurudi, lakini kabla arudi tumwambie hiyo chief minister iongezwe kwa ile agreement ile iko kwa registrar of political party. Can you imagine that? So what kind of madness is that? When did the registrar of political parties begin now to allocate ministries? Huyu ni mtu ambaye ameamua kwenda. Mwanamke ile ameamua kukuacha. Hata ukimpikia, umuoshe, umfanye nini, atakwenda tu. Mtu wa kubaki atabaki, wa kuenda atakwenda. Kuna watu wawili, kuna Ruth na kuna Ofa. Okay? Wakati wako na Naomi. Wote wanasema tuwezi kuacha, wewe ni mama mzuri. Wewe ulitulinda hata wakati wa ume zetu walikufa. Lakini njia ikienda tofauti ya Ruth na Ofa itaonekana. Mtu wa kwenda atakwenda, wa kubaki atabaki. Kalonzo ashaonyesha sign ya kwenda. Hata akiweka kwa hii government, he will be a thorn in the flesh all through. We don't want that to happen. So let Kalonzo be given a free hand, aende atafute coalition ingine ambayo anako comfortable nayo. Can you imagine atalikuja kwa Azimio na Oka na alikuwa amereserve Wiper kwa IEBC. That's the person you want to ni kama mke anasema anakubali muende kufunga harusi, okay? Lakini ana marriage certificate alikuwa ameolewa mahali na hiyo marriage certificate asha deposit kwa registrar of marriage, lakini wewe anakuambia kuja tu tutacheza. Hiyo ni siku njema, siku yetu imefika. Mna dance kanisani, huyu ashalipiwa mahari huku kwingine. Hebu utuache mchezo tafadhali.
Well, no, Bernard, this is beyond this is beyond a prenup. Unajua kuna prenup, lakini ukiona prenup in 2 weddings. How do you honestly, my friend, Kalonzo ametumia jina ya baba, blasphemy. Why do we need him? Sasa jamaa anataka kwenda kwa register. The papers are already up there. It's the difference between us and Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza can change the agreement even before the day of the election, because it's a coalition of parties, and the agreement is non-legal binding. It's just friends talking. Lakini yetu iko kwa registrar, ati anataka itolewe kwa registrar, iletwe tena tutengeneze prenup ingine. Honestly speaking, this is even before we formed the government. Na alipewa kama zawadi. Trust me, you know what he doesn't understand, the previous promises were when Raila becomes president and when NASA was still alive. Then he goes and breaks NASA and then still wants the same agreement with what we had with NASA. Are you kidding me? You break a marriage and then you say, you remember the prenup we had before, where I was going to take half of the property. I want that agreement. The guy is like, where? To divorce. We were divorced. I found a new suitor. I'm now married. What do you want? I can take a second wife, but bibi wa kwanza amekuja. Sasa yeye ndio no, wait Wafula.
Your mom serve.
Imeisha. This man needs to go. And my brothers and sisters from Ukambani, we can create a new spokesman for Wakamba. Kwani Wakamba ni 1.6, hata msiseme 2 million, 1.6 voters, registered voters.
They are 2.5.
There's no creating.
2.5 million.
There is Mamangilu. There's no reinvention.
Sasa hii mnaenda wapi sasa? Kuna wengi.
Let me say this as I bring Abuya. Yeah. One of our trainers was teaching on how important you are as a pastor in the church. Okay, he said, I want to show you how important you are as a pastor in the church, and he brought a bucket of water. I say, put your hand inside the water. Then remove. He said, as soon as you removed your hand, how much hole did you create in the water? He said, nothing. He said, that's how important you are as a pastor. Nature is not tolerable to vacuum. As soon as you leave, your seat is taken. Wanyonyi was given the deputy of Nairobi, okay?
Iende kwa kina
Akaanza,
Alex, hiyo
aende
CS
kuomba
bana.
kwanza, asikilize roho kwanza, nini. No sooner did he leave than somebody took his seat. Hii Kalonzo aachwe tu afanye kila anataka. Saa hii aachwe asumbue sisi. Na wale watu wanasema we need him. We did not say we don't need him. But if he is here to rock the boat until we all sink, what is the use? Let him go and rock his own life alone. It's better off that way than for him to sink. If somebody takes the plane hostage, okay, then we grab him. We can throw him to save the plane, okay? But we can't let him blow up the plane so that everybody dies with him. This is suicidal. We can't allow it to happen. History mnasema hii kura tunahitaji. Kura iko mingi. Hii kura ya mlima yote. You people are not looking at this election properly. Undecided fear of 2013, 2017. This is not 2013. This is not 2017. This election is going to be decided very early in the morning. It will be uncontested. It cannot even make it to the Supreme Court because the conceding speech will be ready by 10 a.m. Mwache kusumbuana.
We have the pictures.
Bernard.
Yes.
Ngilu kuna nani moja interview moja Ngilu alikuwa anafanya. Ngilu wanakutana, wamekuwa na mkutano nafikiri tangu asubuhi, wanakutana na professionals na church leaders na nini wa Ukambani na boda sijui na mama mboga wale wanataka ku make decision. Hawataki wana meet kwa sababu hiyo docket Raila alipeana kwa Kalonzo, wanasema hiyo ni ya community, na kama hataki wanataka hiyo wa retain. Ndio maana wanakutana wa decide as Kambats, as hiyo region wanataka ku decide kwa sababu wao wanataka wa remain kwa Azimio. So wanataka kuona kama Kalonzo aende peke yake, lakini amesema kwamba ataenda kumpigia simu. Aliulizwa na yule anka, akamwambia na wewe umeweza kuzungumza na Kalonzo? Akasema sijazungumza naye, lakini saa hii naenda kumpigia simu. Akichukua simu yangu nitazungumza na yeye, lakini tuko na mkutano tangu asubuhi. Hata nikitoka hapa narudi kwa hiyo mkutano, tunakutana wote ili tu discuss tunataka kufuata mlengo, tunataka kwenda namna gani, kwa sababu tunataka tubaki hapa kwa Azimio. So
okay, thank you for that information. That's a good one. Now hii mikono naona ina cause delay. Ni wakati wa Abuya. Alex, what is it?
I wanted to give Wafula a quick comment. I think Amanda, but this one I'll say, I know he's behind. It is evident by now that Amason Kingi needs us more than we need him. Mutua needs us more than we need him. Malala needs us more than we need him. What is his name? Khalwale needs us more than we need him. Everybody who left us is having a heat of the moment. They wish they were with us. Let us not refuse the fact that it is evident Kalonzo will need us more. Let us tell him as it is. Hakuna maneno ya kufeshitize him. Let him go. He will know that he needs us more.
Thank you. Naomba hivi hiyo mikono yote itulie sasa. We'll come to you when you make your submission, Momanyi and Imbuka. Let's hear Abuya first. Thank you. Abuya.
Jambo nyote, nawasalimia.
Greetings.
Greetings, yes. Now, I will touch on what is crawling very briefly, then I will add some legal shocker that I want to which will be directed specifically to Jakendube, because he is a man who has spoken about integrity, and I would want to add on that. Now, Martha Karua having the warm homecoming. Yes, she did have some serious homecoming, but like I told you yesterday, we are dealing with an animal that is crooks packed. They had a few, was it the senator, the governor lady Waiguru, and a few honchos of Kenya Kwanza. They organized some people on the road to ensure that they are booing her, but that did not kill her spirit. And at the end of the day, it culminated to Munya joining them. And as of 7 o'clock, the kind of crowds that Munya was trying to pump up were amazing. So I think they have kind of panicked. You could tell even from the funeral of the brother to Gashagwa. They veered off the script and were all firing guns at Martha. So I think they are not sitting pretty. That said, I want to come to this looming PA and UDA and KILIFI. Having been a resident there for several years, in Malindi specifically, which is KILIFI County, I follow their politics so much. And KILIFI is about to get a Sonko if we don't stop them. That in the name of Aisha Juma. You saw today when she was issuing her speech, she is incoherent. English imempiga chenga. And I decided to prior to this weeks ago, I decided to dig deep into her profile. And I have a clip I will share with Bernard, which she was interviewed by NTV some time back. I think in 2019 or something like that. This lady is a Form 2 dropout. I'm not saying that the fact that she's a dropout, she cannot make a leader. But I think the governor needs some credentials, some academic qualifications. And she confessed having been a dropout, a Form 2 dropout, and she moved out of marriage also, and then she came back and tried her luck in, I think, counselor or something, and then that's how she climbed up the ladder. And when I looked up her profile, I later realized that she has a degree from JKU Art in 2016. Now, I was asking myself, in terms of integrity question, how do you get into a university without secondary school certificates? So this is something that will end up in court. There are people who will question her credentials. It will be a long battle for her. But you could see even the kind of speech which was written, she could not communicate. And she is here telling Kingi that the people who are going to vote for you at the Senate as for you to become speaker are senators of UDA. So you are simply a UDA, you are UDA property. So they have enough challenges. Other than that, PA itself, I just learned this evening that from the interview of Kithure Kindiki, when I told you these guys are hyenas, they actually want to destroy Azimio. They had filed a case in court claiming that Azimio obtained the signatures of the PA officials fraudulently. Yet we all saw them sign these things live at KICC. Now they have alleged that Azimio is a fraudulent coalition. They have filed a case. The ruling is coming up on the 24th. of May. So you can see how shrewd these people are. They want to put legal hurdles. They want to do anything, and this, I think, is now being fast-tracked because maybe the heat of Martha is now making them feel totally unsettled. Other than that, the other bad news is that this integrity issue really bothers me too, because Sonko was pronounced, he went to the High Court. The High Court confirmed that he has been impeached. There is no way he can go. He has gone to the Court of Appeal. The same has been upheld. He's going to the Supreme Court. Now, how the hell does he go and file a matter at the High Court in Eldoret, and that, you know, and they accept that there are matters that need to be sorted out, which are constitutional in nature. So they gave it a date that the IEBC, there's a court that pronounced that the IEBC should cease even discussing anything to do with his candidature. So he has challenged that in court in Eldoret. How he decided to do it in Eldoret, I don't know. There is that clause that says that the matter should be filed within the jurisdiction. This matter, the jurisdiction was Nairobi when he was being impeached. How it has been accepted in a High Court in Eldoret is what I don't know. So this integrity issue is going to be a thorn in the flesh forever. We made a very big mistake with Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto. And God forbid, I don't want to imagine that Sonko is going to be on the ballot. Because if Sonko is going to be on the ballot, then you can expect Waititus to come back. This is going to be a disaster for this country. Total disaster. Very unhealthy politics, because these are the people we are going to keep on relying on. It's totally sickening. Now, to wind up on Malala. Malala is a pretender. Malala cannot talk anything. I mean, he's just pretending. He can't say anything against the DP in Western. Malala, where he sleeps, that is the property, that is property which has been funded by the deputy president. He has been collecting monies from the deputy president, and this is not something I'm making up. This is something that was an interview, and the person who was carrying this loot to give him is a former minister, Echesa. So Malala should stop pretending. He's on a payroll, and you don't take him seriously. Finally, the gentleman that you don't always want to speak about is always on your minds. That is Kalonzo Musyoka. That is Kalonzo Musyoka, and I know Bernard feels very bad when that name comes up, but you just have to give him his space. He's a thorn in the flesh. Yes, we need his votes, but from what I saw today, there were very many leaders, more than 300 leaders from the Ukambani region, from across the three counties, about 110 wards, different aspirants of different parties who met with their various leaders to review or chart their way forward. And the preliminary findings were that they want to stick with Azimio. Yes, Kalonzo might have his sway among the hustlers, those diehards, but I doubt if it will be that easy. Out of the 2.5 million that voters that he claims to represent. I want to believe that Kalonzo, if he is to get any votes, if he goes all the way, might be about 1 million. And the rest will be shared out. But if the three governors and also other aspirants can up their game, the rest 1.5 million should be for us. It should just be for Azimio. Even the people who have been supporting Kalonzo, who have been behind his push for nomination as a deputy president, the likes of Wavinya, they are extremely bitter, very, very bitter. They are talking about the election becoming twice as expensive because they had branded their vehicles, they had branded, they had, like for Wavinya, she's talking about billboards in all, I don't know how many towns within the county of Machakos. She has spent heavily, and just one man decides that it's all over. It is, I mean, it's out of this world. The gentleman, and Mr. Ndeto, your friend, is out of this world. We have to give it to him. Finally, also, let me finish with this, that the Azimio fraternity in Nairobi, led by Beatrice Elachi today, they have made it very categorical that they are going to retain Kaloki. He has been accepted, and there is no way they are going to allow Kalonzo to disrupt that ticket. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Banabuya. Let me bring you this one and I keep quiet. Story ya Kalonzo sitaki kusikia kabisa, kabisa. Hata kwa dawa.
Vyama vyote vile vilikuja pamoja isipokuwa chama au vyama ambao zinaongozwa na huyu Ruto. Wale wengine sisi tulikuja pamoja tukasema tutafanya pamoja. Na tumetembea hiyo safari pamoja. Tarehe 12 mwezi wa March tulikutana na tukaweka sahihi, tukakubaliana tutakaa pamoja. Na yeye mwenyewe Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka akaenda na sisi tukiwa mkutano mkubwa sana hapo Jakaranda. Na akasema mimi nitajiunga na Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga kwa safari ya 3 na nitamuunga mkono bila kumuuliza chochote. Unconditionally nitamuunga mkono. Na tukaendelea. Sasa tukawa na kamati ya pamoja vile vyama vyote. Kamati watu wa 12, watu 12. 12 tulikutana pamoja KCC. Na tukasema ili tupate yule atakuwa deputy president nominee, tuweke panel. Na kila chama kilipewa mtu mmoja. Na hata yeye alileta mtu mmoja. Wakaambiwa waende wakaa pamoja wafanye interview. Na watu 10 wakaenda wakafanya interview. Na yeye alikuwa mmoja wa wale 10. Na tukaapa ya kwamba yule atachaguliwa, yule atasemekana ndio huyu, sisi tutamuunga mkono. Sasa nafikiria kamati hiyo ilimaliza kazi na ikatuelezea sisi zote tunaona yule atakuwa kugombea hii kiti yawe deputy president wa Raila Amolo Odinga ni Karua. Ndio sasa akasema ikiwa si mimi naenda. Lakini siku hizo zote tuliendelea na kufanya campaigns. Na tumefanya campaigns sana za Azimio. Na yeye hakufanya campaign hata siku moja. Tulikuwa tukifanya campaigns za Azimio na hatukumuona. Kwa hivyo siku ile sasa tunamuona ni jana. Tukija kusema huyu ndio ambaye atakuwa deputy president, yeye anasema na mimi nitakuwa president. Tunajua hiyo safari tumeitembea hapo mbeleni. Mwaka wa 97, 1997, mimi mwenyewe niliomba kura za urais. Na nilipata kura tu zile Mheshimiwa Kalonzo alipata 2007. Mwaka huo nilipata about 500,000 votes. Zile za jamii letu tu. Na nikapata actually wabunge wengi sana. Mwaka wa 2007, 10 years kutoka siku hiyo, aligombea kiti ya urais. Alipata kura zile tu nilipata. 2013 tulikuja pamoja na Wakamba wote wakaingia kwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Wakaongeza kura sana. Na 2017. Sasa tulikuwa tunasema kura zetu ni kura za maana sana kama jamii la Wakamba. Lakini tukiangalia hakuna jamii moja hii Kenya yetu inaweza kugombea kiti ya urais peke yake na faulu. Ni lazima ulete vyama mingi, ulete kabla mingi ili muweze kufaulu. Kusema ukweli ni ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka akienda agombee kiti peke yake, hizo kura ni za kuharibu, si kura za kushinda awe rais wa Kenya. Na ndivyo tunamuuliza arudi kwa hii azimio la umoja wa Kenya wote. Na hii kiti tuliambiwa jana na Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Kama jamii la Wakamba tunasema hiyo ni kiti kinatufaa sana. Na kwa sababu yeye hakuwa anapatia huyu mtu kama yeye binafsi, alikuwa anasema jamii, kwa sababu kura ni za sisi, ndio sisi tutaenda tuweke kura pamoja. Huu mkutano umesema hiyo kiti ni ya sisi jamii, na tuko na watu ambao wanaweza kufanya hiyo kazi, si yeye peke yake. Kwa hivyo tunasema hiyo kiti tupewe, kwa sababu tunataka viti kwa serikali, tunataka pia tuwe kwa hiyo meza ambayo mashauriano inafanywa ili tujue jamii itapata nini. Imesemekana vizuri hiyo programs zote na projects zote, tumesema hii tunahitaji, hii tunahitaji, hii tunahitaji ili tuinue jamii la Wakamba. Tunahitaji maji, water, kiwu. Hii ndio Wakamba wanataka kwanza zaidi mbele ya kila kitu kingine. Alafu infrastructure, tunataka barabara, tunataka afya bora, tunataka mahospitali. Na ukiona sisi hapa kama sasa hatujapata mvua, mifugo yetu inakufa kwa ukosefu ya maji. Kwa hivyo hii ndio kitu ile sisi tunahitaji. Hata kabla hatujapewa hiyo vyeo, tupewe kwanza projects zile zitasaidia watu wetu. Kile kingine, tuko na professionals wanahitaji wakifikia huko kiwango yao wapewe promotions. Hawapewi chochote na wako huko kwa serikali, hiyo ndio kingine. Kwa hivyo hapa mkutano wa siku ya leo tuko na professionals, tuko na wale watagombea viti kwa parties different kutoka Ukambani. Hawa wote ni candidates. Na tunasema si tuko hapo kwa azimio la umoja na hatutatoka hapo. Na kile kingine nilisikia na mimi imenipatia kunizunisha sana, ni kusema ya kwamba condition nyingine ilikuwa imepeanwa ni ya kwamba wakiwa wanakuja ndani ya azimio, na azimio la umoja means bringing everybody together. Ni kusema condition ingine ni toa Governor Kiudha Kibwana, toa Ngilu, toa Mutua, toa Waita. Mimi nauliza ni kiongozi kutoka wapi anaweza kusema watu watolewe? Siasa ni kuongeza, siasa si kutoa. Na sisi hatuna siasa ya matusi, ni siasa ya kuleta watu pamoja. Sisi Wiper tunataka warudi, tuwe pamoja, tufanye kazi pamoja. Ni kutoka wengi, ni kutoka hapa, wale wote. Wiper ni party ambayo iko na watu wengi kutoka hapa. Actually, Wiper ni chama ya Ukambani. Kwa hivyo kwangu ni kusema tafadhali watu waache kusema nikiwa naingia na huyu atoke. Hiyo si azimio ya umoja. Hii sio azimio la umoja. Azimio la umoja ni kulete kila mtu pamoja, si kutoa huyu na huyu ili mimi niingie. Viti ni mingi sana ndani hapo. Sisi zote tutapata viti, tukae, tufanye kazi, tuwafanyie Wakenya kazi. Asante sana.
Bernard, what would happen to Kalonzo if Ngilu is given the chief cabinet seat? What would happen to Kalonzo? Tupatie Kamba here.
Kalonzo should continue being where he is. That seat can comfortably.
Ngilu,
we are going to secure her second term as a governor in Kitui. Then Kibwana can be given that seat on behalf of the Kamba community. Kalonzo can be forgotten. Hakuna shida.
Umesikia vile mama amezungumza?
Mama, hiyo ndio uongozi.
Mama mwenye nguvu. Umesikia amezungumza kishujaa, kiungwana, diplomasi. Yani everything you can want mama kusema.
With coherence, systematic, step by step. No confusion.
Na hata iende kwa Kisii huko kwa kina Alex pia. Si mbaya.
Alex, naona hiyo mkono yako unataka kuinsist.
Nimeheshimu kitu mama amesema. My stand was Kalonzo aende, but mama ameelezea vizuri sana na ninamheshimu. Bernard, the future of our country, if we men are not seeing it, we are an endangered species. If we continue to behave the way we are behaving, and then women start oozing wisdom like that, and giving us common sense direction, I'm telling you, we are going to stop voting for men and start voting. Huyo mama hata ingekuwa ni vizuri tunge interchange, lakini mama mwenyewe ametuambia wacha tu hakuje. She has done the best. So what we can say is Kalonzo risks to be seen as fighting women who are potentially smarter than him.
He's an insecure guy. God will have mercy on us. Banathemba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm well.
Yes.
Ndio kufika ama ndio kwenda?
Wewe endelea kukaa hapa. Umekaa masaa matano bwana. You have like 1 more hour to go.
Masaa matano kila siku. Acha kusema ni leo tu. Sawa, no problem. Ndeto amekuja hapa kurescue Kalonzo. Wacha kumsikia kwanza.
Demba habari. Demba habari.
Bernard, mbona unaruhusu Jakindube anavunja sheria?
Jakindube anataka kusalimia. Wewe salamu unajua sisi ni Waluya. Na kutuma salamu ndio utamaduni wetu.
Demba, utaki kunisalimia, unataka tu nitimuliwe.
Mimi naona ukivunja sheria, sijui wewe umekuwa ni wale ambao wako na ukoloni mamboleo wanajaribu.
Hapana, sijakuona, maana yake sijakuona. Nilikwambia mambo ya Kalonzo, nilikuwa nataka kukuona sana. Kalonzo bila anafanya.
Nimepokea salamu Jakindube. Asante. Shukrani.
Karibu.
Thank you. Let's hear Martin. Martin, kumbe hujafikisha ile kafara kwa Kalonzo, wamekuzuia kuongea leo.
We're running mate. This is running mate for Kalonzo.
Yes. Hawa ndio wana deposit majina huko kwa Chebukati, running mate, kumbe wako hapa.
Huyu ndio independent candidate. Tembo
So when I
usinigonge.
tell you
Tulia.
can take it as he struggles to fix his gadget.
Thank you so much, Bernard. I have one more thing to take care of a little later from 7. So that's why I've requested you stay on for a while. So nimesema acha nipitia hapa kabla Jakindube hajatoroka. Siku hizi ako na hiyo tabia ya kutoroka mapema, ndio niweze angalau nipate salamu na baraka kutoka kwa mzee Jakindube. Imekuwa kidogo nadra, sipati salamu zake, sipati baraka zake, lakini Jakindube siku hizi masaa ya kufunga jioni tunaongea Kiswahili. Jana Selina hapa alijikakamua kabisa, alijaribu lakini hata hivyo. Now I want to give my thoughts to
Sema Kiswahili sanifu, si Kiswahili hii yetu. Sema una Bernard, mtu wako na Kiswahili ingine jioni usiku. Oh my God. Hii yetu tunaongea sijui ni ya wapi. Anatuletea Kiswahili ya Tanzania, sijui ya kusema nini.
Haya, kumbe ni weledi wa lugha. Nitakupita nisikize.
I want to comment on, I see the menu on the table. We have a buffet pack of Martha Karua home welcoming, Mount Kenya running mates, face of Malala rejects DP Ruto, interference in Western, storm looming in PA and the UDA in KILIFI. I'm going to pick on 2 that I'm going to serve myself to. And I'll take the main dish, Martha Karua, homecoming, and then I'll add the salad of Pa and UDA drama. I think that for me will make a full dish for my points as I'm speaking this time. I think I like the attitude of Martha Karua. The attitude has really emboldened the resolve within Azimio. And I think that is the energy we were waiting for. You know, when she came in, and today you could see what she did. She went straight to her, home ground, and she started, pushing. She's not even hiding. You could see the picture of Baba so loud. And, I was excited when I saw people now boldly even putting on, the R, the beret that has the R for Baba, and they are speaking loud. The Azimio song is playing so loudly in Mount Kenya. That for me was the energy and the zeal we were missing. And I think I must say that if for anything, we need to give it Martha the resolve. I think I know her to be a very committed person and a very principled person. And Baba needs such kind of a person. When you make a decision, you make it once and that's it. And she takes her time to make a decision. And when that decision is made, it is considered decision and quite informed, and she sticks to it in spite of all the challenges that may come with it. That is the kind of a person we need to set certain characteristics of leaders that we want to train our children to be and to observe. So I think I liked that today. And the homecoming, I'm seeing this election going to be one of the best election, say from 2002 and 2010 constitution, where we are going to have people campaigning freely. And there will be no one thinking about even violence in any form, because right now you see that has started taking shape. And I'm also seeing a situation where the other side are at pains. What are the jabs they're going to throw at Martha Karua? This is a woman. When they stood there and when they were launching Rigathi Gachagwa's running mate, as a running mate, this lady, the governor for Kirinyaga, came in and said, she said, we have been offered 50%, 50% as women, right? Now, number one, the top ticket does not indicate anything close to 50-50. The top ticket, the top ticket is we do have William Ruto, we do have Rigathi Gachagua, we do have Musalia Mudavadi, we do have this other lady, I mean, not lady, gentleman from Pa Kingi. We do have the other one from Machakos. These are all men. There was no lady mentioned at the top, not even one. And then, of course, the only thing they did to a woman was to allow Anne Waiguru to come and say, we have been guaranteed 50% as women. These top people, there's none of them that is a woman. None of them is a youth. They are saying this government is going to be run by the youths na mutu wa mboga mboga, mama mboga, and mutu wa boda boda. None of those 5 top seats is a mama mboga. None of those top seats is a mutu wa boda boda. None of those top seats is a woman. The only thing that was left was for Anne Waiguru to come and say we have been guaranteed. Guaranteed by who? Because the next day, Alice Wahome comes and says because Kalonzo has been, Raila has named a few cabinet secretaries, she comes and says that was illegal. Yet, Mudavadi has been given a seat by them. So you see, it acts of hypocrisy when they start talking like that. So it was a serving that they didn't know how to respond, and they still don't know how to respond because you can't attack a woman. How do you stand up and start attacking Martha Karua? Yet you are saying we are going to give women. So when you attack Martha Karua, you are telling us you guys are not sincere with the posts you are talking about when you want to say that you're going to give women, because a woman has gotten a part and you are now busy attacking her. So that for me is a serving that they don't know how to respond. And I want to urge, the Azimio guys. I mean, we've already given them a score that they can't win. Let's now change, like we are doing, the narrative of the game. Is no longer about persons. It's no longer about 70%, then I give you this position. Is now about the cost of changing the country to a better future. And this is the ticket that we are offering. So I think I like what I saw, and I like the way Martha Karua has hit the ground. And even from the video that Ngilu has said, when you see someone, I don't want to mention names because I am starting to run away from mentioning that name. When you see someone who is not committed to the cause, all he wants is to sit in the table and be brought and be served to something. That is the most outrageous behavior we've seen in a politician. And I think in the future, like we said here, we want someone to do this particular person as a case study in how not to run politics in Kenya. And I think in future, that is something that is going to be studied far and wide. Maybe it is advices. I don't know how someone can be so lame to good. I mean, you're seeing reason and you don't want to see that. I was surprised that they had even gone ahead and already posted something at the IEBC and they were here looking for this ticket. How can someone be so hypocritical in any negotiation? Now, I want to go to the other one, I've done with the main meal. That was my main course. So let me eat some salad. I am very impressed with what I'm seeing happening at the coast when Pa ran away. And according to him, that was the best thing that he had seen. And probably he had already, made great calculations. And then this lady comes up and says that, hey, there's nothing new you brought on board. And in fact, they're now exposing each other. For me, I think that is a good fodder for us. It is Napoleon Bonaparte that says that do not disturb your enemy when they're busy making mistakes. So I think those mistakes are good for us. We can only take it. And now we say that Baba was not lying when he said that actually Kingi came to him to request him to protect him from the corrupt cases, and Baba refused. So I think they are all saying that Baba is one person who gives consistent information, and even them, they are now confirming. So that for me is a good thing. And Bernard, I want to leave it at that for now. Until later.
Thank you, Temba. And that brings in an interesting twist. Mama Kiuno is on record saying she played a very major role to make King cross over from that side to come to UDA. Okay? And history of recent has it, after the fiasco where Mama Kiuno shot somebody in a funeral, okay, Kingi has been the major thorn in the flesh in Mama having a voice in KILIFI. Okay, it appears she pulled him over, okay, so that she can cut his feet completely, and now they are in the same basket. Nobody can tell each other which sin was committed where. I don't know how you see that.
Actually, Bernard, you're saying something, right? You remember, if you listen to her, not the speech that she read, but the speech that she spoke of the calf. You remember the one that she spoke without reading anywhere. She said that, do not push me because I'm the one who brought you in and I know what happened. And I know what I did. So there are things she knows. And for me, I would want them to keep exposing and throwing more mud and more fodder for us, because the more they do it, the better for us, because we still need that. The governor of Kilifi County is ODM, and that's Azimio. So let them spoil each other's name. We get that. As even us now, what we need to do is move more to the ground and say, okay, fine, this is where you are. These are the people that you think are going to be serving you. So I think as Azimio, the groundwork should be going. And I think I like the direction being given by Martha Karua. Martha Karua said, no sleeping is work from day one. And let's move. Let's keep moving. Azimio ground. When they go lower, we go higher. When they insult, we don't insult. You show them the records. I think that is where we are going. We are not playing at their game. We have set the rules. Let them do catch up. That's what I can say.
Thank you. That's clear enough. I want us to move on. Kip, is that lifting hand or praying for me?
I'm asking for space, and I'm about to go sleep. So if anybody has objection, I'm all right with it. I can just bounce.
We object you to go to sleep. Is that an accepted objection?
Yeah, I can go. It's fine. No, I don't want to be.
No, we're objecting you're going to sleep. We are not encouraging you to go and sleep.
No. Temba akitokea lazima nitoroke kwa sababu unajua ni wakati.
No, he just made a stopover. He's going. He will come. When he comes later, it's when you will go.
Mi nataka Temba kujange hata jioni kidogo bana to debate. Lakini wanakujanga asubuhi and he's got some interesting topics. He annoys me.
Sawa.
Just very quickly.
Wewe keep kaa hapa. Kwani unaogopa Temba? Kaa hapa.
Siogopi Temba. Nini? Si nimekuambia nataka mjamaa kuje.
He's testing his microphone. Don't take me. He's testing his microphone.
Okay, before, and I think Mama Selina, because I really respect her. David Olo, my hands are washed with you, by the way.
Keep ameniona. Keep ananiogopa.
Sijakuogopa. No, but nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu moja that is very serious.
Let Mama Selina say what she has.
Before she says anything, David Olo, you need to respect this lady. Nikisema nimeosha mkono yangu because you're disrespecting Mama Selina on the comments. I mean it. I honestly mean it. This is not your age mate. And as an African, you need to respect your elders. You're cursing yourself. Na nikisema nimeosha mikono yangu, I'm being serious. This woman is not a joke. Tafadhali, heshimu mama. When Mama Selina allows me, I'll say anything else. But I mean what I said in my comments. Marcelina ulikuwa umeweka mkono. I put my respect.
Yes, keep. Asante sana kwa sababu Makurumen ametuambia, tungeambia nini watu yetu leo vile Makurumen amewaambia tupigie kura Raila. Ya mwisho, hawa wajue ni Patu ni kijana na mimi nataka wachukuu, so uwezi kaa mpaka hiyo time nikose wachukuu. Ikifika wakati ya nyumbani nataka kupepa mchukuu mapema, so kuchanga alafu urudi nyumbani. Siwezi taka nikose wachukuchi ya siasa. Thank you.
Mama Selina uliongea na mama yangu. I think you talked to my mother. Well, you talked to Vero, eh? I can see that.
Okay,
we'll
no
talk later,
comment.
Mama Selina. she knows my family. I suspect that.
Sema ya Makurumen, what we tell Kalenjins, ameambia watu leo Central tunapigia baba kura
So,
kwa sababu na
Murkomen made a big mistake today. You know, it's the same thing that happened with Minji Minji. You know, sometimes the heart wants what the heart wants. Slip of the tongue, it's something that they've been repeating in their minds for a really long time. Alisema hata mkipigia Raila, tunapigia Raila Odinga kura hata kama mutaeka sijui keki and all that stuff. So he contradicted himself, meaning that he already knows he's considered defeat, my friends. Mother Karua, Minji made that mistake twice. The first mistake she did was she did it twice. The second time she said, oops, I'm sorry. You know, she mentioned Azimio. So I'm telling you, Kenya kuisha, and this was even before Martha Karua was announced.
and Wetangula did the same in Bungoma. Wetangula did the same too.
Wetangula did, yes, exactly. So 3 times the Kenya Kuisha people have mentioned Azimio as being a very affordable coalition that rolls out of the tongue before Kalonzo came and destroyed it by making it quite lengthy. Sasa nilikuwa nataka kusema presentation na nitabaki kusikiza kidogo ya Themba because I think he still has a bit more to say, na Martin Deto. So I'll stay for another 30 to 45 minutes because I'm still on a buzz from yesterday. But what I wanted to do is just add on the Kalonzo factor. I think I really need to emphasize the fact that we honestly need to let this man go. If he's not in for the people of Ukambani, wacha hata nani Ngilu aache hiyo governorship alafu tumpatie hiyo chief cabinet secretary, ama kama na bado anataka kuwa governor aendelee, tupatie Kivuta, but I don't think Kivuta's strength is that strong. Turudishe hiyo kwa kina Matiang'i, turudishe kwa Kisii. We give the Kisii that position because tukibebana na huyu mtu, you know, Kambas are not watu hivi hivi. They're just like Luyas. They're voting patterns. I know I have 2 Kambas here, Martin and Themba, and we understand that your voting patterns are similar to the Luyas. Nyinyi watu mnakwanga very unpredictable. I think somebody mentioned it and thought that it's because the last 2 elections, the Kambas.
What did you say? Which are unpredictable?
I said unpredictable.
Yes.
Luyas,
community being unpredictable. How?
You are unpredictable, by the way.
How? Historically. Can you prove that historically?
Let me locking horns with you.
We are the most independent, democratic community.
That's what I meant. Okay, I should not say unpredictable. Independent.
Thank you. Yes.
That's the word.
You're calling us
that is the word. No, sorry.
You want to colonize us.
Alitaka tukumbusha, alitaka kusema vile Kamoto alisema samani.
Hapo umenishika, but I used the wrong word. Kambas and Luyas are the most independent voters. That is the word. Thank you. Correction. I accept the correction. And when I say unpredictable, it's you cannot force a Kamba you cannot force a Luya to follow a certain way. So that's why I meant unpredictable. When I said unpredictable, it meant that you cannot tell Kambas to all go in one line, kama watu moja together, or the Luyas the same line. You have to kind of, suit them. Lazima ukuje pole
Keep
pole.
sema mzuri wakale kama wakale. Sema
Kama wakale na
Luhyas
yeah.
are not mbusis.
They're not exactly. Yes. And it's the same with the Kambas. How Zimbuzi? No, Kambas are not.
Yes.
Munafikiria kwa sababu walikuja
Kikuyus and Kalenjins wanapelekwa kama mbuzi, wanawekwa kwa kunia na kushona na kuweka kwa mkongo na kutembea. So you negotiate when they are already in the sack.
Wakikuyu hapana.
No, that's enough. Be careful, everybody. Let's go back to the debate. Keep you are the one opening all these up.
I know. I always do this in this channel. Mnanijonga na kungana tabia mbaya. Nyumbas, there's the difference between the Naivasha, Nakuru, Eldoret, Kisumu, and all these other diaspora Kikuyus. Hawa si mbuzi. Kama nyumba si mbuzi, huyu wa Nakuru ni different. Lakini yenye kwa mountain yenyewe, hiyo ndio tunasema. si akina nyumba. You're kind of different. Watu wa Molo,
Nakuru,
Naivasha.
ya Rift Valley wanasema tunapika wanaambiwa kwa nini mnapika Central? Wanasema tulitoka Kiambaa, tulitoka Rironi. So when it comes to the fort, wanaangalia Mlima Kenya.
So that's why we say nyumba tunasema Gema community, and then we say the Mount Kenya community. There's a big difference. You are different. Sasa naona hata nyumba me relax kidogo. So Kalonzo, I think originally it was Alex that mentioned this. He said, let us ignore him. Let's not give him any airtime as Azimio people. Akirudi, mi nataka hiyo kiti irudishwe because Raila put a trap on him when he mentioned the CS. I'm very sure Uhuru and Raila already knew that guy was going to vie for presidency. So the announcement, he thought he was playing chess because he announced that Martha Karua was going to be deputy president. If you watch the streams closely, Kalonzo announced it before. What we were more interested in was Raila's announcement, but Kalonzo announced it before Martha. And I still need to confirm at what time that happened. So akasema huyu tumempatia chief, and there's a reason for that, kwa sababu Wakamba wataona sasa tumepatia huyu mtu ikiti na amekataa. So why we going to vote for this person? Hata kama atachukua 500,000, somebody said $1 million. I don't think it's going to come to $1 million. Like Ngilu said, it's 500,000 tops. Yo need ceiling. Aende na hiyo 500,000 na iende. Let us concentrate on what our original plan was. The 3 governors, now 2 governors, because I've always said that anybody that seems corrupt to me, I'll always speak about it. And I spoke about this before Mutua came. That's why I think I like Mutembei. We always speak our heart. And even before Mutua, I remember Mama Selina had this. We spoke about Mutua's corruption. I gave a list of his corruption. And I gave a list of even Kalonzo's corruption. And I did it today, and I still want Joho to redeem himself. And those pieces of land that Kalonzo has been, their cases in the EICC, I'm quoting Citizen TV's blog on this, so it's not allegedly, so I'm quoting a news article. There are few lands in the Ukambani area that I want to be investigated on top of Kalonzo before he gets that position. So don't sign anything with that man until he tells us where he got that land. I'm going to stay a bit to listen to Martin Deto and Temba. If Temba is not next after Martin, Temba pole sana bro. Oh, by the way, Temba is famous now. Kuna sticker yake hapo ya WhatsApp, kama unataka mumtext alafu atakutumia. He's dancing Azimio dance. I call it the Azimio dance. So Temba is becoming famous in the Azimio realms. It's traveling around. If you want it, ask him. Tafadhali. And follow his channel with his daughter. Very nice channel. Shows you how family is supposed to be. And ni mzee lakini amedecide kukuja TikTok, hata ufuate hiyo.
Okay, thank you for that. Now I want to redeem myself. There are 3 people who have not spoken. I want them to speak, all of them. Wamalize kwanza ndio mwanze kuintercept. Sawa sawa. We start with Martin, then twende kwa nyumba kwanza kwa sababu ya seniority. Never it. You are the youngest, you will wait. You still have got a long way to go. Thank you. Okay, Martin, welcome.
Vipi mtumishi?
Hey, run away.
Nakuona, lakini unajua twashukuru kila siku ukiwa hapa. Tumeanza kufunzwa Kiswahili na Themba hapa, unajua twakikumbuka, twakimenya. Wakamba twasemanga twakimenya. Kiswahili kwa Kiswahili. Nashukuru sana watu wote wenye wako hapa. Mungu ametujalia si wote tukawa hapa, and I'm always glad. I always say thank you, number one, Bernard, for always taking your time and taking your night sleep mpaka unatuweka hapa, and we are here. People don't understand that most of the time that you're here you were supposed to be asleep. Themba also takes his time, and we really appreciate him so much. You guys do a good job. The rest of Wekesa yuko hapa, that's the other one. But everybody else that shows up, I really always appreciate what when you kuja hapa, especially the regulars, because we do talk. Sometimes we brush shoulders, and at the end of the day, we are Kenyans, and we're doing a service to our country to be able to talk. And some of us have become very good friends around here. So it's a good platform to be here, and things are said. So after saying that, kama kuna mtu sijamtaja, keep wewe tutapigana wewe. Anyway, you know where we come from. Anyway, but how wengine saa tuko sawa. Anyway, so I think I'm going to start today with saying pride is a very bad thing. Having pride can change a lot of things that God has given to you. Now, mtanita, what do you guys normally call me? Mnanitaga nini? Motivational speaker. But pride is a bad thing, but we know how to calm it down. Kalonzo had a lot of pride. And when Kalonzo had the pride, the way I keep on telling you guys, and I've been here since the word go, I was against Kalonzo coming in at that time. The ones that were here know. We, as in Ukambani, people don't know Ukambani politics. Ukambani politics has never been in the limelight. It's only, this is the first election that Ukambani politics has come to the limelight. Ukambani politics was never ever it was dealt in the backsides. I want to start on that trajectory just because of Kip and Mama Selina. I wasn't going to start on that. I was going to finish with that. But I want to start with it. The reason I'm starting with that is because I've been here every day, and I've said kuna wengine wameniita prophet, is because I know Ukambani politics and I talk to people and I have good sources. You know, it's getting to a point where I used to, talk very ill about Kalonzo Musyoka, to a point where I'm starting to defend him. Because it's gotten to a point where you find people like Kip, and Kip, I'm not talking vibaya kwako, and Mama Selina talking, unajua, sisi hatupangangwi kama Wakamba and whatever. Dude, you don't know the Ukambani politics. We play the Ukambani politics. You don't play it. We know it. We're bringing it to you. We're waiting for our foot soldiers to come back now. We send our foot soldiers to go stop something, and then now they are coming back. I've been here singing it. Today, Kalonzo has put up a statement that says, put that hiyo kitu mmemwekea ya nani ya cabinet whatever, put it in the agreement, and he's back home. I told you here, he's not going anywhere. We are not stupid. We know what we do. We've been playing this politics since we were kids, or watching our parents play the Ukambani politics. Don't come here talking about watu wa Ukambani unajua wanafanyagwa wanakuaga nini. That affected me, not in a bad way. I'm okay. I'm just saying, you guys, if we play our politics the way we play, nyumba yako, Mama Selina, you like to say that. Nyumba yako ipange venye itapangwa, sisi tutapanga yetu. And we know how to play our game. We can't play our game like the Kalenjins played. Neither can Kikuyus play their game the way the Kalenjins played. If we're in the same house, let us play our game. We told you we will bring it, and we will bring it back. Our foot soldiers, they are coming back. Not just Kalonzo, hata kina Mutua, utaona, they'll come back. We know how we play our politics in Ukambani. So relax. This Kalonzo stuff, I think, it's been spoken every day, every day. In Ukambani, we had to tame him down. Now he's willing to go back where he is. So the fight is over. All you gotta do, relax, just put that on the coalition agreement, and the guy is back, and we move on. And now we get the Karua that we wanted, the Kalonzo is there, and everything na tunashinda hii kitu hata before yan. But when you start attacking tribes, and we are tribal here, if I started attacking your tribe, also you will feel a certain way. So please, let's be very careful when we start talking about watu wakwaji now, because we are here not as tribal. We are here as Kenyans, or as Azimio, or even as UDA. And I think that's why the lead, wale kina Mutula na kina Manzo walikuwa nasukuma, that's what they were saying. Tunadharauliwa. Now, I didn't see their point, but I'm starting also, the more we keep on talking, I'm starting to see their point. So I'm just saying that that's something I needed to get out there, because don't just be comfortable here just because you know Mato doesn't agree with Kalonzo. Don't come here saying Wakambas, because I'm a Kamba. If I come here talking about Kales, you will feel a certain way.
It was with a light touch, light touch.
I know. I'm just saying, for me, you see me, I can laugh. I'm full of joy. I understand what is happening. But also, there's other people talking out there who will ask me, call me and tell me, oh, is this what people are talking about, Kambas? Because they see me every day. This channel is being watched even after we leave. I get calls from Kenya. I get calls from wanarania nini in politics. I won't tell you because Alex aliniambia nisiseme wala tunajua.
I used the wrong word. I should not have used unpredictable. That is the problem. That's what fired
me.
No,
it's okay. I'm just saying. That's why I started with that, and then I go to the lighter part of it. Anyway, so moving on. It's funny. I've seen Kingi fighting with Aisha Jumo, Mutua fighting with Mudama, Malala fighting with Ruto. So when you look at that combination, you realize there's something going on here. And I feel it's a very well, and I know it's a very well orchestrated thing. Azimio tunashinda kitu mapema sana. So going back to actually where now I wanted to begin, I was so happy about seeing Karua. And one thing that actually caught me, his homecoming, what caught me is the walking hand in hand. It reminded me of the second liberation, when they were being beaten by the police, kina Orengo, kina Raila, and everything, where they would walk hand in hand, locked. That showed me where our Kenya is, and I'm so proud of our country today for even having that lady presidential candidate. Like bado hata hiyo raha ijanitoka. I'm so happy because it's gonna change people's mindsets and people's psychological kind of way of politics. And for me, I know this is a new beginning of our country. And the reason I know it's a new beginning of our country, look at your screen right now. We are here talking on the screen. That never used to happen. For me, I am happy. I know the numbers are there. Just all I can say, billboards, there's a problem going in Ukambani right now. People asking. So now, like Wavinya Ndeti asked, and a lot of people are asking that. So now I've already printed everything. How am I supposed now to start changing that? And the memo that came out to them on a WhatsApp, and I have it, was don't change anything. Don't even worry about it. Because we are all in Azimio. That's the memo. I have it on my WhatsApp. Bernardo Kitaka nitakutumia. It's from my cousin. They were told, don't change anything. Don't worry about that expense. Ukambani is okay. Wachenini kusumbuana na Ukambani. Ukambani is in Azimio. I've been here talking since, I don't know when you brought Ukambani in. It's not going to take a week or 2 weeks. It's done and dusted. Ukambani, the more mnaendelea kuongea juu Ukambani, the more people keep on talking about it, the more you're making some people mad out there. And I felt it. And when you see Kinangilo talking about that, they are taming something. Let them. That's Ukambani. That's how it used to be. And that's how it's been played since Pitam. Relax on Kalonzo. Kalonzo is not going anywhere. Kalonzo anywhere. And in fact, if you watch Herman Manyora got the whole thing today. Kalonzo is going to be the biggest campaigner of Raila Amolo Odinga coming soon. Watch this space. Listen to what I'm saying. Namwache kusumbua Kalonzo. The more you keep on talking vile about him, his people is feeling bad. And it's become bad to a point that mtu kama mimi mwenye nakuaga na watu nazongea nao kwa karibu, they're telling me, oh, hatu wanaongea vibaya. Si nyinyi tu, si watu wa group. Hatu wanaongea vibaya kuhusu Kalonzo na waelewi tunajaribu also kusecure Ukambani somewhere to get a good deal. Lakini sasa nini and all that.
Kivutu hiyo kiti bana basi ya Kalonzo ende. Give Kivutu Kibwana that seat.
No, we're gonna give it to Kalonzo. We're going to give it to Kalonzo. These guys, Kivuta Kibwana and Gilo don't want.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Can we go to the next person?
Bernard, I want to step out. Can I just say one thing before I go?
You want to say something?
Yeah.
Oga Martin, you need to you are speaking as if you have inside information that we are not privy to. Okay? We are the aggrieved party here. If you people have a way you play your politics and now it's affecting us, we are defending our right. It's not attacking the Kamba community or Kalonzo. We are defending our right. Your right is as good as it lets me have my right. But when you begin to cross to my right, you are inviting a fight. But since we are with you, let Themba make his nini and run so that he comes to rescue me.
But don't you think you guys are also infringing on our Kamba rights?
I just wish to make just one comment. There's an attack that I've seen and I've heard, especially on the candidature of Martha Karua, considering her gender as a woman. And that attack has been that where were the women in the previously when she ran? That now there's an excitement in her ticket. Now, that for me, in the first place, is a show of lack of understanding in terms of politics and movement. Societies are incremental in nature. I want to give an example. all of us know Obama as a black president, and he featured very prominently during his time as a candidate. But Obama is not the first black to be on the ballot. In the 19th century, there was a guy called Frederick Douglass. All of us who have learned about the civil rights movement, you might have come across that particular name. And you can also come across people like George Edwin Taylor, who tried many years ago, Channing E. Phillips. For those of us who have bothered to look at the, the civil rights movement and even the black and how they're coming into the election, all of us know Al Sharpton. Of course, all of us know that. But the most prominent one is Jesse Jackson. That was in 1984. Jesse Jackson ran in 1984. And also he ran again in 1988. Now, if Obama's presidency excited people, someone would have said that, where were all these blacks in 1984? You see, now people are reasoning in an interesting way for someone to imagine you want to attack Martha Karua on the basis of the societal movement. There comes a time in a society where it is the right time for that to happen. And when we had 2002 Moi had to go, people would have asked, where were they in 1997? So societies move and are dynamic in nature. So it is a time for Martha, and Martha said as such. She said before she was running alone. Right now she's running with a most likely presidential contender. How close can it get? So for someone to reduce that to say where were the women many years ago, I pick a sign of someone who is not very aware of the political developments and also the societal movements. And I want to tell them, as I finish, that the more you attack Martha, the more you are giving us more leverage in this political. So I think I like it, Bernard. Let them keep attacking Martha Karua because they are giving us what we need to use, more fodder for us to keep campaigning. Thank you. See you later, Bernard.
I'm going to sleep. Temba, before you go to sleep, Julia anauliza hiyo TikTok ya dance yako. Ameuliza sana.
I'll be with Martha. I will be with Julia later. I'm just doing some
TikTok.
Why are you going away, Wanazemba?
He needs to transist from his office to the house so that he can host the show while in the house. Thank you. Keep you go well. I'll talk to you later.
Asanteni sana. Nyumba, lazima nikusalamia kama mzee, na wacha nisalamia Mr. Wangira, Jakindo Be, Lee, tutazoeana. We Martin, wacha. Okay. Wazee wa committee tumedecide Kalonzo aende.
No, wamesema aendi. So
wazee watavote, mimi nitawatch nikilala.
Wacha akae kwa kitimoto, hakuna shida. Tutamwongezea kitimoto hapo.
Kalonzo wacheni akae. Acheni tu Kalonzo akae. Nafikiri hii ni nani tu amezoea kuzungumza hivyo, atarudi tu. No problem.
Mzee mmoja amevote hapo, Nyumba, Selina na Wangira watavote. Sasa I'll watch on the other side. See you later.
Thank you, Kip. We'll talk later. Thank you.
Bye.
Mundu wa Nyumba. Karibu. Ulikuja hapa usingizi kakulemea nikakuweka kwa box. Nimepigwa.
Asante bana. Sawa, nimerudi basi. Sina vita na wewe. Nawasalimia wote, Jakendu Be, Devi, Honorable Selina, Mr. Wangira, Martin Deto, na mimi pia nimesalimia wote, tumesalimiana. Vile nimesikia Bernard amesema huenda nisikue na mambo mengi, is a bit late, na watu wameongea, nafikiri wamemaliza material zote sasa. Lakini ni kusema tu, sijui Jakendu, I may want to differ with you. And I don't know if I've become allergic to Kalonzo. I'm wondering if he comes back and maintains the same lifestyle, political lifestyle, during President Raila Amolo's reign, will that government really work properly? With that sort of attitude, I think it will be a destabilizing factor. And remember, I had also raised the issue way back that he should go. He has really given us problems. Will it be a changed man once he gets the chief minister's post? Will he even let Mother Karua do her work as a deputy president? Remember, during the Nusumukate government of Kibaki and Raila, there was a lot of antagonism between Kalonzo and Raila. Competition of who is more powerful. There was a lot of wastage of energy between the two. And I think as he has aged, this is how many? It's almost 15 years later? Yeah, 15 years later. He is not a changed man. He brings a lot of problems. So I had said I wanted to raise a placard here some time back, but Bernard refused me permission to do that. A placard saying Kalonzo must go. Kalonzo must go, and Kalonzo must go very far from Azimio. Actually, I'm fearing for his presence in the government that is coming in. He may bring the same behavior, and so much energy will be wasted. I can see he may not be competing. He even be competing with the president, Raila. Malta will not have space to effect whatever changes she wants. He is a man troubled by ego. Everybody has got his or her own ego, but his is too big, egocentric. Yeah, so I don't know. He should just go away and compete for the presidential post, and he gets his 500,000 votes. This time, I can assure you, and Jakendu, we can bet he will not get as much votes as he got last time. You get less, not 800 now. You will get less. And of course, as Ndeto has said, let's not summarize as Wakambas. Wakambas are going to follow Kalonzo. No. People are intelligent. They will make their own decisions. Of course, every one of us, me, Bernard, Selina, we have got our own followers. Dr. William Ruto has got a lot of followers. Don't joke. Raila has. Yeah. So even Kalonzo, not because they are Kambas, this is human nature. Remember, even Hitler, he had a lot of following in Germany. So I would rather he stays out. Nilikuwa nimesema juzi na Kizungu, huyu na mtanisamea kwa hii lugha, okay? Lakini naona tuna Madam Selina hapa, hajali is a politician. Kalonzo amekuwa ndani ya Azimio, nyumba ya Azimio imejengwa vizuri na ina mlango na madirisha, na lakini hakuna nini, is not self contained, hakuna toilet ndani, iko pit latrine huko nje. Sasa kazi yake ni nako ndani, ni kukojoa ndani, anakojoa kila saa, anakojoa ndani. Nilikuwa nimesema aende nje akojoe kutoka nje. So sasa hii nyumba imeanza kunuka sana. So Deto kuifali. Now, so wacha niwachie hapo ya Kalonzo. You know, I'm very patient, lakini I think it got into my nerves and I was using the word nagging all the time. So hii kiti ya chief cabinet minister ipia mtu wengine, wacha akae. Although I think it was, nani amesema, it was intentional. It was intentional that the Azimio leadership knew that Kalonzo was going to do that. So they are trapping him, so that the Kamba population will say that Kalonzo is the one who moved out. He was given a chief minister's job, which is quite senior. I think that's the post like now being held by Fred Matiang'i, super minister. Super minister will be number 3 mostly. President, deputy president, and then super minister, which is quite a high. Yeah, Bernard, can you allow Neto, because I can see now he wants to mess me up, to divert my attention. You may, I don't care. I'll handle him.
Okay, Neto, what is it?
Nyumba, I'm just I'm actually commending you. I'm actually appreciating what you just said, because
I will withdraw my statement. Thank you. Continue.
No. I'm agreeing with your statement. I'm commending you, like agreeing with you. I think you spoke a very well thing that you said. You see, I feel, and even being here, I feel a lot of time we come here and we run a lot about some things which people don't understand, and we are quick to talk about some things that have been, you have to have time to plan your things. So I appreciate what you just said about Kalonzo, because once we start deteriorating to tribes, that's where now I come back out from. I'm the first person here, and he can tell you, the moderator, I was the first person to say this is a problem that is going to happen. But again, when we come here and start now jumping, and even it's gone so bad that everybody's saying Kalonzo aende, akwende. Listen, there comes a time to politics. And if you don't know politics, go do the politics. But I appreciate what you said. Kalonzo, let Kalonzo do his politics and let Ukambani do their politics. We already saved him. We already caught him as Ukambani not to go to KKA because of his pride. We took him back. He's back. He cannot go anywhere right now. We tamed him. And that's why we are waiting for our foot soldiers to come back. And one of them that you will come to appreciate coming soon will be Mutua. And even that Kingi. But Mutua mostly for Ukambani. It will be him, because there's no way Kalonzo was going to go over there. So we send Mutua over there to go take care of that. Kalonzo doesn't come there. But we've tamed him down, and that's why today he's put out. If you guys don't know, he's already put out a statement that you put this CS thing on the agreement, and we are back in play. He's already put that. He's coming back. He never went anywhere. Mutua never went anywhere. Have you seen any court accept? I mean, Mutua was denied. The chap cannot go and everything. What? We are playing our politics, bwana. Stop it. Relax. Wacheni kupiga kelele mingi. Nani meshinda nikiongea hapa? Relax. Tuko pamoja, si wote. Hii njani tunamaliza wote. Karua ndio vice president, Kalonzo atakuwa hapo CS, Mutua atakuwa mahali, kina Mutula Kilonzo sijui tutawapatia nini, maybe they get what they get. Maanzo, he has this thing is complicated. Wachane ni Ukambani. And this is the first time that you guys are actually having to talk about Ukambani. It used to happen even without us talking. It's been happening. Relaxing in this forum. I tell you guys,
okay, Martin,
relax.
you made your point. Thank you.
We are talking the same thing. In politics, there are no permanent enemies. And all this, I'm seeing through their actions and plans, as we are saying. And let me restate what I wanted to say. Actually, Kalonzo, or let me go back to Mutua. You know, the law was very clear, and even the agreements, they are very clear. They could not get out. But as you say, which I'm saying also true, they knew they would go nowhere. But they are playing politics. Similarly, I agree that Kalonzo is just playing politics, hard politics. But he had, Ndeto. However, a joke is, when pushed too far, it may not longer be a joke. Okay, so my fear is that Kalonzo was pushing it far, but I understand and agree. We are in agreement, and we are not. As I was saying, we are not talking about Kambas or Kikuyus or Kalenjins. No, as we put it here, we are friends and we are in the same game. We are in the same party. We are friendly. It's called friendly fire. Thank you, Bwana Ndeto. So Bwana Bernard, nilisema unaona sasa siziongea sana lakini nimeongea kidogo. Kalonzo akuje tufanye kazi pamoja. Na vile I'm agreeing actually, hakuna pale walikuwa akienda. Wamesoma hiyo hata hiyo hapa. They knew they're not going to get out. How to get out? An agreement says that 6 months before or 3 months after, you know. It was clear, but they were playing hard politics. Wacha nimalize nikisema nimefurahia sana hiyo hata furaha zenye imepatikana huko Central kwa Martha Karua kupata hiyo position ya running deputy president, na lakini my fears, unaona wana celebrate mpaka usiku. There are laws established that even a particular time the president may not travel on the road. Ianze kuagiza hapana, it's not allowed. So the president and the deputy president, these are senior posts, and there's some hours they should not just be in darkness celebrating. No, it's a bit dangerous. So sina mengi ya kusema. Nini ingine? Marua homecoming hiyo imekuwa mzuri sana. Mount Kenya's running mates Rigathi na Karua acha igawanywe. Alikuwa tukisema hata kama Raila angepata 20% ya Central ameenda through. Si 20, hata atapata 60 and the other group will get 40. We are in. Bernard, I was not saying we relax. I'm still working very hard to promote because ukirelax mwenye alikuwa akikimbia nani alisema President Uhuru vijana wanakimbia alafu mzee anakuja polepole, lakini vijana wakiwa wamehema huko wanapitwa. So let's maintain the campaign and promoting our party and our candidates, although it's as good as done now. Asantini sana. Sasa nimegundua ile masaa yako kujaga hapa na kuja alafu bana nililala, wewe ulinisukuma nje nikaenda kulala ya kweli. Nimeamuka lakini sasa niko na nyinyi. Asantini na tuendelee hivyo hivyo mtembei. Thank you.
Alafu Bernard, wacha niongeze kitu moja tu, dakika moja. Wacha niongeze hata si dakika. Unajua nini? Mchunge sana, hii kitu yote si Kalonzo amepanga, hii kitu yote imepangwa na Raila. So mchunge ni venye mnasema imepangwa na wao wote. It's a game of chess. Politics is a game of chess or poker. Yote mkipiga Kalonzo mnapiga Raila.
Agree Deto.
If you have inside information, share it with us first. Don't come here and act on inside information that you alone know and you want us to buy into it. We will hold you to the same.
I will call you on our personal. I have your number tunaongeaga, so I will call you personally.
Sawa sawa, asante. Now I want to reduce the backlog. Kuna nani huyu? Jose, your gadget is not well configured. If you're using phone, restart your phone so that your StreamYard can configure your gadget rightly. We can't add you on the Nini until your audio and camera are on. Hiyo ndio sheria mpya na ni muhimu kuangalia hiyo sheria. I'm going to play a video of mikono wekeni chini, mtachoka bure. Thank you.
Voting for. We are voting for Raila Odinga. So we know whom we are voting for. We are voting for Raila Odinga. So we know whom we are voting for. We are voting for Raila Odinga.
Karua was today accorded a warm welcome as she returned to her home county of Kirinyaga a day after being named running mate by Azimio la Umoja presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga. Now, the homecoming saw Karua thank Kirinyaga residents and call upon them to rally around the Raila Karua presidential ticket. And in a direct message to residents of Mount Kenya, Karua pledged to ensure that projects relating to the region are prioritized in the Azimio coalition. Citizen TV's Chemutai Goin is trailing the Azimio la Umoja deputy presidential candidate who's on a homecoming tour of the Mount Kenya region.
Charity begins at home, and so does Martha Karua's homecoming tour of Mount Kenya region that began today at her home county of Kirinyaga. Her appointment as Raila Odinga's running mate, the subject of celebrations here among residents of Karua's native county. The homecoming was grand. The former Gishugu member of parliament literally hitting the road running, seeking support for a Raila presidency, pledging to ensure campaign promises were fulfilled.
Kazi yangu ni kuja kupanda, kunyunyuza maji, kupalilia. Nitakuja kila siku mpaka siku ya mwisho. Walio wengi tuwe pande moja, na hiyo pande ni moja, ni pande ya Azimio ambao kinara wake ni Raila Amolo Odinga akisaidiwa na Martha Wangare Karua.
Karua was accompanied by a host of Jubilee leaders, including Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni and Director of Elections Kanini Kega.
Leo tunataka tuambie wale kwamba sisi watu wa mlima tumejipanga na tumesema mara hii ni mama. Mara hii ni nani?
Kama Martha Karua ako ndani ya hiyo serikali na Peter Munya ako ndani ya hiyo serikali, munaona kama mambo ya mlima imeshikiliwa? Munaona iko kweli? Mkumbuke Raila Amolo Odinga ni mtetezi wa haki za Wakenya ambayo hachoki. Rekodi yake ni wazi. Hakuna mtu Kenya hii ako na rekodi ya kupigania haki za Wakenya kushinda Raila Amolo Odinga.
Wameru wanasapoti Raila Amolo Odinga. Na saizi tuko chini ya Munya, tuko sawa.
Karua, who was hailed by her fellow leaders as a reformist and defender of human rights, warned Mount Kenya voters against making what she termed a wrong choice.
Na tuelewe ya kwamba nchi yetu imo hatarini. Tusipochunga ni akina nani tutachagua, tunaweza poteza nchi yetu. Lakini bahati tuko na tikiti ambayo inaweza aminika, na hiyo tikiti ni ya Azimio.
Wale wafisadi tunajua pahali yao. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru mmetokea kwa wingi, na tutakuja tena, na muhakikisha kwamba mkienda nyumbani mmetutafutia kura ili tuweze kuwashinda wale wakora. Mama tunajua kazi yake. Tunajua historia yake. Yeye si mfisadi, tunajua atanyorosha serikali, atanyorosha sheria, mambo ili iwe sawa sawa. Na wakishikana na baba si watabadilisha Kenya.
The tour saw the leaders address roadside rallies in, among others, Makutano, Kibingoti, Kagumo, Kerugoya, Mwea, and Kimunye.
With 84 days left until the August 9th elections, Martha Karua and the entire Azimio team are expected to continue their campaign tours in Mount Kenya region before traversing other parts of the country as they seek majority of votes to facilitate a decisive win. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV, Kirinyaga.
Okay, moja kwa moja tunaenda kwa Levi. Endelea tafadhali, chunga muda.
Yes, unanisikia? Am I clear enough?
Yes, you can be heard very well. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. The hour of reckoning. the hour of reckoning has come, eh? And you know, they say that what an old man can see while, you know, down there, wewe kijana hata ukipanda huko juu kwa mlima huwezi ona. And what Baba can see even when under the waters of Lake Victoria. The other gang of Kenya kwanza hata wakipanda huko mlima Kenya huko juu they can't see. What I'm trying to say is that Raila is a seasoned politician. He knows how to play his cards and he knows how to plan his things. And as many people have said here, politics hakuna kitu inakuanga accidental, kila kitu inakuanga imepangwa. So all these things you're seeing, and I think Baba made a very, very, very wise move. I don't know if it was planned, but I also think it was planned by naming Kalonzo Musyoka as the chief minister. Of course, he knew that he's going to unveil his running mate, but again alimushika kutoka nyuma akasema nimekufungia kidogo. So again it gives him an opportunity to you know, sell his ticket to the combination hata kama Kalonzo hayuko in the picture, which is a very interesting thing. Now coming to the topic of the day, haraka haraka, Mother Karua warm reception in Kirinyaga. I think I just love this lady. I like her zeal, her resilience. She never backs down. Since those days, Ani aliingia Azimio, she has been on the ground. She has been, hata kama this side of Kenya Kwanza is trying to undermine her. You know, they have tried poking holes. They have been trying to, like, you know, look for something. Kitu wanajaribu kutafuta kitu in her, you know, kitu mbaya kwake. Unajua ni kama when you want to leave your girlfriend, you try unajaribu kutafuta kitu mbaya ndo mwachane na yeye. They are trying to find something but they can't find anything. This lady ni mweupe kama pamba. So now they think they are telling us, hata ukisikia when they were in that funeral of Gachagwa's brother, what they were saying, actually that was the topic of the day, telling us how Mother Karua is not maybe she's not that popular in Mount Kenya region, or she cannot deliver votes for Raila. And what actually Murkomen was saying is that he was echoing what Murkomen said, I think yesterday in a rally somewhere, that if Uhuru failed to deliver the mountain to, you know, Baba, can Karua do it? And possibly they are saying that Raila alikuwa amejificha nyuma ya Uhuru, yeah? alikuwa anajificha nyuma ya Uhuru. And now they are saying that Raila is trying to Karua. So possibly they are saying that sasa huyu ni Raila tunaona, ukiona Karua tunaona Raila. So that is what basically they are saying. That now hata ukileta Karua, hata ukileta mtu, hata tukikupea Gachagua, they still can't vote for you. I think that was what they are saying. But you have seen, if these leaders come together, these grassroots leaders, the Jubilee gang, the NAC gang, these people, if they come together and mobilize these votes, you can see inawezekana. And what I can say is that it is shifting. We have about 84 days to elections, and things will change real quick. And by the time August 9th ikifika, I think there will be frustrations in many people's faces. Again, in Kilifi County, of course it was meant to happen. You know, Amason Kingi toroka this side of Azimio and went to the other side, you know, thinking that huko sasa ndo kuna maziwa na asali. Amepata sasa huko ndo kuna moto. It is just the simplest of definitions, jumping out of a frying pan, na kuingia kwa moto. It is meant to happen. You know, it is the same in case in Kiambu, you know. There is Moses Kuria and Kabogo, and also the UDA candidates. You know, they are vying in Kiambu County, and you see, there is meant to be that a rivalry. And actually, what Raila was saying has come to, you know, imekuja kujitokeza wazi that Kingi alikuwa anataka in Azimio was to zone Kilifi for his little known or even not known party of power. So I think it is coming to light that this Kingi, all he was doing was kujitafutia, and that is why even the Azimio people didn't give him any They just let alienda to hata who knew that he was going. The person we have been talking all along is Kalonzo because he commands the Kamba vote. So it is meant to happen, and it will be really messy because these people have been so excited about the Ruto presidency. Now wamesahau nyumbani, and that's why I'm saying most of these politicians, most of these people who are let me say the foot soldiers of Ruto, I think they are going to be frustrated. Most of them, especially this, let me say the guys outside the Mount Kenya region, they are going to be frustrated because as much as they are excited about the UDA popularity, the ground actually is not as it is as they think it is. I come from Kisii County. I mean the Kisii region, and there is that gloom, and kuna ile people trying to popularize, trying to make it look like it is popular, but in the ground it is actually different. People know what they want and who they want. So actually what I'm saying is that no matter how you politic, don't try to tell us that you can't sell this ticket to Mount Kenya, hatuwezi uza Raila Mount Kenya. It's just kila mtu ako na uhuru, to go anywhere and look for votes. The same way, I've never heard the Azimio side saying Ruto can't go to Kisumu and hunt for votes. He's not hatiwezi uza Ruto in Kisumu or maybe Western region or even Coast region. And I like that these guys they are sober type of politics. It is not all about attacking their opponents. And since Mother Karua was chosen as a running mate, what is the topic on the other side? Imetoka from bottom up, imetoka from kubadilisha uchumi. The topic is Mother Karua. And I had this guy anaitwa Jichopevu. This Jichopevu, I don't know now if it's Jichopevu or Jicho what. He alisema it is not a big surprise and haitutishi. Then I'm asking myself, why are they even talking about it? It is not as big deal as they say it is. It isn't. It is something that has given them jitters. I don't think they were expecting it, and I think hawakuwa expect kwamba ingepokelewa the way imepokelewa. As much as they are saying Mother Karua has hana ile ground, wanasema Mother Karua is a national figure, and the fact that most people are excited about the choice of Mother Karua as a woman, as a lady, it adds what mnasemanga aje watu wa kizungu, the shade, I don't know, kuongeza hiyo cream inaongeza. And people are trying to say that it is it is good on paper. It is not good on paper. This is a strong ticket that has a national outlook. The Raila Karua ticket is a perfect one, a clean one. As much as they're trying to kuuza and trying to, they are trying to taint. So I think it is a perfect one, and let us wait and see. We have hit the ground running already. Mother Karua has already gone to the ground, and I think it is going to be messy this time. And I think now is when the Baba is going to teach these guys how politics is done, and it is going to be real drama and very, very interesting one to wait and see. I think that is it, unless anybody has a reply or a comment or no.
Okay, thank you very much. It's interesting listening to UDA guys cutting or rather discrediting the Mother Karua ticket, and then also talking of if Kalonzo walks away, 1.6 votes are walking away from Raila, and definitely Raila is going to lose. But when you flip the question and put it back to them, and say now that Uhuru has walked away from Ruto, how many votes has Uhuru walked away with? They will not breathe. They will turn around and say Uhuru walks away with nothing. So if Kalonzo walks away with 1.6, What they don't want to tell you is that Uhuru is walking away with 6 million. Now, after
And
Uhuru walking away with 6 million, how much is left for William Ruto?
Kalonzo walking away with the 1.6 million plus votes doesn't mean that they automatically translate to their votes, you know. So it is just a political narrative that has no basis and sense to me.
So thank you. Now let's cross over to nani. Nataka wale ambao wajaongea kwanza. Tuanze na Godfrey, alafu Kiptum, alafu Jose. Tunafuata huyo mkururo tafadhali. Thank you. Godfrey, endelea.
Morning, guys.
Morning to you.
I just want to ask Martin a question. I don't want to. Okay, Martin, wacha kwanza Martin aongee because I had a question for him. I don't know nini nataka kusema kwanza. Okay, let me ask him a question. There's something Martin said about Raila. Wakati kwa anasema kuwa is a game plan and the master plan is Raila. I don't know if ni ukweli hiyo kitu ambacho Martin amesema. Because I think if it's if kama ni ukweli anasema hivyo, then it can backfire. It can backfire on these two guys. Iko ni Raila amewatuma kule ama hauoni kama ni hivyo?
Martin, are you responding or I respond?
Bernard, if you have a better way to respond, you can or I can. However you want to do it. You're the moderator here, sir.
If you have watched the Samson movie, Samson of the Bible, all the men had gathered and they were complaining on how frustrated they are in catching Samson. And it was a meeting exclusively for men because they were the ones in charge of fighting. But all of a sudden, a woman appeared in the meeting and said, "You are right, all the men have been defeated, but have you tried a woman?" And she offered herself to go and catch Samson. Did she deliver or did she not? So what I mean is that politics is both. Oh, she delivered, thank you. So what I mean is politics is both from inside and outside. You can't rule out what Martin has said, and knowing Baba and what he's capable of. Yule mtu aliweza Moi. Huyo ni mtu ambaye lazima umuogope. Kabisa. So it's not far from the truth. And it cannot backfire and catch Baba. Baba knows how to jump that gun immediately. So, tuendelee tu mbele. Make your submission, Mr. Uma.
No, my submission, I can just say, I think right now, Mother Karua was the game changer of everything. So, and sina kitu ya kusema. Kufurahia tu because I see everything ishakuja the place. Ni tu vile Martin amesema about this Kalonzo. Okay, we need Kalonzo back. But I don't know how hata pia watu watamchukulia kija. Sijui watamchukua vipi. I don't know, but let's hope everything will be okay. Nitashare baadaye. Sasa bado ndo nimeingia.
Sawa, thank you. Kiptum.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Before I make my submissions, allow me to make just two comments. That you said Raila alishinda Moi. It is the opposite. Moi outwitted Raila many times, and that is why he never became president. And even 2022, it really looks that he's going to lose. Number two, what Levy was saying, it is actually opposite. He's talking about the hyper talk about the nomination of Martha. There was also a very high hyper talk about the nomination of Kajakwa. Imagine 17 marathon hours of negotiations where all the TV shows in Kenya were glued to
to the Kenyans who are glued to their TVs, waiting for the white smoke. And finally it came. And so whatever Levy was saying is actually opposite. And again, Bernard mentioned that Raila defeated Moi. Remember, Moi was the professor of politics, and the greatest student of Moi was Ruto. And I can say he went for the longest tutorial or pupillage, if you may, of Moi. And that is why each and every strategy that he puts in place gets Raila and Uhuru off guard. Even the current nomination of the running mate. Okay, back to, let me mention something again about Mutembe TV, which I really appreciate and really thank you for this opportunity. And the videos you just showed about Murkomen and the reception of Martha, if you could also do the same for the rally in Gatundu, the way, how beautiful it is. Well, as a Kenyan, as a patriotic Kenyan, we must also take note of the level of campaigning, the level of messaging, the level of democracy or politics that has come to Kenya, courtesy of Dr. William Samoei Ruto. He mentioned way before that the politics of Kenya will change. The way we will be talking about all those other things will change and focus on real issues. So today in Gatundu South, or yesterday in Kenya, I saw three governors, three people running for governor: William Kabogo, Moses Kuria, and Wamatangi, campaigning in the same podium. And the citizens were very receptive. You could not see those kind of chaos that you normally see. That is something, that is something to take note of as a Kenyan, that actually politically we are heading to the right direction. And number two, let me also mention about the nomination of Martha. Well, as a son of a woman and having a wife and daughters, it is actually something to celebrate and be proud of. But that does not mean she is the ticket of Azimio is going to win. Before I came to this show, I was watching Kakwanja and Professor Kakwanja and Professor Kithure Kindiki. Well, we cannot definitely say how the votes will be depending depending on your arguments. But the thing is, both candidates have equal chances of winning. But the man who is ahead of his game is obviously Dr. William Ruto. And there is a revolution going on in Kenya, economic revolution. And the message being advocated by Kenya Kwanza is well resonating with Kenyans. According to Professor Kithure Kindiki, which I think all of you knows that he's a fine lawyer and is very thorough in his work. He mentioned that the way Kenya Kwanza have filed their stuff with the political parties, registrar of political parties, it is up to date, and they were very meticulous in what they were doing. The Azimio bandwagon is still very shaky and is even being challenged in court. And do not be surprised when will be declared as null and void, just like the BBI. So, well, as a patriotic Kenyan, I want the best for Kenya. I want a peaceful election. And I would really hope that this time round, Raila has changed and just stick to the rule of law and not employ his tactics of rejecting elections and swearing himself. However much he brings Martha or Uhuru, the thing is Kenyans have decided they want a new lease of life politically. And that is the generation of William Ruto. Your generation, my generation, that we are ready to take Kenya to the next level. Thank you very much, Bernard, and have a good day.
Kiptum, before you give me a good day.
Yeah.
I waited for you to tell me, to give me evidence of your claims of how Moi defeated Raila. You gave me 0.
Okay, you're the answer?
Yes.
Raila never became president during Moi.
That is not what we are talking about. Not becoming president and outwitting one politically. Those are two different things. The KANU we had in before 2002 and the KANU we have now. Can you compare them? The politics we had in the 90s and in the 80s and the ones we have now, can they compare?
Okay. Okay, let me give you evidence. Raila Odinga was in the ballot together with President Moi twice, and he was flawed like never before. So Raila never defeated Moi in a contest.
I respect you.
President.
You are refusing.
So I don't know what more evidence
you are
you need
refusing
more than
to
that.
think and reason and begin to go on a fishing expedition. We are talking about political tack, okay? The tactic that Raila joined KANU.
Sorry, Bernard.
Out with KANU, and KANU has never recovered then. Raila led a campaign against KANU in 2002, and until today, KANU is yet to recover from that particular elections. That's what we are talking about. We are not talking about running against Moi and winning. And Raila never ran twice against Moi. Check your history books. Let me give others to ask you questions. You will respond. Starting with Wangira.
Bernard.
Kiptum, Yamune.
But let me look. Please, let's be fair, Bernard. Do not make a statement.
I am on the floor.
Order. Hold on, Wangira. Yes, what is it?
I'm saying, please don't make a sweeping statement and just move on to the other person. If it is communication, you talk a few, I talk a few, and then we agree. We are in a very sober debate that I'm not trying to convince you to come to my side, and you also don't try to convince me to come to your side. It's a sober debate for the best of Kenya. So what I'm saying is, you talked about two topics. You asked a question about Moi. A fact, Raila never defeated Moi whenever they contested. So when you went to KANU, that is a totally different topic. KANU and Moi are different. He handed over to another generation, and whatever that generation did with it, that is up to them. Okay, who is on the floor next?
Goja Kiptum, you are refusing to see what we are talking about because you want to see what you want to see. I cited 2002 elections. Who was the brain behind Uhuru Kenyatta's candidature? Who facilitated the campaign of KANU against NAC in 2002? Who fronted Uhuru Kenyatta as a candidate? Who led the NAC elections, campaigns?
And
who lost in those elections?
Thank you so much. Now, we go to the current. Who is behind the current elections? Who is behind Raila? And Kenyans have rejected a remote-controlled presidential candidate. Kenyans
that is what you think. That is what you think, and it's because you are refusing.
Yes,
here,
Bernard, allow.
look here,
Yes,
look here.
yes. What?
If you are not, if you
Guess
are
what,
not
Bernard? I
willing,
want to.
if you are
Let me
not
give you an
willing
information.
to respond to my question rightly and answer what you want and say what you want, you are abusing this platform in the first place. Okay?
That is not an abuse. It's
I
debate.
am telling you, we are in 2002. You're already now about remote. Who is remote controlled where?
Raila Odinga is being remote controlled by
who?
Uhuru Kenyatta.
And then why have you been crying around for kumi yangu kumi yako for the past 5 years? Will that not be a remote control?
Bernard, I have been in this platform for 4 minutes. I've never cried.
Okay. You are a supporter of one William Ruto, isn't it? William Ruto, who is your president, has been crying for the past 5 years. Ulisema kumi yangu kumi yako. Rudisha mkono. Hii deni mtalipa. All manner of threats are thrown around because of Uhuru refusing to support you. Now you are angry because Uhuru is supporting another. You have turned him into a remote control. There are people you can remote control. One of them is not Raila Odinga.
That is not factual. I've been watching the screens. I've never seen William Ruto cry. So
okay, let me unleash for you one person to talk to you.
Okay.
Mama Selina, please help him.
Yeah, thank you.
Mama Selina is my sister. Jamge Selina.
Jamge.
Yamune tete.
Achamege.
It's Ruto and nothing else.
Okay, you know, because you know kila mtu anatetea nyumba yake, vile umesema ni kweli, lakini nataka nikwambie hivi. Wakati Raila aliungana na Moi, alitoa kina Saitoti, alitoa kina Kalonzo, alitoa everybody. Mwenye alipaki ni Mudavadi. Na wakati hiyo Raila akaenda akasema Kibaki tosha. Candidate yetu ilikuwa ni Uhuru, tukabaki na Uhuru na Ruto na watu yote walikuwa wameenda. So ukisema ati Raila sijui amefanya nini, hiyo ni uongo. Ya pili ni ya kwamba leo kulikuwa mjadala, ilikuwa siku ya leo, umekuja umetuansia yako, unasema ati hatujaweka mkutano ya Kiambu. What is our interest? What ya Azimio na mkutano ya Kiambu? Kama wewe ni kama sasa vile umeingia, una request, unasema tafadhali kuna mkutano ilikuwa hapo, but ukitufunza ama ukiwaambia sisi vile mambo ya UDA inafanya, we don't have time, kwa sababu hapa tunakuja ukiuza msichana yako, huwezi enda kwa jirani uuse mtoto ya jirani. Ukipeleka mtoto yako shule na uko na kari, huwezi pikanga on kwa barabara ati mimi naenda shule. Kila mtu anajipanga vile anapeleka mtoto yake. So watu ya UDA wakikuja hii mkutano, wanatakikana wakuje mapema. Saa ile mjadala inaandikwa, anamwambia Penat, mimi leo naitwa Kiptum na niko na mjadala ya UDA, ndio tuweze kudiscuss. Sasa unaonanga hii mkutano imewekwa hapa, inapangwa na watu ya Azimio, na ndio unakuta tunaongea sana. But ukitaka kuuza chama yako, kwa sababu hii ni ya kila mtu, be active, mwambia sisi. Lakini ukisema ati amuko fair, Penat atawekea nani? Sisi hatutaki kujua vile inaenda, isipokuwa ile interest kama ile vifaranga yetu mlichukua na mumewafukuza. Sasa tunaulizana, Kingi alifanyika nini? Mutua ilienda aje? Those are the things we can say. But hata leo Makurumen ametuhakikishia ya kwamba watapigia kura Raila, na Raila alijua amefanya makosa, akasema kuna keki huko ndani ni Raila. Ameletwa Martha Karua mwenye ako mweupe kama pamba, akauliza watu, mkifunikiwa keki nje ni mzuri. So ameambia Wakikuyu Martha Karua ni mzuri. Those are the comment. Kama wewe Kiptum, unajua kuna vitu zingine tukisema hatujui tukichiusa. So leo amekonfirmia watu ya kwamba Martha Karua is very clean na atakuja kusafisha Raila. Of what walifurahi. Na mimi nikaona chioni, we uone Kirinyaga, Nyandarua, hata Eldoret watu walisherekea. So umetuambia mambo ya Kindiki na hujatuambia vile.
Ungeniruhusu nijibu hiyo kwanza, Selina.
Hapana.
Hiyo imekuwa mingi na unajua watanipatia dakika moja tu. Wacha nijibu hiyo.
Si wewe uliongea mingi na hakuna mtu alikusimamisha.
Najua
utakumbuka.
Wacha nijibu hiyo mbili alafu tuendelee.
Sikia, mimi si
order.
Hii watu ni wengi. Mimi namalisha alafu Penat anapatia watu wengine. Ninasema umetuambia ati mambo ya UDA. Pia nataka nikwambie nilisikia leo lawyer ya Rarieta akisema hakuna kitu Huda walisain na kina Mudavadi. Kwa hivyo ile mambo yote walideposit kwa registrar of political parties ni mambo ya Huda.
Gentleman's agreement. Thank you. I think Neti imeharibikia Made.
Right of reply.
Okay, reply quickly.
Number one, I will start with the hottest one. The hottest one is Martha is not clean. There is a very big scandal of British American tobacco, which she was bribed so that she doesn't bring to parliament. So, and that is a very terrible one. Unajua na hiyo tobacco, hii mambo ya tumbaku imeharibu watoto sana. Number two, Selina comes from the Rift Valley like me, where the runners come. If a runner is running by himself, then that is not a race. So Azimio and UDA are in a competition. So if this panel here in Mutembei TV is only for Azimio people, it's not an issue of sharing notes from both sides, then hiyo ni kujidanganya. So I think you
come, you give out your nilisema aje unapatia pena bango yako.
Let's do this. Skip two.
Yeah.
I have listened to you and I'm trying so hard to make sense of what you're saying.
Okay, I will clarify where you want me to clarify.
Oh, yeah, you are an exposed person. Okay.
Yep.
But you are avoiding to debate. You want to give us the statements you are given to come and give us.
Okay.
You don't know how many times I've heard those things you are telling me. Okay? Who is the president of the Republic of Kenya?
Well, you can read the news. You'll find out.
Answer my question.
Hey, Bernard, I am a teacher by profession, and that is a violation of my right.
A violation of your right if I ask you to answer a question.
Then
so what right is that?
Here?
Okay.
Well, that is
okay. Let me inform you.
I agree with Kiptum. Let me talk to him.
No,
okay.
Help me. Let me finish this first. Martin, you're coming.
Okay.
The Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is called William Ruto. Okay. He has been in that office. This is the 10th year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In his 10th year, okay,
mm-hmm.
he has had knowledge that one Mother Karua, who was not a member of parliament,
mm-hmm.
not a governor, not a state officer, okay, has had a scandal of bribery for 10 years, okay? And Mother Karua has not been arrested. Mother Karua has not been called at the DCI. Mother Karua has not been called at the anti-corruption. 10 years of being in power.
Bernard, that is not necessary, please, because that was, I was just clarifying somebody who said, I was just answering Selina who claimed that Martha ni mweupe
That's
kama
exactly
pamba.
what I'm telling you. If she wasn't clean, she should be behind the bars by a regime that did not like people. Except you're telling me the deputy president and the Jubilee government is protecting unclean people. Okay, it's a government that that shields people who are bribed until they are named as running mates.
Those are your words.
And tell him to go and ask Makurumen. Makurumen was saying today, it is not Penat, it is not Selina. Makurumen said it in a funeral, Martha Karua amefunikiwa Raila ni chafu. So if it is, go and ask Makurumen, kwa nini aliambia watu Martha Karua ni mweupe kama pamba, not me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira.
Okay, let me ask my question, Bernard. Kiptum.
Yes, sir.
You have raised three issues. Issue number one, you claim that William Ruto is ahead of the game. Issue number two, you claim that there is an economic revolution in this country. Issue number three, you claim that the people of Kenya have already decided. That's what I picked from what you said.
The last one
then I wonder. Okay, make correction before I ask you what I want to ask you.
You know.
No, you make correction. Don't make a statement. Just make correction. Don't make a statement. Make the correction so that I ask you the question.
Okay.
You know you want to make a statement.
Okay, I didn't say people of Kenya have made a decision. The decision will be on August 9.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Now let me now come to my issues. You purport that William Ruto is ahead of the game. If William Ruto is ahead of the game, why didn't he see this tsunami that has come in the name of Martha Karua? That's the first question that I want to ask you, because even Mutahi Ngunyi said it. In fact, if William Ruto was ahead of the game, he could have read this tweet by Mutahi Ngunyi, the tweet of 24th June 2021, where Mutahi Ngunyi said, maybe, there is only one man in Gema who can fix William Ruto, and that man is Martha Karua. Think about it. If Martha Karua runs as Raila's deputy, Ruto will pee in his panties. Or am I wrong on this? And we are already seeing Ruto peeing in his panties. Then if he was ahead of the game, why didn't he see that? Question number two, which is this economic revolution that you are talking about that you are not saying? Now that you have denied on the issue number three, I'll not ask you about issue number three. Let me ask you on the issue number two, where you purport that William Ruto is ahead of the game, and we are not seeing him ahead of the game. And on the issue number two, where you are claiming there's an economic revolution, which is this economic revolution?
Okay, let me ask. I'll be very brief. Number one, the fact that we are talking about William Ruto is evidence enough that he's a formidable candidate in the August 9 presidential elections. And
that's what we are not disputing.
In the same way, Raila Odinga would not see the tsunami in Chagua Ruto or Rigathi Gachagua. Equally, what the converse is true. Number two, about what was your second one?
You purport that there's an economic revolution.
Oh yeah, you know the way I really respect you, my brother, and I do not want to demean you, but I have some little knowledge in performance technology, and I can speak a few things on things called models. So there is something called bottom-up economic model, which I am sure 100%.
No, you are not answering. No, you are not answering my question. You purported that there is an economic revolution. I wanted you to tell me or to show me where this economic revolution is. It's just as simple as that. I'm not interested in your models here.
Okay. Mr. Wangira, my English teacher was a very nice teacher called Willis Odongo Nigeri. And I will use my English to explain myself. I don't want to use yours. Okay. So there is something called economic model. There's an
No, we are not
model.
in a model. You know, you are not answering my question, Kiptum. We are not in models here. The issue was you purported that the.
Let's do this.
Let him try to explain, please.
Let's do this. Because I told Bernard that I'm a teacher, it looks like I have to teach a few English to a friend called Wangira. What is the definition of revolution in your simple understanding? Let's start from there.
Mr. English teacher, you are asked a
no. I want to take Mr. Wangira home.
Oh yeah, straightforward question. Where is the economic revolution you talk about? Point at it.
Bernard.
Yes.
You also have a responsibility of being respectful and no bullying. Don't say Goja. Let me, Mr. Wangira.
Look here.
Yeah.
I'm trying so hard to be patient with you. I think you are not here to help this debate. You're only here to do what you want to come. Taking advantage of the platform to sell your twisted political agenda. That's not
Bernard, give me time. I agree with the man. I agree with the man. Give me time. Let me interrogate him. I agree.
Let me work with Mr. Wangira, man.
You stay away. Okay?
Let me take
Mr. Wangira. Economic revolution. Point to us the economic revolution.
Excuse me?
Martin, I give you the last chance, please.
Thank you. I really, Kiptum, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. 100%. Okay? I agree with you. 100%. According to what you said, you know what? I do agree with you. But then let's agree, me and you. So, you know what? It was a bad thing to stay out of Moi and to what we did to Moi to kick him out of the government, right?
Say clearly, please.
Okay, let me get closer. So I agree with you with everything that you're saying. So I think it was a bad idea to kick Moi out of the government and really get him out of Pale Kasarani. Yote yawezekana bila Moi. That was a bad thing, right?
Moi handed over power, and he had nothing to do with government after losing it, after completing his second term.
Okay,
so he was
24 years after, but I'm asking you, that was wrong. We treated him wrong, right? The citizens of the country treated one man of the country wrong, right?
I have no evidence of that.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, Raila never fought for any constitution of Kenya, so he's just nobody, right?
Ruto was the chairman of Parliamentary Select Committee in 2010 Constitution. That's a fact.
So Raila was not part of
it. He was part of it. So he played his role. Let me explain a little bit.
No, don't explain. I'm agreeing with you, bro. I'm agreeing with you. I said I agree with you 100%.
Okay,
let's move on. Moving on to the other one. Section 2 of the multipartism in Kenya, we should never have met with that, because that hiyo ni matope, sindio? Because hiyo ni ujinga, tungefaa kufanyia kitu yote. I mean, that's just stupid, you know. We shouldn't have got rid of that, right? We should have stayed with Moi and not disrespect Moi, right?
Those are your words. Good for you.
I thought we were agreeing on this one.
Well, you have your brain, I have mine.
Okay, so another one that I agree with you. I agree with you. Bottoms up is giving people handouts, and then they can bring it up all the way to the economy and to the taxes of the country.
Okay, let me go. Yeah.
Are we agreeing that?
Excuse me, my friend Martin Detu and Mr. Bernard. I'm sorry I have to go out and pick up my daughter from work. And thank you, that's been my pleasure. And I will be coming so that we can debate. God bless you so much.
Bwana Hosea, please take the session and please help me breathe fresh air. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. That was a rough and hot one. I think what I can suggest for me, when people come around with the propaganda and lies, it doesn't make sense to ask people a question about the lies they have said. I think the approach that should be taken is a rebuttal. There's no question. Don't waste time asking people about things which are completely untrue and are just propaganda, which are supposed to engage people in unnecessary talk. So if I had the chance, I had raised my hand, I would have just tried to put the record straight. And the matter ends there. Do not ask for a question which requires the person to continue talking once you have seen he's leading us nowhere. Now, back to my issues today. I think I want to also welcome what happened in the nomination of Martha. Now, as many people have tried to say that Martha had no votes or had no votes, maybe I agree with the notion that those people who are
One moment, Jose. Give me a minute. Let's listen to this first.
Evening, and an unfortunate incident involving a medical gadget confined him to a hospital ward for weeks and physically consigned him to the sidelines of the charged national political arena. But Gatundu South Member of Parliament Moses Kuria never shut down the engines, using his recuperation days to, among other things, conduct a survey on next year's presidential elections.
In findings now widely shared on social media platforms, MP Kuria projects a tight race between Deputy President William Ruto and ODM's Raila Odinga, with his odds favoring Odinga to beat Ruto in a two-horse race. And in a wide-ranging interview with Citizen TV's Sam Gituku, Kuria rejected the clamor by Ruto's UDA party that like-minded parties should fold up and join UDA. The second-term chaos in Jubilee Party and fears of an imperial presidency makes the UDA proposition untenable.
That's right. Moses Kuria was interviewed just before he left the country for specialized treatment abroad. Here now, Sam Gituku inside Moses Kuria's voting booth. We'll leave you with that. See you back here next week.
That's right. See you next week.
Same place. Enjoy the interview.
Thank you so much for staying tuned to Citizen TV, and it's time now we want to speak to Honorable Moses Kuria, who is the Member of Parliament for Gatundu South. He has also been said to be the leader of a new party, Chama cha Kazi. He'll be talking about that. But lately he has been under the weather. He has been in hospital, going through some treatment. To be talking about that. But also he has come out and spoken about matters politics, including his preference for who he thinks should be considered for running mate from the Mount Kenya region. Honorable Moses Kuria, it's good to see you today and in good health. What looks like. So maybe you can begin by telling us how you're feeling now, because the last time we spoke to you in an exclusive manner, you were still in hospital.
Yeah, much better really. You know, given the injuries that I got, the burns that I got, it's just a question of time. You know, just have to, you know, follow the doctor's procedures. You know, continue following, taking, you know, the prescriptions by the doctors and giving it time and lots of resting required. You know, which I'm privileged to be getting a lot of rest and care now at home with my family. So I thank God they have much more improvement than from when I last talked to Citizen TV.
For how long were you in hospital?
Cumulatively from 23rd of from Mount Kenya region, need to take a back step and see how another community can, political parties and coalition, what is going to ensure that we put our agenda on the table, another party puts its agenda on the table, and together we have our voice count and our voice heard. It will take time, Sam. I have been warned. I've been receiving...
Honorable Kuria, I'm just wondering, because in 2013, it was a coalition of TNA, URP, and so many other parties. Then come 2016 September, they were all collapsed into forming Jubilee Party, but still there were some coalitions.
The proof,
so this is a formula that has been tried and failed.
The proof not failed. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. Compare the first government and the second government. Compare 2013-17 with the 17-22. 13-17, there was largely mutual respect. Yeah, there was largely consultation. Since we collapsed this party into one Jubilee, see what has happened. The deputy president has been reduced to actually, somebody who wakes up and looks for some work to do because his duties has been taken away. Now, do. Would this have happened in 2013-17? Would it have happened? Because the TNA, URP, sort of New Fort Kenya, it creates some sort of what we call parity.
So for you...
some balance of power, some which necessitates, even why we have the 50+1, is to necessitate consultation and concurrence on many issues. So what we have actually, the best litmus test, the best test of what would happen if all of us were to fold our parties and to join one party is exactly what has happened from 2017 to date, whereby now it is my way or the highway. So that is the real danger facing us, and it has been tried and tested.
So you're not voting?
I am not voting. I am not voting. In terms of voting parties, I'm not voting.
I want to take you back to the frustrations of the deputy president that you referred to in the second term. Recently, when you left hospital, you came out and said that you've looked around and you think that Honorable Martha Karua, former justice minister and the party leader of NARC Kenya, should be considered for a running mate position. What informs this stand that you've taken, and have you spoken to her about this?
That's a good question. If you have watched Kenyan politics since 2016, and you go and Google Moses Kuria and Martha Karua in the same sentence, what will come out is that at one time I made some statement in Mount Elgon about how the deputy president ended up at The Hague, and I mentioned Martha Karua among others, and Martha Karua took me to court, and she won a libel case against me, and she was awarded costs. At one point, she was auctioning me. She was even auctioning me. So whatever I say about Martha Karua, you cannot say she's my cup of tea. I mean, we have had differences, So whatever I said about Martha Karua should be seen in that context of somebody I don't even agree with. But I want to be remembered after my life as somebody who was true to my word and true to my principles and true to what I felt was good, not for me, but for this country.
So have you spoken to her about this? And is it even something she'd be interested in?
I've spoken to Martha. You remember we are in Mount Kenya Unity Forum with Martha Karua, Mwangi Kionjori, my good friend William Kabogo and other people. And I have told Martha that I feel that she should be deputy president. And she asked me why. I told her, one, because there's an overwhelming feeling in this country that even to have a new awakening, that maybe us from Mount Kenya region need to take a back step and see how another community can run this country, and to willingly support somebody from another region, which I think it is marvelous. It's a great thing for our democracy. That the Mount Kenya region, 5.3 million, ongeza reduces, we're now at 6 million just within those 10 counties. I'm not even looking at the diaspora. Then we get to around 8 million voters saying we are not going to vote for Moses Kuria or for somebody else for president. We are going to vote for Raila Odinga.
Moses Kuria, I would have to calculate that, because IBC just said the other day that 1.4 million registered voters new voters were registered across the country. So I don't know how you arrive at 700,000 coming from the 10 counties of Mount Kenya.
We can do those maths, my friend. We can do those maths.
But I'm just wondering...
It's neither here nor there, but if you add the diaspora vote, the people from Mount Kenya descent, who are in Coast, who are in Uasin Gishu, who are in Bungoma, who are in Kisumu, who are in Kakamega, who are in Garissa and all other places, it is not far-fetched, you know.
Honorable Karua has been on record saying that she'd want to lead Kirinyaga County, and serving Kirinyaga County is serving Kenyans. So when you come to suggest this, is this something that she would warm up to?
Well, I think Mother Karua, even when she had the event in Kirinyaga the other day, she came out very clearly, and I support her. Deputy presidency is not a seat you vie for. Otherwise, even me, I would vie for it. Yeah, I am qualified, and I believe I can marshal the votes to be deputy president. Deputy president is something you are asked by somebody else. Please be my running mate. You cannot force it. You cannot force yourself to be running mate to someone. The question is, what is within the control of Mother Karua now is to try and be the governor of Kirinyaga. She was there in 2017. She believes that she won, and whatever happened, happened. That we can't get into that because the courts have pronounced themselves on the matter. But I think that Kirinyaga people have, now they have learned a lesson, and I think Kirinyaga people now believe that they could have had a better governor if they had elected Mother Karua to be governor. So, by the way...
Let me just cut it short. If you had to focus on the short history of joint tickets where they have a presidential candidate and a running mate, that is 2013 and 2017, the running mates are people that command, whether it's regional votes or whatever situation that may be under consideration. William Ruto bringing in his support base in 2013 and 17, Kalonzo Musyoka bringing in his support base in 2013 and 17. So in your analysis, has Martha Karua gotten herself a support base that would really say that she's bringing weight to the ticket?
And that's the real difference, Sam. That's the real difference between Mother and others. Remember, I could have easily said, I have got support base also. I can bring in votes, real votes. I could have proposed myself. If I was in UDA today and I asked William Ruto, please make me running mate, I will bring in a lot of votes. But there must be something more than votes. And I do believe that a government with Mother Karua as a deputy president, it brings in, for example, experience, a lot of experience. It is, someone has to be big enough to recognize when somebody has got something you don't have. Mother has got some experience I don't have. And I'm not saying that we don't give people without experience an opportunity. But why would all that experience go down with history? Yeah? Why would, she needs maybe to tell us about Kofi Annan and about Selena Talks and about when she was Minister for Justice and about the clamor for the new constitution and about fight for multipartyism. That is experience. Experience is a treasure for this country. Once it disappears, we will look for it, we will not find it. I really hope that we can be able to tap into Mother's experience when she still has a vitality to be able to fight to this country. She has integrity. Mother, you can rest assured, whoever is president, well, things like corruption are going to be very difficult. Because Mother is going to be that eye that assures everybody that there's not going to be impunity, corruption, injustice, unfairness. And of course, it just happens. And I'm just saying,
Honorable Kuria, let us not make this a campaign pitch for Martha Karua.
No.
It's also,
you have asked me for the reason, and I've got solid reason. And the other reason, of course, is because maybe also we need to send a message to girls in this country that you can be what you dream. And by having a woman as a deputy president is what Americans are enjoying today. The message to young girls that you can dream and become.
All right, it's unfortunate we have to talk about Honorable Martha Karua, who is not on set to really express herself. But now that you raised the question, I'm just wondering, with the rich CV that you described that she comes with, when you look around, if it's the 4-horse race or the 2-horse race that you're talking about, where is it best that she joins in looking for the presidential ticket?
Well, I think, that's the amazing thing with Martha Karua is that she fits in all because she's coming in to cure a disease that is not with one person. It's with all persons. All these people are a risk to this country. I dare say without a risk of contradiction. Kalonzo Musyoka represents a risk. Musalia Mudavadi represents a risk. William Ruto represents a risk. Raila Odinga represents a risk. So the de-risking factor, the mitigating factor for all these four, when I look around, nobody can tie the shoelaces of Mother Karua in terms of de-risking, making people say, even if so-and-so tries to become rogue, even if so-and-so tries to take this country to dogs, at least there's somebody there, there's a safe pair of hands. You know, people asking in whose hands are we safe? In the hands of Mother Karua as a deputy president. Only that. The rest, we are not safe. We are not safe with Ruto. We are not safe with Raila. We are not safe with Musalia. We are not safe with Kalonzo. We need a de-risking factor. We trust you. We love you. Yes, but we need some more collateral.
Is she agreeable to this?
It's a discussion we are going to continue.
Jose, continue.
I think if I just pick up from that video, I think Kuria would not have put it any better. I think everything is on the wall. You remember when Martha Karua was the being unveiled on at KICC? There is a tangent Baba took there, which maybe most people had missed. The tangent he took was more or less trying to explain what he wanted, call it the qualifications, the values, that the behavior that he expected from a running mate. He went further to say, to impress an arrow history of how matter has come about and the proof that of all the people who are there for running mate, nobody could even come a near second. Then he went ahead, when Martha herself was given an opportunity to respond, almost what she did, she responded point by point, accepting that what Baba wanted, somebody who will help, somebody who will complement, somebody who would be sent, somebody who would bring results. She assured the public that she was going to do just that. And what did she say? She said, I will not let you down and Kenyans. Now, if you look at the qualities that Baba had asked for, if you look at the background, he was trying to impute on some of the behaviors of the Kalonzos and the current deputy president. And you could see he was saying in a manner that I would not like somebody like the current deputy president because of they have done this, they have not behaved like this, they have not behaved like that. They compete with the boss. For what? The boss takes all responsibilities. To be honest, even when Ruto makes blunders, the person who should be blamed is Uhuru because he is the one who takes responsibility. He's the one who takes responsibility. By the end of the day, during that unveiling, when people were celebrating, I remember there were huge celebrations in Kiambu, in Kirinyaga, in Meru, in Mombasa, in Kisumu. I talked to a friend who said that part of the celebration that was in Nairobi was actually not so much that Martha was unveiled the deputy, but that Kalonzo was left out. Some people really celebrated the fact that, thanks God, at least it is not Kalonzo. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the issue of
save time. Save time, huh?
I thought I've talked for 1 minute, so I have two more.
That's what I'm saying. Mind time so that we don't have a long queue.
Yes. Is to do what went on at the Kenya Kwisha side. Now I remember my DVD coming up to assure the public that most of us were waiting for a fallout, and that there is no fallout that has taken place. Now, from those who came from that meeting, that I think Kemtoon tried to say that it took 17 hours when all of us were glued on what the outcome, and that at last they saw some white smoke. There are people who think that the smoke was never white. There was no white smoke. Instead, people just came out and the appointment was announced. Now, if you understand how that Gachagua was arrived at, if 18 people voted against him and only 8 voted for him, now if that was not a fallout by the time they left the meeting, then what is a fallout? In any case, Kindiki walked out, and so was Kabogo and the 2 other people. That was actually a fallout. Now, having said that, Kindiki himself comes out to say that he has quit politics. But knowing what he was up against, as much as he was told that he needed not to contest for the governor's seat and that he would come to help at the national level, Kindiki, being the one who even drew the arguments that we have been seeing in the press, he ought to have known that who are the forces behind UDA. To turn around and claim that he has been pushed out, surely you can push out all other people, but you cannot push out the owners of UDA, because everybody knows that Gachagua finances seriously UDA events. There is no way he would be let out, even when only more than half of the people, less than half of the people voted for him. So he was fighting a losing war. My last point is, there is an issue there about Malala. I do not have any information. Now, the other issue, the last issue I'll talk about is to do with the PA and the UDA in KILIFI. Now, anybody listening to where Kingi came from, you'll really be at a loss exactly what he expects to get. The best he should do was to follow his boss, follow his mentor to the end. But to go to the other side and hope to steal the show on the UDA side, I think he's expecting too much. Now, I want to end there, but I have one more mention thing to say about Kalonzo. Kalonzo has been trying to say that he has sacrificed his ambitions this year, that year, this year. And all the time, the years he's saying he sacrificed, Raila did not become president. On the flip side, you may well say that, could it be that because of him having been the running mate or the deputy, he didn't do, what did he contribute? Raila can easily actually be also blaming that is why he lost. It is time to change to a different running mate. Because if they repeat the same thing again, he is likely to make him lose again. Well, I want to end there.
Okay, thank you, Jose. Let's move on. Minding time, we are also closing in. We're on the last hour. In fact, the remaining like 40 minutes. So let's be very brief and precise and to the point. Simon.
Thank you, Bernard. Barizenu. I'm happy. Niko poa kabisa. Happy to be in the show. I haven't seen Bernard for a minute. Nimekuwa nikiona tu Themba. Wherever you have been hiding, I see you have become a Jubilee member. Thank you so much for the t-shirt. We really appreciate that. Tunataka watu wengi. Actually, whether you are in Jubilee, DAP, ODM, zote ni Azimio, zote tunataka Kenya mzuri. Now, yule mtu saa hii tunaongelea juu yake, the hottest girl in town ni Martha Wangari Karua. That's the hottest girl in town. But it's amazing that somehow some politicians
they actually know ukisikiza mtu kama Moses Kuria, how eloquent he is, how deep understanding he is about our incoming DP. It just tells you that these politicians, they actually know who can help us. Wanajua na hata sisi tunajua, wao wanajua na sisi tunajua. The only difference is the refusal, kukataa kutoka kwa ile naiweza kuita backwardness of being told one thing mpaka hiyo uongo, it has ended up for us looking like it's the truth. That I have had the man who left, yule aliondoka hapo kitambo, Kiptum, akiongea maneno ya the new economic model that is shaping up, and he goes ahead and to say that is the bottoms up. Now, I have listened maybe 200-300 times. Different people try to explain what it is, na hakuna mtu anaweza kueleza. Hakuna. The basic thing ni pesa ipelekwe kule chini, ipande na juu. And that means basically you give a mama boga, you go and buy the boga. So with you, ukienda munulie mboga, which is good. He's gonna feed his family, he's gonna restock. How is that gonna go up? Ukiuliza watu waeleze, they are not able to do that. Now, mimi niko na furaha mingi sana. I've been talking to my people back in Mount Kenya. Na before kulikuwa na watu wengi wenye they are supporters of Azimio, but they were not coming up. They were not coming up. Walikuwa wanafanya kitu walikuwa naita chini ya maji. Ni wa
Bernard, rudisha ulikuwa umeweka Bernard. Yeke hapo kidogo tusome.
Simon, just keep talking. Keep talking. It's an overlay.
Okay. So the basic thing ni walikuwa wana, and this has happened a while. Imeendelea kwa muda sasa. So walikuwa wana support Azimio, walikuwa wana support Raila Amolo Odinga, but because of the 5 years that the DP has been in the mountain, and this is where and I hope hakuna mtu very young hapa. It's very easy to colonize and to radicalize the minds of young people. If you see wale watu wamekuwa wakienda kama ni kwa those countries that have gone to even terrorism, they look for the young people. They look for kids. Why? Because their mind is not fully formed. I'm sorry, I'm not insulting anybody, but I'm saying they are not fully formed. As a result, when you bring this idea to them that sisi ni maskini, wale wengine ni matajiri, wale ni mabwenyenye, and they want to take the government from you, and it's for the ni wale it's the government for the wanataka wale kuwa na the dynasties, and we are it's very easy for that to grow, and that is what has happened across the country, and especially Mount Kenya. We have a very young generation, and ndio nimekuwa nikisema, and we have also been told by some of our seniors, we need to talk to these young people to try to get that out, to sanitize that, so that to toe hiyo, and ni kazi, it's a lot of work. But now what I'm saying is that with Mother Karua on the ticket, which ameleta kitu mpya,
watu wameona hii si mabwenyenye. I have not had one person kutoka UDA akisema sasa bwenyenye mwingine amekuja. Mother Karua, she comes from a humble background. Mother Karua had a chance in all these positions amekuwa hata kwanza hiyo ya justice. Hapo if she wanted to kuwa mwizi na mkora, she could have done that a lot. She could have made a lot of money. Hiyo Kiptum amesema I had it this weekend. And it's something new. Sijui imetoka wapi, lakini it's not anywhere in the public domain, is not recorded anywhere. Hiyo maneno anasema ati Mother Karua alipewa pesa na BAT ati ndio asiwasilishe kesi kwa koti. Why is it not anywhere? Mbona hatujaisikia? Juzi nimesikia, this weekend nimesikia ati Uhuru Kenyatta ati anataka wale watu wote wamesurround kule Ishaweri kwao wote ati waondoke, anataka kujenga shule kubwa sana. This kind of decriminalizing, radicalizing people, lying to people on broad right, it need to stop. It actually need to stop. Kama hii maneno haitaendelea, we need to get our people and tell them that they need not to be lied. Wacha niseme hiyo kwa saa hii. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Well, thank you, Simon. We appreciate it. Desperate moment call for desperate measures. So we are in that season when we shall hear the unlikely and see the invisible. But at the end of the day, we pray that only the truth will prevail. Naomba tu, because for the interest of time, wale watu wajaongea kwanza waongee, alafu ninyi mtarudi. Kina Abuya mmeongea kwanza. So naomba, I'm left with two people who have not spoken, Duke and Daudi. Duke, please, let's get down.
First of all, I want to start by saying that sometimes media platforms promote fake news. For instance, the two posts Bernard you posted here, they are fake. So nowhere as the senior counsel Nasir said the post you posted, those are fake circulating documents. Even those individuals you said they voted against Rigathi Gachagua, we don't have accurate details of who voted for who. So sometimes, as a media, you should try to be accurate if you want to grow. Having said that,
So
I want to
is it the statement that is fake or the statement was not said? And how do you prove it was not said?
What?
Whatever you're calling fake news, is it the statement that is fake or the statement was not said? And how do you prove it was not said?
The statement was not said. For instance, I follow the senior counsel on Twitter and all platforms, and I've been hearing all the interviews. So at no point he has said that. So that is not from his Twitter account. Somebody who has fabricated it. Let me continue now.
Bwana Nini, that picture, if you look at it, it is not a Twitter tweet. It is not Abdullah's whatever account. It's a quote quoted by the Nation. That's a Nini for Nation.
No, okay.
I don't know whether does Abdul Nazir obtain permission from you to talk so that you know everything he said all day long.
Just
what I'm saying,
you scan the barcode. Scan the barcode. You'll realize that it's true.
I do what?
Okay, carry on, Duke. We that thing is
I
true,
want to give two brief comments. The first
you
comment I
can
want to give.
scan the barcode. It will lead you to the source of the information. But go ahead, make your submission. We are running
I
out of
want to
time.
comment on the two videos. The first video is the recent one about Moses Kuria. First of all, the context when Moses Kuria was putting across that statements, it was when the readers from Mount Kenya were coming together and they were trying to front one person who will advocate for the interests of the people of the mountain. So by that time, they were trying to select one person from the mountain who will front their interests. And at one point, there's a point where Martha Karua said Raila is not an option. So that context about the interest of the mountain. So Moses Kuria was saying that by trying to say that we must have our own from the mountain for us to be comfortable. So in real sense, he was not strongly referring to Martha as an individual. He was trying to say that we must have somebody from the mountain who will protect our interests. But if, for instance, you are agreeing with what Moses Kuria said, but the present stand of Moses Kuria is supporting William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua. So why should you say what he said in the past is good, but what he is saying now is bad? So if you follow the wisdom of an individual, you should be consistent with what that person says. So as per now, he's saying Ruto
So
and Gachagua.
what are you trying to carry us for? A statement
I'm reacting
spoken.
to the feedback.
We are talking about two different people here. Has Moses Kuria changed what he said about Martha Karua because he has found William Ruto?
I'm saying he is supporting William Ruto. Why is he not supporting Azimio?
Ruto, but the statement we played is talking about Martha Karua. Martha Karua and William Ruto are not the same, are they?
No, what I'm saying is this, that Moses Kuria was supporting Karua to be running mate. Why is he not supporting Azimio? Because now Martha Karua is the running mate of Azimio.
Of course, she's a running mate and she was being fronted to be a running mate. So what has changed? Or you can only be running mate when you're running with William Ruto. The other not running mates.
No, you know your questioning is not proper, and you are not properly understanding what I'm trying to say.
You are saying that Moses Kuria said that about Martha Karua because he was fronting for someone in Mount Kenya to take care of the Mount Kenya interest, and now Moses Kuria is supporting William Ruto. I don't see how those are opposite of each other because William Ruto is not Martha Karua. Whatever Moses Kuria said about Martha Karua stands, just like what he's saying about William Ruto, because those are two different personalities.
Can I proceed? I don't like always to be interrupted when I speak because I don't want to waste time. Let me move to what Charity Ngilu said. First of all, the statement, she said that Kalonzo agreed to support Raila Odinga without any conditions. That was at Jacaranda grounds. But that's not factual because before they went to Jacaranda grounds, there was some signatures at KICC. Some documents were signed. So are you trying to say that those documents were empty? They were not containing any specific agreements or the structure of what Wiper will take as a party. So I found that not to be honest. Number two, okay, Ndeto, can you ask a question if you want?
Mr. Bernard, I'm not even going to ask you. Can this guy tell us what documents were signed on that day before he comes back and gives us something that he can I mean, he's trying to go back into those documents. You know, this is a forum that is watched by a lot of people, not that the 10 people are here. But if you're going to come back and say, okay, were those documents signed? Can you please substantiate what you're saying? Do you know what was signed, whether it was good or bad, who signed it and who did not sign it before you bring it into this forum?
So are you trying to say the documents were not signed? What are you trying to say?
Bwana Duke, we are asking your authority of having access to the information that was at KICC and knowing the document that was signed.
The Azimio is not straightforward.
It's
actually trying to hide, it says, crucial documents. The problem is that they are not honest.
Crucial documents.
They should have filed those documents. That's where the problem is starting.
Avail the documents to who?
Huh?
Avail the documents to UDA.
No, to the parties and even to the public. Yes, they can fill those documents to the public to see what is it.
Okay. And so you did not sign the papers. You did not see the papers. Yet you are claiming the papers that were signed are not the ones that are being executed. And you know that there were conditions in the papers of which we don't know. Ngilu signed the paper. She was there. She read the paper. She's talking as the first-hand experience with the paper. You are driving your authority from where?
Bernard,
No.
he's the boss of UDA and he's the boss of Azimio. This man, he comes to lecture nothing.
It's okay, Mami. Mr. Duke, respond quickly. We need to go to our time is running out.
Okay, now, this is what I'm going to say. I wish that actually it's a prediction. The outcome of 2022 may be in a way that the votes which Kalonzo Musyoka will get will make a difference. Now, because from Azimio you are demeaning Kalonzo Musyoka. What if maybe Kenya Kwanza defeats Azimio with maybe say 200,000 votes and Kalonzo gets 300,000 votes? So what can you say at that time?
If Kalonzo has votes, Uhuru has more. And if Uhuru walks out of William Ruto, he walks away with more votes than the ones Kalonzo walks away with. So it makes no difference. If Uhuru has no vote, then Kalonzo also has no vote. So it also makes zero difference. Daudi Karibu.
Thanks to crying babies from UDA.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Thank you, everyone, for this wonderful opportunity. So this is my first day here this week. And Bernard, if you could allow me to indulge in the happenings of this week, the pronouncement of Rigathi Gachagua and Martha Karua as the running mates. For me, I think just the contrast between the two events just showed how a genius Raila is. And I might not be wrong to say that I think Raila is going down in history as the greatest political genius in Kenyan history. And there are many, it is not a wishful thinking on my part, but there are several things that we can talk that will attest of that fact. I believe even up to that point on Sunday when there was that Kamukunji rally, I don't think Raila was decided on who the running mate was. But testament to his way of doing things, I think he had to use that crowd to see who his running mate was going to be. And I think it just solidified on Martha Karua that Sunday evening that she was going to be the running mate. And that's just how genius Raila is. It's just amazing what this guy has done. You know, how he engineered the disintegration of KANU and the creation of the Second Kenyan Republic. That was another genius move. We know he's one of the architects of the modern Kenyan constitution, and also the Kenyan Ugatuzi Republic that we know as it is right now. We know just the amazing things he's done time in, time out. And now that he is the person who has materialized just the idea that there's going to be a first female deputy vice president, this is just an amazing thing that we can talk about Raila. It's just, there's no match. I think if you compare Raila and Ruto, I had someone say that it's between comparing the major leagues and the minor leagues. Raila is working on a very different level. You can look at the two events, the one on Sunday and the one on Monday. Those were just class aparts. It just shows you how this guy operates. It's just an amazing thing. I'm so happy for all the mothers. I have a daughter, and I think she can pick an inspiration from what Raila did yesterday. My mothers, I have a sister. I think everyone that I have talked to is very excited of what lies ahead for Kenya. It opens eyes for those that are still a little bit, reserved and conservative about the role of women in our societies. Just even in that pronouncement itself, there was inclusion. Raila, it just showed that this is not a selfish person. This is somebody who thinks about Kenya. He's not fighting for anything that is individualistic. Yes, most of us want power, but in his quest for power, I think he sees something bigger and greater. Each time he sees a new Kenya, he goes forward and he pulls and he creates this thing that stretches our imagination. Now we can imagine that there can be a female deputy president. He worked so hard, and we imagined there was going to be a multi-party democratic dispensation in Kenya. He worked so hard, and now we can benefit of what we call the federal governing system. So I think we should be so thankful that we are alive to see this man live. I don't know, but I think he is going to be one of the greatest Kenyan politicians that we've ever seen. And I'm glad to be alive to see it happen. I hope you're also excited and just glad to. For those who are supporting UDA, I mean, you have a choice to support the party that you're supporting. But this is a historic moment, and I think we should just all jump in and take part in this great ride that we are in. Thank you so much, Bernard, for the time, and yeah, thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Daudi. We appreciate it. Let's move on. I think we'll listen to Julia first as we wait for Themba. Themba should have been here. I don't know what has arrested him. Julia, karibu.
Asante Bernard. Mimi nashangaa kwani Themba ameenda wapi leo na watu wa kufunga show? Akina Makiadi, where are you people? Please msipotee hivyo. So the discussion is still about mother and I watched that clip of Kuria. I realized alikuwa amesema hivyo before. When did he say that, Bernard? Is it before this pronouncement?
Yes. It's an old interview. It's an old interview.
Oh yeah, but the clip
But
is
there is
true.
a new
It
one,
was before
Penat.
the Limuru 3. Before the
Penat, there was
Limuru
a
3.
new one again baada ya Martha kuapishwa. You can look
Yeah,
for
but
that.
he repeated the same thing. I've watched both. He repeated the same words.
Because I think in one he's saying that he's referring to mother as running mate, right? In one of them. So
he recommended for her to be the best running mate.
Yeah, that's
right.
the point.
Yes.
But that was before the Limuru 3 meeting in the past.
Okay, so
Madam Julia na nani na Bernard, niombe tu kidogo niseme kitu. Nani kama Themba na kam, unajua Makiadi anakuanga huko nje, kuna watu tunafunganga nao. Bernard, unaweza kuanza kuangalia hawa watu wa kufunga show, kwa wengine wanakuaga wamekwama hapo nyuma, kwa uzuri na kwa heshima. Ni sawa, unaweza tufungia leo hata kama Themba hatakuja, lakini kuna wale tunakuaga na we have a history of how we close our show. So si kwa ubaya tu, ni ile na si watu wengi, ile kwa heshima. Angalia Makiadi huko.
Wewe Martin, wewe relax, okay? We are redeeming the remaining few minutes before the other channels go off. All right? How many people on the screen? Count them first. If this screen is full, nobody can be added down here. And nobody will come here and I don't notice it. Unless nimeanza kulala. Do I look like I'm sleeping? Julia, karibu.
Okay, so I was just trying to say that Duke was referring to Kuria kama hajijui ama hajui chenye anasema. So the point is, it seems for once everybody across the political divide agrees that mother is the best deal that Kenya can have. And that is why hata ukiangalia the celebration that was in the whole country, the people woke up, Kenya woke up to a new dawn that this is the best bet we have. And Kenyans woke up to like, tumepata muujiza wetu. That is the picture we've been seeing for the last 2 days. So whether Kuria said this before or now, he hasn't come out to say that he did not mean it. So he meant what he said. He meant what he said. And this thing of, I think that was Kiptum trying to scandalize mother. I think let us stop this neutralization of corruption. I would like to ask the likes of Kiptum. He was trying to talk about an economic revolution by William Samoei Ruto. Na mimi, the last time I talked with Kiptum here, he couldn't explain what is the bottoms up. I don't know if it's bottoms up or bottom up, whichever it is. So he couldn't explain it. He doesn't even understand what that is. So I would only ask the people of KKA that if they can assure me that Ruto will not steal our shambas, kama ile kesi ya Muteshi, that Ruto and Rigathi hawatatunyang'anya mashamba, hawatanyang'anya mashule yetu mashamba. They will not interfere with projects like Kimorera and Narol. You know, if they can assure us that they will not root our public coffers, you know, they can bring all their proposals of the economic models. But we are afraid as Kenyans. It is like putting my finger into the fire, trying to ask myself, nitachomeka ati ebu nijaribu na hiki kidole changu nione kama kitachomeka. That is what the KKE camp is trying to tell us to do. Like, let us try. It's like trying to jump from a cliff and asking myself, let me see whether I'll die. That is how I can compare supporting or voting KKA. I mean, that is what Kenyans needs to think. You cannot be saying that somebody has not been sued in court. I mean, has not been jailed. These people have been sued. What a combination! What a combination! What a combination of Ruto and Gachagua. I mean, that combination terrifies Kenyans. We don't even have to think about it. We don't have to keep asking ourselves, are they really guilty or not? We'll not jump into the fire and wait for the court to decide whether they are guilty, or wait for them to steal from us further and loot this country and reduce it to nothing. And then we start saying, tunasema ni mwizi wetu. We will not go there. So comparing the Rutos, the Gachagwas, and Baba and Karua is like comparing light and darkness. Ama binguni na ardhi. There's a very big difference between the two duos. So when I see the celebration of Mother's Homecoming, I see that Kenyans woke to a new dawn. Kenyans have been praying for this miracle. And earlier, Alex was saying, when he was talking about Kalonzo, he was saying that he's beginning to be frustrated, that he's beginning to think that the people of Kenya may have to entrust the country in the hands of women. I don't want to say that, because we have many wonderful men that are also doing a good job in this country. We have people who have performed, people like Michuki, people like Matiang. We have people who have performed, and now we trust Baba because he has come this far in this journey for justice, democracy, liberation, and he has come this far with Karua. So this is the perfect couple that we needed to see. And looking forward, I think Kenya is going places. So this gives us a new dawn, gives us a gleam of light that we are likely to see better things coming for this country if we make the best decision. So those who are still trying to compare KKA and Azimio, I think they are lost people that need to be found. If you look at the situation in Mount Kenya now, Mount Kenya, watu wanabadilika. People are changing. People are beginning to think we have a new dawn. We have a hope that we did not have. Mother is not just a woman. People see her as more than a woman, as the only man that can tame. You know, they're referring to her as the only man that can tame corruption. And when I saw Baba appoint her as incoming deputy president, and also he should be in charge of justice and constitution, I didn't follow that well. That was a very wise decision by Baba. So I just want to say, fellow Kenyans, we have a new dawn. We can see a hope beyond the horizon, that Kenya will never be the same again. We'll stop neutralizing corruption, and we'll stop saying mwizi wetu. Mwizi wetu will no longer be mwizi wetu. We'll see them as candidates of committee. And we'll never justify somebody who has even stolen a banana from somebody. We look at them as people who should be taken to court and to jail. So, fellow Kenyans, this is a new dawn. With the we have been calling it the Super Rarua presidency, lakini sasa tunaita Super Rauka presidency, kwa maana tunarauka. Kenya kumekucha. We have a new dawn. Asante, Bernard.
Thank you so much, Julia. We appreciate it. Kumepambauka. Jogoo ashawika mara tatu. Mr. Guru. Before Bwana Guru comes in, Harun sends a very special message.
Yes.
Ngoja kidogo Bwana Guru. Harun sends a very special message that those clips you are seeing about mother being heckled, they have been edited by the spinners, the Itumbian team. They are busy working to add those UDA voices and then spin them around to paint a picture of what is not there. So some of them should not be taken serious. This wave is such that hakuna umbrella ya kuizuia. Watu wa UDA wajipange. Mr. Guru, karibu tafadhali. Umekuja leo 11th hour, Yesu amefuka.
Mimi nimelala na nimeamka saa hii. Habari yenu?
Salama, karibu.
Sasa wacha niseme hivi Bernard. Tumekuwa kwa hii forum kwa siku kadhaa na tumeongea hii maneno kwamba kura ya pale kwa mlima si kura ambayo utachukulia kwamba sasa umeweka kwa mfuko. Hawa watu ni watu huangalia sana maslahi yao kwa kisiasa, na wamekuwa wakiangalia Martha Karua kama kiongozi mmoja ambaye anaweza wasimamia kwa ujasiri na hekima, na mtu ambaye anakubalika Kenya mzima. Ile limefanyika ni kwamba kwa kumteua Martha ni kuweka ile inaitwa ishara kwamba hawakuwa wamekosea. Martha amekuwa kwa mioyo ya watu wa Mlima Kenya miaka mingi. Ni vile tu yeye hana ile fedha ama kushikiliwa kwa nguvu, lakini kwa kupendwa na kuwa kwamba watu wanamuona kama kiongozi. Hiyo imekuwa kwa mioyo ya watu wa Mlima Kenya miaka mingi sana. Hasa wameona kwamba kutokana na vile nchi yetu imekuwa, pale kwetu ndiye tu kiongozi ambaye unaweza amini, akikwambia kitu unjue hiyo ndio iko. Viongozi wetu wanasiasa wamekuwa ni watu wa kutumia uongo kupata nafasi za uongozi, lakini huyu mwanamke jasiri hajawahi tumia hajawahi kutumia ile ujanja ya kutumia uongo kupata nafasi ya uongozi. Kwa hivyo wakati alipotamkwa kama ndiye atakuwa mwenza wake Raila Amolo Odinga, ilileta furaha kubwa sana kwa watu wale wamemweka kwa moyo miaka mingi. Na hii ni jambo ambayo labda watu wengi sana Kenya pale hawangekuwa wanajua, lakini hiyo ndio ilivyo, kwamba Martha amekuwa kwa mioyo ya watu wa Mlima Kenya miaka mingi kutoka wakati ule walikuwa na Kibaki. Kwa hivyo sasa ile iko ni kuna msisimuko mpya, na hiyo msisimuko itakuwa ngumu sana kuzuia. Hasa sio usindanganywe na mtu hapa ati ni wanawake. Hapana. Martha ako kwa mioyo ya wanaume, hata labda zaidi ya wanawake. Hii jamii ya Wakikuyu wana haja sana na kiongozi jasiri, mtu ambaye akisema ni hii anamaanisha hiyo, si mtu ya kugeuka leo kwa sababu iko namna hii unageuka unaenda upande ule mwingine. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia kwamba pale hesabu imeanza kusuruhishwa, na ni wengi sana Bernard, ni mimi nilikuwa najua walikuwa wamesema hawataenda kupiga kura. Kuna kitu kimoja hapa watu wengine waelewi. Wengine wanaongea ati Martha alisimama akapata kura 43,000 wakati ule mwingine. Martha, hiyo si kura yake. Kura yake ni kubwa kuliko hiyo, na hasa kwa Mlima Kenya atapata kura nyingi sana. Kuna watu ambao walikuwa wamesema hawataenda kupiga kura, lakini sasa mimi mwenyewe nimesikia kadhaa wamesema mimi nilikuwa nimechukua msimamo kwamba sitaenda kupiga kura kwa sababu, lakini sasa kwa sababu Martha amechaguliwa kama mwenza wa Raila Amolo Odinga, mimi nitaenda kupiga kura, na hawa ni wanaume na pia ni wanawake. Wengine walikuwa pale ni vijana, hata hawa unaona wanarukaruka hapa na Rais Nduthi motorcycles. Vijana wale si pumbafu, msifikiri yule alikuwa anafikiri hawa vijana ni pumbafu. Wengine wamesoma kiasi, wanaelewa na siasa na wanajua kiongozi mzuri, wanajua mtu ya kuandanganya na anajua mtu anamwambia ukweli. Kama jana nilisikia huko Kiambu, kiongozi mmoja huyu anajaribu kurundi, anaitwa William Kabogo, akiambia watu kwamba ataweka bilioni 1, alafu hasra mwenzake Samuel Ruto aweke bilioni ingine, vijana wa Kiambu wawe wanafuliza. Hiyo kwa uhakika ni uongo, na na unajua hii maneno itakuja kuwafuruta vibaya sana, kwa sababu unajua huwezi kuenda ukindanganya vijana vile utawapea pesa ukifikiri kwamba watakufuata. Hawa vijana wengi hata hawana kura, wengine hata hataenda kupiga kura. Kwa hivyo tunasema nini? Tunasema hivi, mama amepata kura ya wanawake Kenya mzima, sio Wakikuyu peke yake. Hapo tuelewe. Pili, amepata kura ya wale watu ambao wanataka kuona uongozi wa Kenya ukibadilika na ukipigana na ufisadi, na hawa ni wanaume kutoka jamii zote za Kenya. Pili, mtu anaitwa Martha hajaonyesha kwa ile kujionyesha kwamba yeye ni Mkikuyu. Kwa uongozi wake hakuna pahali utakuta anaongea mambo ya Kikuyu kwamba ati zaidi ya jamii zile zingine, ati mimi ni Mkikuyu napigania sijui majani chai, sijui napigania sijui miraa, sijui napigania nini. Hapana, Martha anapigania haki ya kila Mkenya pale yuko, na matamshi yake, mwenendo wake haiko pale kama huyu jamaa mwingine amechaguliwa ile upande mwingine anaitwa Rigathi. Hata akipatiwa hiyo cheo, kitu ya kwanza kuongea ni mambo ya Mount Kenya. Ni kama Mount Kenya ndio pekee anaenda kuwa makamu wa rais. Kwa hivyo tuseme kwamba hii ni mwamko mpya ambayo hata ile kura tulikuwa tumesema sijui itapotea ya Wakamba, hiyo kura wale wanatumia akili na ni wengi kwa hiyo jamii, na wanaona uongozi kwa upana, watapigia baba na Martha kura ikiwa ni mwezi wa Agosti, watampigia kura. Sasa ingine ni kwamba Martha alipewa cheo ambayo Wakenya wanajua anaustahili, justice ministry. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba mambo yote ambayo inafinya Wakenya kwa hata kwa hii katiba na vile tunakaa, mambo hiyo itashughulikiwa na Martha, kwa sababu sasa akiwa the Minister of Justice ni kumaanisha kila kitu ambayo inafinya Wakenya itaanguka kwa ile meza yake aiangalie. Kwa hivyo nafasi kubwa sasa Wakenya wanayo kurekebisha ile maneno ambayo imekuwa imewakera na inawakera miaka mingi, ili iende irekebishwe kwa mbunge na iwe ni sheria. Kwa hivyo ni kwamba wengine wanasema Martha ni mtu kichwa ngumu, sijui. Baba haangalii uongozi kwa njia ya personalizing leadership, kwamba ati yeye kusema ni kusema, amesema na basi ndio hiyo. Hapana, anaangalia kwamba ni mtu gani atakuja kutenda mema na kufanya kazi yake kulingana na sheria, na huyo aliona ni mama, na mama watafanya kazi pamoja na mzee, na najua kulingana na vile rekodi zao ziko, wao wawili ni watu wanapenda nchi hii na ni watu wamepigania hii nchi, na ndio unakuona upande ule mwingine umeshindwa, wataongea nini wakipiga kampeni yao. Mmoja sasa ameanza kusema mnafikiri huyu mwanamke, lakini ni mzuri, wacha waendelee kumtusi namna hiyo, kwa sababu niliambia mwingine, kuna mtu anaitwa William Kabogo, waende wamuulize ilifanyika nini alipoenda akitusi wanawake akipiga siasa. Bernard, wacha nisimamie hapo na niseme ni hongera wa Kenya. Nimeona watu wamedharau wa Kenya mafikira yao kwa muda mrefu, wanafikiri wa Kenya tu wanafikiri mambo ya ukabila, lakini wa Kenya ni watu werevu sana, wakiona kiongozi mzuri hawezi achilia. Mama na mzee Raila Amolo Odinga, na waambia hapa watachukua hii uongozi mwezi Agosti. Asante.
Okay, those are clips from Nyandarua and the celebration. Tuanze kufunga sasa, tuanza na Mati.
You know, Bernard, I know we laugh here and you know, we laugh here a lot, and we really, and I'm sorry, let me just for a minute allow me to come back to my serious kind of face. You know, I think at times we really play around with our country. You know, at times I look at those, like those borders you just played, that the last clip that you just played there. Yes, everybody is so happy about what is happening and everything. But I also think we play a lot of politics of deceit. And I don't know how we're going to get out of this. And I can't wait for a day when we get out of this politics of deceit. Politics of deceit, what do I mean by that? What I mean about politics of deceit is you find like those guys, I can bet you, unless I'm very happy so much, I will not close I will never close shop to just go drive around. Those guys are paid. And in as much either it's Azimio or it's UDA, we also have to look at the social fabric of our country. Who are we? What are we doing? Where are we going? Where are we stopping? Where do we stop? Where do we begin? And thank God nakuja at the last minute, because ningekulu huko kwa social media and a lot of people would have come back to, eat me alive. But again, as a country, we also have to start looking, and that's what I think Raila, and I appreciate Mother Karua, also they are looking at it, at that, because we need to stop the politics of the seat. Today, if I have a lot of money, Bernard, all I need to do is go get so many borders on the street and get everybody and tell them I'll pay you. I mean, we just saw today Gashagwa in a funeral. Somebody come and tell him, apparently his friend for 18 years, tell him, nipatie, hey, kuna mali naenda, you give me what you gotta give me. Really, guys, how are we gonna play these kind of things? Can we be genuine? Can we be, Bernard Ojui, lakini wako sababu nakwaga umeenda most of the time. By the time I'm here, people call me a motivational speaker around here, which it's okay. Wananienjoyingi sana, mimi ni motivational speaker, because now when it comes to serious business, wacha ile yangu ya kucheka mchana na kukimbizana na watu, this is where now I come and say, Mama Julia anajua kwa hapa. I wish Richard Makiadi angekuwa hapa, hata nani akikwambia. The politics of deceit, when you find you can go pay people and start that border right there, it did just not come. He has a family to feed. At that time angekuwa sasa anachukua mtu anapeleka mahali, or maybe amelipona mwenye ako naye, because we have to come to a place in our country where we have to be genuine in what. Today we still play those politics of Moi, where we are playing with our country so much that even when a lady comes in, we don't see the seriousness of what the historical value of that momentum is. It's a very historical moment in our country that we are getting that. And again, I'm going to go back to when Kibaki and Raila, when Rainbow time, when Rainbow came, and they were trying to get into power, and they did get into power. At that time, contractors went into an activated mode where they had to buy spotlights to work day and night to make sure that those contracts that they had were there, had to be seen. Because guys play a lot. Because in Kenya and in Africa in general, other than, Kina Kagame and the other ones that are really gone ahead to really not play with those games, like when you go to Rwanda, you find they have a day to clean up the streets. But in Kenya, you won't have. We just have every day of, destroying everything, trashing our streets. But again, when Kibaki and Raila came in, contractors went to buy spotlights. You couldn't find a spotlight because contractors wanted to clean everything day and night, work every day. Day and night. Why? Because that corruption was, it was threatened. The corruption syndicate was threatened. Now, I'm going to also close on this one and then add one more before I finish. I was so proud to see Raila say, Mother Karua, yes, you're my vice president, but this is your ministry. We've learned from our past. I've always said here, the president, I wished I could take it back to where the president could actually fire the vice president or the deputy president on the road that like he used to be. But this time, Raila is a smart guy. Na hiyo ndo unasemanga mzee akiwa amekaa chini na kijana akae huko juu anaona kuliko hiyo. That's what you guys say. And I really respect that and I appreciate that. Because when Raila gave Mother Karua, even though he's a vice president, but he gave her a ministry to run the justice and legal system. So that we close that chapter of a a deputy president trying to come to us and telling us, oh, nilinyimwa duties. Oh, lakini we're tied with the same belt. The constitution says this. That's your ministry. So what did you do with your ministry? So you cannot come back to us and tell us you don't have a ministry, or you don't agree with the president, or he took all the ministries, took it to Matiang'i and all that. So Raila is so smart, is so that until we change our constitution and take it back to where the deputy president can actually respect their boss. In my job where I work, my small, not small, I never call them small, ever. I never diminish anybody. But the person that is lower than me, of their work ethic or work delegation, they will never, and I have the power, they will never come up to me and try to be an equal. So that was the smartest move of Raila, and I'm so happy. And that's why I'm thinking at this point, and I'm so happy. We are seeing a change in Kenya, in our country, that is gonna change. It's already been a superpower. We are doing East Africa economics, and we're doing everything, and we need even not to sing the national anthem, but seeing the East African national economy as NATO is out there getting whoever the new country that is wanting to come in, I think is Switzerland. No, it's not Switzerland. Whoever they want, they're bringing in, even us in
Finland.
Huh? What is it?
Finland.
Yeah, Finland. When Finland is coming into NATO, we are here talking about Congo coming into East Africa Central. Because that's what we're doing. We're building it. We're not playing these games of Centros, Nini, who stole what and who did what. We need to grow, because this country and what we do today, we will be judged harshly by our kids, kids, and the generations to come. This is us. The people that went out there, they will ask us, what did you see out there? Why didn't you bring it back home? The people that are out there, like, when you are Coco, and they interact with us, and that's why I appreciate forums like this, because we get to interact. Like, I believe, Bernard, if I can use with your permission, if I can use your example, Bernard right now knows more of many countries, even though I go home, knows more of these countries and what happens, more than anyone neighbor yake. He knows way more than that. Because why? He gets to talk with people who are Kenyans, share the same value, but share the same country every day of his life. And probably, maybe that's why he stays here so long, because he's so educated through it to just understand what other countries are and what everything has. And he also educates us from where we come from. I believe we need to also think about our country. Like Tom Boyer started this whole conversation of exporting people. We need to start importing people. And thus, with the hard struggle of Bernard waking up every day and staying here late to talk to people who are in different time locations and bring them together and start making them know that Kenya is okay and we're getting it. And now we're getting it very well with Mother Karua and Raila, the liberation people, the second liberationists. They've been brought together, and we're going to do this together. Now, wale wanapenda kunichekesha kwa sababu nimekuwa serious sana. Bernardo hujaniona nikiwa serious hivyo. Najua hata umeshtuka, hii ni kijana gani bwana? Wachaneni na Kalonzo bwana. Kalonzo tushawapatia. Kalonzo yuko ndani. Wachaneni Ukamba. Ukambani wachaneni nayo. Hiyo ni yetu, tunajua venye kuicheza. Mtumishi, Prophet bado yuko.
I've surrendered. Thank you. Let's get Jose, please. Let's be brief. Tunafunga atfungui.
I just wanted to say that for the benefit of Ndeto, you can start celebrating because Baba has just too big a heart. If you check the history and how the work he has worked, you will be sometimes you don't understand how he accommodates things which are already forgotten. As much as personally, I'm one of the people who celebrated, thanks God, the running mate is not Kalonzo. But somehow, I think even without kneeling down, you may be surprised that Baba will still accommodate him. But personally, I wonder how much that can stretch. And in any case, even if he comes as chief minister, the better. If he was the speaker, maybe the agenda of government, the way he's determined to frustrate the government, he could have done that better if he was speaker. Thanks God he is not. You have seen situations where the speakers will tell you the ayes have it. But when you listen to it keenly, you find it was the nays. You can imagine if there is a crucial decision to be made and a speaker who behaves like that, you lose everything. But for me, I think it is high time. I have seen everybody starting to behave presidential, and I'm quite confident the Raila Karua ticket will see the light of day in August. I would stop there.
Okay, thank you. Tuende kwa Daudi.
Yes, thank you very much, Bernard, again for inviting me back. I would like to concur with Jose for, on his sentiments, and just to reiterate what others have said, that Baba is our Mandela. 9 years in prison, he comes out, he shakes hands with the Muzee who imprisoned him. Who can do that? So I think it just begins to tell you how much of a big heart he has. He doesn't hold grudges with anyone, but I think what he's fighting for is for a better Kenya and for a better Africa. Because if you listen to his speech today at the Africa cities in Kisumu, you could just hear a man who has a bigger vision for the entire continent. He's not even thinking locally, he's thinking big, Africa as a whole. So this is a great man. One thing that it's probably my own perception, but Baba has a way of making everyone around him feel big and palpable. I remember during the days of NASA, you could feel the weight of Wetangula, you could feel the weight of Madividi. But as soon as these people went to UDA, you don't feel that same weight. So somehow Raila has just a way of elevating people around him to seem big and powerful. You saw during the days of Pentagon, you could see people like MALALA blossom, Ruto. These guys were big then. But as soon as they find their ways out, they just disappear. So that just tells you how magnanimous, how just a genius he is, and welcoming and just uplifting of a guy he is. So let's embrace this Mandela moment for Kenya and make Baba the president. On Kalonzo is just managing his Kamba people. I think he's going to come back. I think the deal that Raila gave him is such a sweet deal. He will not pass it. It's a good deal. He will get that deal nowhere but in Azimio. So he will come back. Just give him time. He's mourning. There are, I think, 5 steps for mourning. So he's gone through a couple of steps. So he will come back. Just give him time. And obviously, Martha Karua, just see how elevated she feels now in the presence of Baba. Baba just has a way of making people feel big. So, just an amazing time to be alive and just to see the history. I saw 2002, and I'm seeing this, so I'm just really happy to be alive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daudi. This one, as we continue closing, just in case you don't know where the treasury is.
Alafu Bernard, can you start telling people to prepare for the national anthem?
Tuko na furaha sana leo. Kama jamii ya Waluya tuko na furaha na tunarudishia Raila Amolo Odinga shukrani. Raila leo ametupatia finance. Oparanya ndiye atakuwa CS wa treasury. Imagine kikapu ya pesa ya Kenya itakuwa inalala Western. Makofi bwana. Na speaker. Kikapu ya pesa ya Kenya itakuwa inalala Western. Oparanya. Na pia ametupatia speaker wa Senate Kenneth Marende. Na kitu ya kushangaza, Raila hajatuuliza 70%. Hajasema tuleteni 70%, leteni 50%, leteni 40%. Raila hajatuuliza chochote kama Waluya. Amesema tu nawapatia pesa yote ya Kenya, Waluya msimamia. Na nawapatia speaker msimamia. Na pia ile Eugene yako nayo hata nyang'anywa. Na kuna zingine zitaongezwa. Imagine Raila kufanya hivyo na hajatuuliza kitu kama 70%. Sasa wale mko huko mnahangaika na 70%, tokeni huko. Toka huko. Hiyo 70% ni kama kutumwa, mganga anakutuma enda ulete maziwa ya mamba ndio nikutibu. Haiwezekani. Ni kama mganga anakutuma uende utafute maziwa ya mamba ndio akutibu. Kwa hivyo kama sisi kama jamii ya Waluya tuko na furaha. Saa hizi watu wanasherehekea Western, na pia huyu Martha Karua tunasikia fununu ako na damu ya Waluya, bado tunatafuta.
Baba yake alikuwa senator.
Nimesikia hiyo fununu sana. Na hiyo kitu imenigusa roho. Na nimefurahi. Yes. Kuna mtu ameniambia mahali ati huyu Martha Karua ako na damu ya Waluya. Mpaka hiyo kitu imenifurahisha. Ati ako na damu ya Waluya, na hiyo familia inaitwa Lubembe kule Kakamega. Ati ni vile wako related kidogo. Tumefurahi sana kama jamii ya Waluya. Na Raila anapenda Waluya kwa hakika. Sio kama Ruto anaambia Waluya lazima mlete 70% ndio niwapatie hii. Raila anatupatia for free. Hata 2008 Raila alifanya hivyo. Waluya ndio walikuwa wengi kwa cabinet. Waluya ndio walikuwa wengi kwa cabinet 2008. Akina Oparanya, Paulo Toma, Musalia Mudavadi, wengi. Na Raila hakutuambia tulete 70% ama nini.
Kikapu yote ya pesa ya Kenya itakuwa na lala wapi?
Western.
Bas. Hiyo ndio power. Oga Themba. Wewe ndio unaimba national anthem from top to bottom.
Nitaimba, niko sawa.
Uko sawa?
Eh.
Tulikuwa tumeanza closing remark. You can now begin opening remarks.
Wacha niimbe wimbo wa taifa.
Ngoja kwanza Adams hajaongea. Martin alikuwa amemaliza, Hosea alikuwa amemaliza, Daudi alikuwa amemaliza. So it's Guru, Saimo and Adams. The rest of you, see you when you see me. Good night, good day.
Good night.
Thank you.
Pole, hao watu wamekuweka hapa sana bwana. Mwezi acha nani kalale. Haya, Guru.
Asante sana. Mimi siongei sana isipokuwa kusema kwamba sasa tumepata njia, tumepata mwelekeo na ni siku tu tunangoja, lakini tuendelee kuongea na wale wako upande ule mwingine. Wengine wamechanganyikiwa kiasi kwa sababu ya ile mambo walikuwa wameahidiwa na ingine ambayo haina maana. Kwa hivyo wako hapo katikati ya kuchanganyikiwa na kujua ukweli. Ni jukumu letu kuwafuta na kuwaonyesha njia na kuambia kwamba sasa ndio tumepata mwendo wa kuelekea kuwa na serikali ambayo itajali mwananchi wa Kenya. Asante.
Okay, asante sana. Daudi.
Nilikuwa nimeongea lakini ni salamu tu na kuhimiza hizo kura kama amwendi kupiga. Let me remind you to remind everyone to go and vote. This is our Mandela moment coming once again.
Okay, Simon.
Wewe Themba, umeona umeanza corruption sasa hivi umekuja umeanza kuchanga wewe. It was my turn, unajaribu kupea Daudi na nimeongea hapa karibu masaa mzima. Okay, let's skip that. Ilikuwa closing arguments and I have the following to say. Mimi kitu ya kwanza nafurahia sana kwa hii forum. I want to reiterate again. Hao wengine tumekuwa na hao hapa isipokuwa Themba that me I have been listening to the mountain na mlima since yesterday. Mlima inasemekanaga haibadiliki, but mlima imebadilika. Nimeongea na wamama, nimeongea na vijana na mlima imebadilika. Mlima iko kwa baba. Next thing I wanted to say is iko swali moja nimeuliza. There's one question that I have asked and has been asked by many. If UDA, they have given us one, Rigathi Gachagua, somebody who has been known to steal the coffers of Nyeri County, what is he gonna do if he becomes when he goes to the national coffers? My guess is as good as yours. DP Ruto, to tell me the president, in the likely event, washikane na Gachagua, the Kenya will be sold to the lowest bidder. Get that right, to the lowest bidder. Ndio iende haraka. It will be sold to the lowest bidder. Now, metoka hapo. What if Gachagua mwenye ako kotini atakuwa na ruhusa, atakuwa anafanya kazi ya DP saa ngapi akiitwa kotini? Because he has got current court, ako na makesi saa hii kotini. Atakuwa anafanya kazi saa ngapi? That's the question. In an event he is akifungwa. Sasa what will that mean? It will mean hatutakuwa na DP. And that very serious. Iko swali moja imeulizwa na mama mmoja anaitwa Keti Waluguru. Nataka mkimuona mwambie aache kuuliza maswali ambayo hayana miguu, hayana mwelekeo. Anauliza Martha Karua ati kwanza aolewe. Give me a break. What does have leadership has to do whether you are married or not? In Kenya especially. Where does that have to do with anything? Yeye ameolewa mpaka ticket ya MP amepata. What has she done when he was a woman led? So basically, viongozi kama hawa wasikizwe na mtu yoyote. Now, I want to say something about something somebody said not very long ago in this show. And that was one Martin Dero. Martin Dero alisema ati wale vijana wa bodaboda walilipo. I want to tell you, Deto, hakuna vijana wanalipwa. Watu wa Azimio hawalipi watu. Mtu anaitwa Martha Karua halipi mtu. Mtu anaitwa, if I got you wrong, correct me. Mtu anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga, ukiona cloud yake is a name that you are very familiar with. Is very organic. Na nakwambia ukienda nyumbani, I don't know how long ulikuwa nyumbani, kuna wakati mwingi sana au vijana unaona na motorbikes hawanaga kazi. They are not always working. So if you give them a reason, if they know what they want, watakuja kwa mkutano wako, na saa hii upige simu nyumbani, watu vijana they are very excited. So they don't need a dime. They don't need a penny kuhongwa na mtu yoyote. Move on. Nataka kuongea kidogo maneno ya Kalonzo. Kalonzo, mimi kwa maoni yangu, vile amepiduka mara mingi, I think ako na bipolar disorder. Siku moja anasema hii, siku nyingine anasema hii. Saa hii alikuwa amesema Raila tosha, saa hii is a presidential candidate na ametuletea mpaka DP. Even without going the due process that you're supposed to go through. Hajaenda, he is not qualified, hajafanya zile vitu zinatakana kufanywa, masharti ile yanatakana kufanywa, so that you be qualified ndio usimame kwa urais. So what he is having is just hot air. So hiyo nimemaliza. Ile kitu kingine nataka kusema ni maneno ya uongozi wa Raila Amolo Odinga. This is personal, lakini nimesikia, sijui kama mmesikia, lakini since Raila Amolo Odinga alichagua Martha Wangari Karua, nimesikia watu wengi kutoka kwetu na wengine kutoka mahali mimi naishi. Niko na watu wawili weusi. You may not know how this news spread. They are worldwide. Wamesema wanaenda kuoa Kisumu. I have one wanataka kuoa wasichana Kisumu. What does that mean? It means wale watu wa Nyanza na watu wa Kisumu bei yao imeenda juu. Guess what? When all this economy hii hela yote ya dawari inakuja huko na projects, niko na wengine wanasema they are gonna go and invest there of how beautiful the city is. Hiyo yote itakuwa maendeleo kwa Nyanza, itakuwa maendeleo kwa Kisumu, itakuwa maendeleo kwa Kenya. Moving on. Karua alisema kitu moja leo ikanifurahisha sana. The knowledge of one Amolo Odinga is just from another planet. Ukisikia mtu anaongelea maneno za barabara za Kenya, umpeleke coast, umpeleke central, umpeleke north Kenya. Na mimi nimemsikia mimi mwenyewe, I have heard him talk. Mpaka zile barabara za ndani, yeye anajua everything. And that is only when he was the minister of roads. No wonder amekuwa ametazamwa, ameonekana, ameangaliwa, and he was qualified to be the person who is holding the docket of infrastructure in Africa. Combine that na mtu mwenye amepewa awards bili 1991 and 1995 ya kutetea watu, human rights 1991, 1995 law ya kutetea wakina mama. What do you think Kenya is gonna be? Waja nikuambie Themba, tuacha tujalishe tu tuende nyumbani. It's gonna be better than here, my friend. Final. Mudavadi, I'll tell you what is imesemekana amekuwa. Yeye hakuna kitu anapewa. Yeye ni mtu ya kupika ugali. Kule let me say Sugoi, not State House, Sugoi. And Wetangula atakuwa anapika chai. Nimemaliza.
Okay, thank you so much, Simon, for that, and I really like to hear what you said. And one of the things that has stood out is why is it that when there's a female candidate, they start sexualizing it? Why must we ask a female who is running, where is her husband? Why don't we ask all the men, where are their wives? And all their wives to stand up. And all the children they outside wedlock, wakuja wasimame tuwaone wote. Because you can't have double expectation. I mean, a different measure for a lady candidate, and then you have a different measure for a male candidate. You see, the fact that you could be propping someone who is working with you as your wife does not necessarily mean that that's the only lady that you have had to be with. We shouldn't have to sexualize politics. And I think a time has come when even women need, as they say, women need to have some respect for themselves. You know, when you are standing up there to ask someone, what part of leadership does it have written that, you know, the sex part is going to be playing a part? Why do you want to judge men from the shoulder up, but women, you want to judge them from their waist down? I don't think that should be a gauge. We should judge people for what they are carrying, the shoulder up, and what it is in between their ears. And if women have that, everybody does have that. I think these people, time has come for us to remind them that politics in Kenya is going to change, and it's going to change for a very long time, and this is the start. So Martha Karua, we are going back to factory settings. We are giving it what it deserves. Clean politics, politics of issues, and of course we are giving our first deputy president, and hopefully, God willing, we will be seeing in our lifetime the first female president in Kenya, by God's grace. Now, I want to allow Adams. Themba ni wakati wa kudumisha lugha rasmi ya Umoja wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na Kati. Kweli kabisa. Sasa kuna jamaa ambao tayari wameshavuka mjadala. Nimekuja wakifunga, sasa itabidi tuwaruhusu. Adams, umetoa hoja zako za mwisho. Give your final closing remarks so that we finish now.
Thank you, Mr. Semba. Actually, I've not even spoken. I just got in here, and then within 2 minutes you popped up. I've not even said hi to anybody. So, hello. Okay, I'll really go very first. Let me just say something about Martha Karua and Raila Odinga ticket. Martha Karua and Raila Odinga ticket, I can describe it as it's a government already. It's a government in waiting, but it is a government for the people, by the people. Government of the people, for the people, by the people. The reason as to why I'm saying this is, if you can see before Bernard left, he just played a video here of a guy who was talking in a crowd, and he was being a bit comical when he said that Martha Karua is having some blood relations in the Luya land and stuff. When you hear that guy talking keenly, like they're talking like they want to own it, like they feel it. These people's leadership is being felt by the people. That is why I call it's going to be a government by the people, for the people. But on the flip, the other guys, if you look at their government in waiting, it's a government of a selected few serving the selected few. Government of the selected few serving a minority. but pretending to be serving everybody. So this ticket is widely accepted by like most of the people across the divide, and everybody can attest to that. Secondly, it is quite absurd. It is very, very unfortunate to hear somebody, it doesn't matter whether you're a man or a female, but in this case, I think it is a female, who was trying to tell Madam Martha Karua to produce her husband before climbing the ladder of leadership. This kind of thinking is the same mentality of people who was saying, if you guys can remember that, there's a clique of people who are saying, not everybody, but a clique of people who are saying that for a Luo to be a president, they need to be circumcised first. And that poses a question where you wonder and ask yourself whether one need a manual to lead the people. It is the same kind of caliber who are telling Martha to produce a husband before she leads, forgetting that the likes of Governor, the Machakos Governor, Alfred Mutua, he is wifeless. He is never married, don't have a wife. Nobody is asking him to produce a wife. And a lot of men are in parliament who are not married. So marital status is not a qualification of being a leader. So such kind of people, I think at some point we just need to like shun them in public and tell them the truth, because the likes of even the Kilifi women rep, what's her name again? The one who wants to become a governor, Aisha Jumwa. Aisha Jumwa is not married, and nobody's asking her to produce a husband. So these are just politics, and but it is to me when you use sexism to judge people by to judge people's character or their ability, it's really bad and it's quite absurd, to say the least. And it is high time people realize that we are living in a different society. We are in a different century where what women can do is equally the same as men. People are not being judged by their gender. That is not where the world is right now. That is why when Martha Karua was nominated or seconded to be the running mate of Raila Odinga, the entire region, not only Africa, but the entire region celebrated. So people celebrated because they see Kenya as a country which is moving up the ladder. We are being used as an example. If all goes well, who knows, one day Martha Karua can be the president. Even if she don't become a president, another female can become president. It's a sure of possibility. It's a sure of possibility that it can be done. It is possible. Yes, we can. If I may borrow a slogan of the former US President Barack Obama, it is possible. And yes, it can be done. So when I want to say something about the UDA, there is a brewing war of words in between Aisha Jumwa and Amason Kingi. I think it was just obvious. The same demands that Amason Kingi was having when he was in Azimio. He wanted KILIFI to be zoned for power. So he went, but the ODM people and the Azimio people said no. So he went to the UDA with the same demands. And now they said no. So that is why these people are fighting there. I think there's going to be more verbal wars moving forward, and maybe that one may create another rift. Otherwise, the welcoming of Martha Karua is widely accepted, and a lot of people watched it, and people are happy. We moving forward, we really need to. We will be expecting a lot of verbal war. Martha being a woman, she will be attacked. But I think in Azimio, there's enough foot soldiers who will come out in a defense, not just defending, but with facts. You know, facts will always be facts. You can lie to the people, but you can't lie all the time. The reality and time and age will catch up with you. But facts and truth will always stand for prosperity, and it will never change. That is something that we cannot run away from. Otherwise, the presidency of Raila Odinga is a reality, and it is gonna be something which is worth envying by the entire globe. It is a presidency that we expect, like it's a presidency that ought to have been there in 2007 and ended in 2013, but who knows? It was postponed. So this is the time. This is the time, and a lot of things are changing, and much more will change. Finally, I may want to say something a little about Kalonzo Musyoka. I had some speakers here. A few of you are saying that things are gonna hit the deadlock, and SKM is going to come back. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka is gonna come back to Azimio. Is going nowhere. I am of a contrary opinion, and I think that he will not come back. Kalonzo Musyoka is not going to come back. He's going all the way. He don't even want to become the president. He just wants to play a card that he played in 2007. He's a man who lives with the thinking that is about him and himself alone. It's I, myself, and me. He don't think things will change, but yet a lot of change. So according to me, from where I sit, I don't really think that SKM is going to come back. He will go all the way, because from the look of things, he was just, by the time he was joining Azimio, he had already registered Wiper, like he's going to buy something there. So it may be a legal technicality somewhere too, but moving forward, I think Kalonzo is just going to go like that. He knows that he's not going to be the president anyway. Actually, he's not going to get 1 million votes. He's going to get maybe around 18,000, because we have to go there and get our chunk. The UDA will go there and get the chunk, and the remaining one, he will gather it. And that is what he will use to what? To negotiate, because he has a hope that there's not going to be round one winning. He believes there's going to be a runoff, a rerun, or a runoff, whatever it is. So he expecting to jump in there, in between, and go with one side or one function and make the government, so you can play the kati card. That's what I think. Mr. Ndate, I don't know what you want to say about that. Yeah, go ahead.
No, Maliza to Adams, because we are closing.
Oh, okay. So
Adams, I have to wait for the mediator to give me a go ahead.
Okay, so by and large, that's what I can say for now. Let's be optimistic and propel this ticket. It is a winning ticket. Thank you so much, and God bless for now.
Okay, thank you. We are actually closing, so we don't want to open the debate further. So thank you, everyone, for your submissions. It's already past the hour, and you know that, so we are just closing. Let me acknowledge those people.
I'm not gonna open anything. I'm just gonna a statement. One sentence.
Wait, Martin.
One sentence.
Wait, Martin. You didn't force me to give you time. Yeah. Idi Alfan, Jara Agenda 4, Asante, David Olo, Mohammed Abdulrahman Ahmed, Ibn Yusuf, Elkana Shivashi, leo rafiki yako Makiadi hatujamuona. Carl Mayors, Isa Black na wengine wote asanteni sana. Mlakenga, Alfred Chola, asante. We want to finish there for today. Indeed, we don't usually finish. We just put a pause. So we want to put a pause today. That, then we continue again tomorrow. And kama kawaida, it is always nice for us to interact. The Mutembei TV comes in to give us an opportunity to share and share more. And much more we say, let's keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let's keep talking. Because Makiadi is not here today, we may not read the constitution, tutaendelea nao kesho. But wimbo wa taifa itabidi tumeimba, and kama kawaida we do it in Kiswahili. So wageni ambao wako hapa leo, naona Guru yuko hapa, naona Saimo yuko hapa, naona Daudi wako hapa. So naomba Guru utaanza na stanza ya kwanza, wimbo wa taifa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Daudi, wimbo wa taifa kwa lugha ya stanza 2 kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Alafu Saimo stanza 3 kwa lugha ya Kiswahili.
Sasa kama sitaongea tena, siwache tu niseme hiyo one sentence yangu.
See you tomorrow, Mato. Saimo, kwa lugha ya Kiswahili?
It was Guru first, I think.
Guru ndiye anaanza. Guru anza. Guru, are you there? Huyu yuko kweli?
He's asleep. He's sleeping.
Ameweka sanamu.
Haya basi. Acha labda amelala. Haya sasa tumebaki Daudi utaanza stanza 1.
Sio mbaya. Let's go.
Alafu Adams.
I was about to begin.
Haya.
Okay. Tuanze. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, akiwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, na tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Saimo. Saimo. Pia ametuwekea sanamu. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Asanteni sana. Tafadhali kumbuka kusubscribe kwa Mutembei TV. Alafu pia vile tusubscribe kwa Themba and Lulu Show. Acha niweke hapo ndio kama huja subscribe, usubscribe Themba and Lulu Show. Tafadhali.
Leo umekuja late, hatujaingia kwa ile makala ya lugha ya taifa.
Tutarejelea kesho. Leo unaona nimechelewa kidogo, sasa tukua na hiyo nafasi, lakini kesho nitajaribu kuja mapema ndio tufunge kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Hao watu wameponea Daudi.
Yeah, I mean unaweza ukainvite Wala bin Wala aje nifunze kidogo.
Yupo, wala yupo by the way.
Okay, so tuonane kesho majaliwa.
Haya, siku mwema bana.
Okay, bye.